figured out how to ladder in and ladder out on this platform yet, but I'll figure that out eventually.
Well,
That would be ideal.
we manually do it. So let's say you have 500 shares. So you would just have to break it apart, like set the order to stop and then do it however you'd like to, 200, 150, 150 on, or 600, 200, 200, 200, 200. You know, you just set them that way manually.
Nope, still don't understand, but I appreciate I appreciate you trying.
Well, you know how to set a stop, right? You just go to stop, you put the price in, and you set the stop. You just do that, not on your full order. You just break it up. We'll figure it out. We'll get it figured out, James.
Yeah, we'll have to try to play with that because I mean I'm running with what I would call probably their most basic setup, where on the right hand side I just have sell, ask, sell, bid, sell, market, buy, ask, buy, bid. Above that I just have SL and TP. Above that is my order side. So it's pretty basic setup. I'm not sure exactly how to do that ladder thing yet. I tried to get them to walk me through it on through the chat. That just didn't work. But either way, what I'm doing right now is working. So that's kind of the idea.
I'll show after we get off the call-in show today. I'll run through it just real quick right after we get off today. But yeah, good work, James. Excellent job. You're making huge leaps, progression. I'm seeing it. What kind of things can you share with the traders that you've been learning here lately that they may can take value from?
Insist on patience. And I mean, when I say patience, it's more about patience of getting into a trade versus getting out. I kind of lied to myself a little bit. And I went, well, you don't want FOMO. And I went, well, I'm not trying to be greedy in the first place. So it's not FOMO. I'm just trying to be in the game so that I can learn the game and work it from there. And that was true, but I would see what I believed was a setup, but I wasn't looking far back enough left to really figure out what I was doing. Looking at the moment versus looking at the history. And that's changed a fair amount for me as well.
Good stuff. Yeah, we'll work on the laddering and showing you how to put limit orders in, and that's all you're doing is just putting limit orders in out there ahead of time to get filled, and we can run over that after when the call-in show's over with. But that's what you're saying though. At first, like you said, you just got to keep it simple. I mean, that was me at first. I didn't trade pre-market. I didn't do limit orders. I just let me just find a setup that's working for me and a good, easy way to get in and out, and then down the line, okay, let me find a maybe a more accurate way to get a little bit better entries and exits, or where and adjusting the stop loss and targets throughout the years, the sizing throughout the years, So it's a simple process you need to keep at first, but then throughout the years you can, essentially work your way through the expertise. Like I always talk about video games, like start the video game off on beginner mode, and then eventually down the line you can get to expert mode. But let's keep it at beginner at first, and if you can get through beginner, then you can get to the next level.
Yeah, my next goal is pretty much when I'm watching what I know to be a clear move, and I'm only taking 50 shares, and then I get to the end of the day and I'm like, I have worked all day long and I'm walking away with $75. That's a problem, especially when I'm with something like TTP that'll let me trade hundreds. To sit there and do all this work for $75 doesn't. I mean, that's something I've got to fix. But it's also a little bit of a confidence thing, also. So
well, that's expectations, and that's those are not good. Those are not good in trading. That's a visual representation of what Mr. James thinks is going to happen on the day on his account. That's going to negatively affect the curve. Thinking like that, because for example, like if you have you should be able to take a red day, but if you stuck to James, like James stuck to his trading strategy, he minimizes losers, he set trails, he's laddering, you doing all the things you've been working on, but you still had a red day. You should be euphoric about that because wow, I mean, I didn't tilt myself and lose more than I should have. James stuck to those rules, and today just wasn't your day. Those were some of my best days. Honestly, it's just when you can accept either a small red day or just small green day, but you just know today's really not the day because you can't, again, it's like you can't equate more time to more money or more, it's just, that's superfluous, as they would say. It's more so about the edge that James is trading, that you've discovered that you're trading well, you're performing your best. Now, again, if you broke your rules, James, and you could have made more money, then there's reason to be upset. But we want to be process oriented, not results oriented.
No, that does make sense. And every time I try to go big, I blow up an account. It's happened to me over and over again where it's like, all right, we've got this, let's go for it. And then the next thing I know, boom, max loss for the day. And then the next day it's like, okay, all right, well, you did right, but you had a bad day. I jump right back in and bam, max loss within an hour. It's like, okay, well that's not working. So I've really put the brakes on right now. So, but anyway, I don't want to tie y'all up all day. It's been a pleasure speaking with y'all. Love the show. Y'all keep doing what you're doing. I promise I'll keep watching.
We appreciate you. Thank you, Mr. James. Per usual, call in anytime, James. We love talking to you, and he's been improving, Mr. Josh. He's been improving, and you can tell he's doing a lot of adjusting how he's handling losses and wins, and now the trail. So that's something I wanted to ask you about while we're waiting for the next caller, guys. Call on in. Trailing stops, hard stops, soft stops. We want to hear them. Now that I know something you were wanting to work on this year too is you hadn't been shy about it as Latin Winners Run. I'm curious if you could even benefit now from. Look, I know you don't use stops because you're normally sniping. Like you're going to be in if it's a right or right out kind of trade. So it makes sense why you wouldn't have a hard stop on that. But maybe with a leftover piece, for example, if you don't want to sit there and watch it all day and you got 10% left, like the TCGL, you literally set those 5 on a trail, and by end of the day, you come back after taking care of the dogs. Whoa, this thing's at $400.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a world in which it could make sense for your trading. I don't know, just conversing.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do that, I would say, here and there. I usually, a lot of the time, I mean, it's happened. I just wonder why a Tesla trade just came to my mind, but I took a Tesla trade that I actually took a loss on. This was a couple of years ago now, whatever it was, but I was in a Tesla trade. It ended up being a great trade, but I stopped myself out, because it went to my stop loss, which was what it was, a defined criteria area. And I'm like, okay, I'm stopping myself out, guys. This is not looking good. It's moving up against us, yada, yada, yada. Well, sure enough, it sits there for a little bit longer, maybe even goes, because I was going short, went up a little bit higher, and then goes falling back on down real hard. Mm-hmm. And, it's one of those things where I'm like, God, if I just would have stayed in that play a little bit longer. But that's just where I go back to, listen, you have a defined area and you stick to it. And then back to your point, what I was thinking of was, I've done that in trades where, and I don't know, there's been not a big handful, but a decent amount where like, all right, guys, here's the, it's not trailing, unfortunately, but I have just set a physical stop in to where say, hey, if it gets back to here, I'm stopping myself out, and then just, but because trailing it's funny on all the
it's hard.
Yeah, trailing. It takes a little bit of effort to go in and put it in, and however much you want it to trail by, and I just kind of I like to, for whatever reason, manually be part of that trade, and physically watch myself pull the trigger, get in and out. But for those traders that struggle with that, I mean, that's why Nas talks about all the time what he's his letting the program, so to speak, trade for him, because he had such a hard time, most traders do, of pulling the trigger, when to pull the trigger, when to trail it, how to trail it, where to put a stop loss, is it physical, or is it, so it just, instead of doing all that, boom, the system does it for you. And a lot of traders need that, and especially just say if you even can maybe do the entry part on your own, but the exit part is so hard. So that's where just having those limit orders in ahead of time, to me, can help you out big time for not having plays go against you. And then if you do go super big, having a nice, good hard stop in that's not too far away, so you don't blow up your account or have a daily pause. And then secondly, on the opposite side of that, of course, when you do get runners, it's always good to scale out. But
trails can be tricky. I tried them for a little while and I kept getting like top wicked. I'm like, you know what? I'm just setting like the hard stop, like you said, on these, what I would trail. That way I'm not getting like, top and bottom ticked on these trails. It can be aggravating. But we got another caller in here to the call-in show. Who do we have?
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Reese.
Reese, what's up? Reese. How we doing, brother?
Yeah, I figured I'd give you guys a call because we're talking about stops. And I've been experimenting a lot with stops, especially on Trade the Pool.
And how's that been going?
We're excited to hear about it. Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, so I mostly get wicked out on my hard stops that I put in. Mm-hmm. But if I use mental stops, then I stay in way too long and I lose way too much money. So I'm working on finding this balance, but a different thing about stops that I've been, somewhat more successful with is when I'm trading a channel, an up channel. I would take a very small entry at the bottom of the channel to go long, and then I would put a stop limit above the channel to try to get a breakout. And I'll put in a trailing stop a couple levels down. And so if the breakout happens, I go in bigger and my trailing stop, moves up, even though that seems to be broken right now in Trade to Pool, by the way. But just to kind of scale in for that breakout. And if it doesn't happen or if the price goes down, I just get stopped out and I have a very small, 1 to 10 shares, whatever, depending on the price of the stock I'm trading, which is mostly Tesla. But I really like being able to put in the stop limit to open or add to a position as opposed to just using stop or closing a position. Because if it doesn't make the breakout, fine, I'm not in. But if it does, I'm riding it with a larger position.
So, question on that, in which maybe I don't know if this could be a reason why it's broken. On the stop side, is it able to be dynamic based on your current position, Reese? Or let's say you get filled on the limit up, does that adjust the position sizing of now the trail, or do you have to? You understand what I'm saying, or do you have to manually go in there and adjust it?
It used to do that. It stopped about 2 weeks ago. Stopped working. It still works if you put a buy limit in. So let's say I go in with 1 share, right? And then I put a buy limit lower for 25 shares and I have a trailing stop loss, a lot lower. My trailing stop loss will then become 26.
Okay.
But if I put a stop limit above the channel to add 25 or 100 shares, then my trailing stop just gets canceled. And so I have to keep watching it.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's a very unique.
But anyway, I just figured I'd throw out an idea that, especially if there's a clear channel where you can get in small at the bottom of the channel and then go extra large when it jumps out of the channel, you can use the stop limits to open or add to your position as well. Wow. Not just stop loss.
Oh. That's excellent. And so as far as I love, Reese, that you're focused on mitigating that risk. We haven't heard you discuss much of the profit side, and that's great, honestly, because that means you're focused on the risk and let the profit take care of itself. But let's talk about that a little bit. Are you scaling out along the way? How do you go about the profit side?
Yeah, so what I have also noticed with the trailing stops is that the market makers really know how trailing stops work, and they usually drag you up to a certain level and then come back out down and then take you out.
Oh, money match with love this.
Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll take a quarter position as just a limit order to get out at the top of where I think it might be reversing. And I'll put a couple more in. And the nice thing about trade to pull is it'll just update my trailing stop, with less quantity as I get filled on those scale outs.
Man, yeah, I learned something new. I did not know. Yeah, that's amazing. So the trails will adjust based on your current position. That's really nice. Thank you, Reese, for sharing that.
Reese? Reese, we're still there? I was going to ask you a question.
The
Uh-oh.
market makers, they know, what's out there and how stuff works. So you got to keep a close eye on it. And there's plenty of times that I'll drag my trailing stop loss lower again.
Right.
Just because it looks like, oh, they're going to try to do a stop run,
Yeah. No. The good old stop runs, Mr. Josh. Hate them. What you got for Reese, Josh?
Yeah, I was just going to say, what size are you typically going in when you trade there, Reese? What size are you at right now?
So right now, like PSLL, I'll go in at the bottom of the channel because it was in a good up channel today.
Yep.
With like one share, and then I'll start adding. I'm now in at 200 shares, so I'll add another one for 99 shares and another one for 100 once it starts breaking out of that channel.
Love it. Okay, cool. I like it. Yeah, the trailing stop there, that's cool. Especially when plays like Tesla on days like today, you can just let that, let it run in your favor there. So that's nice. And yeah, just updating the other traders. So I love getting you guys on how you're using them, when you're using them, because then you're just kind of open up traders' minds to new ways to trade and be able to get into plays and out of them and using that trailing stop. So that's really cool. Love it, brother.
Yeah, and then I'll start scaling out 25 shares at a time.
Oh, man.
Is that manually when you hit targets, essentially?
Yeah, because my trailing stop is so far below that I'm like, if it reverses now, I'll have nothing. So let me just take a little bit, take some stuff off the table.
Love it. Good job, bro.
This is good. This is really good. I think, I'm going to play around with those, Josh, because look, even though how we trade, if we just initially set that trail and then we're taking profits, we no longer even have to think. If the trailing stop is always adjusting to your current size, you no longer have to really think about your stop. You just think about the profits. You go ahead and set. That's great. I love that. I'm going to be playing around with that a little bit, Reese. Thank you for that insight and adding that value to the traders. Reese, what do you got left for the traders you'd like to add?
You can't lose on a trade if you didn't get in at the right level, right? So be patient, don't get in, don't chase. Have your setup tell you when to get in.
It's awesome. That's back-to-back guys. I think James pretty much went on that same note, kind of talking about, or at least he talked about it, I know, with that, just having essentially patience. Just wait for trades to come to you. Don't overtrade. Just sit there and wait for the setup, and then you go attack. Love it, brother. Call in next week, my man. I don't know what we'll talk about next week, but that's right. That's right. Oh, that's right. I'm going to join you guys. I'll be in New Orleans, but I will join next week for a little, for some live stream action with you guys for sure. But next week, love when you guys call in and Reese, good information for traders in chat. Even opened up Kevin's ears over there about doing some trailing stops, my man. So I love it. Good information.
Hi, see you guys.
Yeah, and talking about the market makers too, which is funny, Reese. I meant to bring that up too as well. But yeah, the market makers. I mean, that's where you see that a lot in that discussion. Love to have Money Mitch on, like you were talking about, and going back and forth, just listen to Mitch and Nas.
On like eval and funded trading and how market makers are hunting them down. Yeah. It's ultimately, I think personally that they know the obvious areas. It doesn't take rocket science. There's clear areas where people put all their orders because traders sometimes aren't the brightest. They're not the brightest. It's like, let's put my stop right. I mean, for some reason, it just carries on, right? Let's put my stop right at $5. Let's take Battle, for example, right at $5. And everybody does that. You see, that's why I use the over-under methodology. But thank you, Mr. Reese. Appreciate you.
Who wants to call in?
See you guys.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you, Reese. Yeah. Good information, brother. Always good stuff.
Well, normally I'm like constantly, typing out stops and whatnot based on what my current position is too. So yeah, that's dynamic how their API back systems work. I'm gonna
Right.
take a look at that. Thank you, Mr. Reese.
Yeah.
Battle, where's she at right now?
She's
Charlie,
coming
Battle
down.
dumping.
She's coming. She's coming down slow and steady. Slow and steady. See, yeah, but yes, Paul, I'm watching it. And Shane, good. Yeah, up 20 cents. You say I moved my stop to about 12 cents so I can lock in 10 cents. Take the, yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like it. There you go. Makes sense. Get to 20 cents. Leave it at 12. That way you get a little slippage there. Still get your 10-cent trade on TTP. Good rule of thumb right there, especially if you're trading slow and steady eddies. That'll help you out. Trading those slower movers. You just, hey, let me lock up the base hit here. Now I know I've got it. Let's make sure I do lock it in because what? A lot of the time that middle side comes into play and if you were manually doing it instead of physically putting that out there, you stay in the trade and now you have no profit. And now you're red on the trade, and it's just one of those things where it's just good to understand that you have a risk and it's defined and you can stick to it.
Yeah. 100%. Appreciate you guys, James and Reese. Anybody else? Probably take another call or two. So go ahead and let us know. Hey, these have been really good calls. Every week we've been having really good conversations. If you have a topic in mind also that you'd like Josh and I to cover, write that down too. And we can certainly because this is for the team. But yeah, the trailing stops. I was with you, Josh, on that too. That I was utilizing them, but it would be a case like BATL just did, where it's like, okay, they're just tricky because you have to give them appropriate range for the price action of that ticker, and if you don't, you can you're just going to be bottom and top ticking like any pullbacks, and that's what can be frustrating with them.
100%, brother. Definitely so. Yeah, it's just, I think came back to me too, just again wanting to be that in control. I think I have that issue as a human, even just overall. Like I want to be in control. Like, we're on a plane, you're like, let me fly this plane. I can't fly, but I'd rather fly. I don't know who you are. I don't trust you in this situation. But yeah, that I had that issue as well as a human, so I knew that carried over into trading. And so you got to work around who you are as a person, right? You got to figure these things out, what your mental state of mind is when you even get into trades, or even before you take trades, and who you are as a human, and understand you are going to have faults. You're going to have things that you're going to have to work with or work around and deal with, and you have to understand that as a trader, as a human, of who you are. And I understood that. So yeah, I think that came in with a lot of it early on, with a has to be in control factor. And of course, like that, I don't know if I ever did. I mean, I may have. I can't recall because it's been so long now. I think I maybe tie in from other traders where I do, or maybe I didn't early on, but where I hear from a lot of people, man, I got stopped out by 2 cents. I put my stop in at 5.12, it hit 5.13 or whatever, it stopped me out. And then then the short, whatever it was, I hear that so often that I never, I think, really wanted to deal with that because of that issue of going, oh boy, so I let me manually do this and I even kept to the point of let me get there's, I call a point of no return. It isn't just a specific number. So if I have a stop loss that said, hey, I want to stop loss at 5.10, well, I would give it some room. I'm going to give it a little wiggle room, maybe 5-10 cents above that even, knowing that I have a great 2-to-1, if not further, 3R, 4R, 5R. So I'm like, hey, my risk is not that much. Let's give it a little bit of room, because you don't want to be wrong and the play does go back into your direction. And so I usually do that as well to kind of, but it just goes back to what we've seen throughout the years, what works. Every time because I've gotten really good at defining the stop loss. So what will happen is a lot of the time when it gets to my stop loss, it'll hit it and then go back in my direction. And so that's why I give it a little wiggle room, because knowing hey, kind of like you earlier when you got stopped out, I had that experience so much where it'd go in, hit the area, and then go right back in your direction. Okay, I've got to give it some wiggle room because this is happening way too much. I've defined a really good risk-reward area. Let me give it a little room here.
Literally leftovers BATL top ticked on the 518 pop. But I personally, I personally have to have a stop in for leftovers.
Yeah. So
it's all good.
Yeah.
It's all good.
And that's what you're saying. You just tell yourself, you sit down, goober. You just tell yourself you're going to get more. When that happens to me, trust me. I've gotten out like you just did earlier. You're like, okay, got to get out. This is it. Get out. And then you go, whoa, you son of a mother, gazamana. But you just know, hey, you'll get another one, whatever. I got profit out of it. It is what it is. Could be way worse. Could be I woke up today and someone got in a car crash and now they're dead. And also on top of the fact I've got cancer and I may only get 3 months to live. Whatever. You just think about how many bad things there are that really could happen in life. And you got to go, hey, that wasn't that. Out of all the things that can happen, that's a 1 out of 10 out of bad things that can happen.
Right. Well, in addition to that, you just got to be pleased. Even if you top tick something, you have to be satisfied in the fact that you press the button to get out. Because, look, what you don't want to learn, like we were talking with James, is results versus process oriented, where it's based on whether you're green, red, up, down. Like, base it on the fact that you stick to your rules, adhere to the trading plan. Because, look, you may top tick, like I top tick KNRX, but at the end of the day, if you learn the wrong lesson, like next time I'm not pressing the button, Josh, because it's going to work out eventually. And then that turns into the TCGL and you're short on it.
Yeah.
And now you're that guy starting the GoFundMe because you're net negative 15 grand, that you owe to the broker. So yeah, you got to press the button. You got to execute even with it being a top tick.
Oh, Joey, what's up, Joe? Man, he's been around for a minute. Mr. Sniz over there. How you doing, buddy? He says, once you accept that sometimes when you stop out, it will literally go back your direction the next second. Trading becomes a lot easier. Over the course of 100 trades, that stop is going to save you. Oh, yeah, for sure. Got to keep going to keep you around a lot longer. If you want to be doing this for months or years at a time, you've got to learn to respect the rules and the rules that you set in. And just if you can find defined rules, like I said, create a plan and stick to it, right? I've said that forever, create a plan and stick to it. A lot of people can create plans. They just don't stick to them.
Oh, yeah. Sound like a politician talking right there. My plan. This is my... Yeah, Joe, you're absolutely spot on. Honestly, the quote that comes to mind when you say that is this: if you can create a state of mind that's unaffected by what the market does, the struggle will no longer exist. Because why is that? This is what Joey said exactly. It's that I know what I'm doing. I don't care what the market does because I know what I'm going to do in the face of this adversity that we face. And so if you're confident in yourself and your ability to not let the market decide what you're going to do, but you decide, struggle, like Mr. Joey said, will cease to exist. Guys, we got one caller left. Go ahead and call in. Great conversations. We're flipping through some tickers, having good conversations. Let us know. BATL on that 4-5 line. And then outside of that, KNRX is still kind of in play-ish. I mean, it's still holding the 2-2. I think what did you say? It was going to likely hold the 1-8, the halt level.
Right.
That is a technical level that she's holding right now. We have a caller call it in. We're flipping through some tickers, guys, but let's get back to the call-in show.
Who we got?
Who do we have?
Hey guys.
Crow.
Hey, how you doing?
Ooh, Mr.
Doing
Crow.
good. I'm starting to learn all your voices. It's like I can, like when a dog barks, I know which dog it is out of my 14. When you guys call in, I don't have to see you. I just know. I hear your bark.
Well, or which bird whistles?
Yeah, right.
Crow, what do you work today? You
I
got
hope
a
you
piece of what do you get? Drama? You got DRMA? What else do you get a piece? Oh, and then
No, at Open I had TRNR.
yeah, yep.
So that I did pretty well with. And then I caught a little bit of BATL. And really I was sort of upset that I missed MLEC. Because that would have been the obvious sort of trade where I could have sized it, because TRNR was under $1, so you can't really size it, right? So that great day though, but I can't complain. I'm in AGAE right now for this breakout, and that's kind of going well. I think we're going to push over 60, and then I'll punch the sell button there. Because the volume's there. I mean, the float's 13 million. It's done 140 million in shares traded. So you know,
So-
the pennies have been running. They have been running.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I mean, this is a gaming entertainment ticker, AGAI. Then you had your TRNR earlier. We've been seeing these penny plays lately. What do you think's going on there?
You know, it
52-week
happens
low
in these cycles.
AGAI.
Yeah, it happens in these cycles. I don't know why it
Yeah.
happens in these cycles, but they do. I mean, I've been trying to
Mhm.
ponder in my mind as to why they happen. And sometimes I think to myself, like, okay, well, they tend to run when the overall market is sort of on a decline. And maybe shorts just want to cover, get out of their position and short the good stuff because they've been shorting garbage.
Yeah.
And they want to free up some capital to go hit some bigger stuff, right? Because from my interpretation, it's just like, you know, the mega cap guys are stressing out, nothing of theirs is running, or, you know, so shorts are cleaning up on the big stuff where, you know, you don't want to be shorting something at 60 cents and trying to get out at 50. You want to be shorting something at like $20 and getting out at like 13, 12, around that area. And maybe they have capital tied into the when stuff is running really well, and that we're getting those 100%, 200%, 500% runners on our small caps. These guys are maybe taking the easy trade during that time where they short something at, you know, the break of $1 and it sinks back down to 30 cents the next day. I don't know. Look, I'm, you know, I can't really figure it out. But I just find that that's what's working, so I'm gonna run with it.
Yeah.
And I was just on the phone with Smoke Tuna before, and you know, I think it was probably Thursday or something like that. We were talking about, I'm like, I'm leaving money on the table because these are the ones that are running, you know. And I just, you know, I'm not gonna size in, but I'm still gonna just take the cash available for me on the table here. So why not take it?
Mhm.
But you know, in terms of the college show about hard stops or mental stops,
AGAE, give us an example there that you're in right now. What's your how do you go about your stop?
so I got in this at 47 cents. So at this point, I pretty much met my target for the day. So my stop is 47 cents. It's a YOLO trade at this point. So I'll mentally just stop it off before I lose money. Probably a little bit before that, because if this breaks, you know, 52, 51 cents around there, then I might as well get out.
Right.
But it looks to me pretty obvious that this is going to break over 60 in a push coming soon. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, 54, you could get nerve wracked over this. But I have a lot of room to play with here.
Mhm.
And so that's why I like, so like the main thing is on the 5-minute chart, I like to buy oversold conditions. So when a combination of MACD and RSI. So if I buy, I know in my mind, if I buy when the RSI is low and the trade doesn't go my way, well, the brunt of the downtrend has already happened.
Right.
So if I do lose, it's really not going to be that much, right?
Mhm.
Because the big wicks have already come down, and like the big candles, so I'll pretty much be all right. And so that's one of the major strategies that I use is I like to buy heavily oversold conditions. And I find that if I nail it right, so it's not everything, because AE has the volume, it has the low flow, it has a lot of things going for it, and I like those sort of setups because before you started the call-in show, I was in DRMA, and that was sort of the same thing on the 1-minute chart at least. But the 5-minute, I saw the MACD curling at around 170, and I took it off of 190. So the 20 cents there, I'm totally happy with that. You know, I'll take my 12, 13, 14% trade on it. I just build my day, little base hits, you know, not a lot, just a little base hits here and there, and just build my day. But
Okay. Do you so normally
Yes.
with your setup, are you you're getting in pretty much at pretty much at the key levels where if it goes against you, are you pretty much stopping out fairly quickly, right? Like with drama, AGAE, like AGAE 47, beautiful ascending triangle on it, but you're getting single entry, not scaling in, and then is that accurate?
That's right. It's a single
Okay.
entry. Like that's it, right? And then I'm timing things. So like what I like to do is, especially with like AGAE, around I guess 10:30 this morning, I missed that. But what I did though was I did buy the 47 mark just around VWAP, just above VWAP actually. It broke through VWAP. I kind of saw what was happening because the MACD started turning green on the 5-minute. So I know that, listen, if the MACD turns green like that, it's not going to just be one candle. It's probably going to be 7, 8, 9, 10 candles. So I've got some time here on this. And the 15-minute MACD is still good. So once the 15-minute and the 1 hour, so it's like all about multi-time frames. Because the main thing is that if I'm getting a green MACD on the 1 minute, 5 minute, 15-minute, that's a total go ahead for me. I'm like, it's the coaster's clear. Let's go. Let's run it. Because when you have something that's extended and then the 15-minute looks like it's going to turn down and the 5-minute looks like it's going to turn down and the 1 minute's already turned down, that's an absolute no. I don't care if I miss it. Sometimes those go. I don't care if I missed it though. It's not a big deal. But when they all are lining up, and especially this happens a lot in power hours. Like if you saw NTI yesterday, I mean, NTI did a crazy move. It was like in the $2 range and went to like $4 yesterday during power hour into after hours. And so a lot of times you'll see like the stuff that pumps just before market open and it's really extended. It fades all day, and then you get your bounce towards power hour into after hours. And so, there was some time to let that, consolidate. Bears want to take their profit. They don't want to hold it overnight. They start covering. And I think maybe some bulls sort of sense that there's going to be some covering coming. And then so bulls start buying, bears start covering, and it's the perfect storm right then and there. And so, and this is the playbook, because there's got to be multi playbooks in your repertoire that you can turn to depending on market conditions and sort of be able to pivot those different playbooks and take your hat off, because if you're new at trading, you may only be able to trade one setup, and you can make a lot of money doing that. But over the years, as we've been trading, Josh and Kevin, for as long as we have, we probably have learned about quite a bit of few different setups, like maybe 8, 9, 10 different setups that works, and that you have a high probability of winning, and that you can use risk management. That if it doesn't work the way you thought it would work, you could get out with minimal losses, and that's really sort of the idea behind it, is that I want to be able to lose as little as possible. And it sounds pretty elementary that you want to lose as little as possible. But for me, I like buying bottoms, right? Like I like buying those dips, but it has to be, RSI has to be oversold. So RSI's got to be touching 30 or at least close to it, somewhere around that area. Because I know that if it goes against me, I'm it's not going to go against me that much. The damage has already been done. Now, I get the opposite argument that there's now a huge amount of overhead supply. But I kind of feel that, like, if I were short and every other short's thinking that this might be a good time to cover and take my profit.
Right.
Bulls also realize that at the same time and know that shorts are going to cover. And then that creates a sort of whirlwind effect where you get the Lazarus trade, right? Where it comes out of the dead out of nowhere, right? And I kind of feel that that's what's happening. And it's hard to say that that's the reality, because we're trading in front of the curtain. We're like the audience in the movie. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes because we just don't have access. But we use what we can. And backtesting and whatnot. I sort of feel that that's what I'm thinking. And so I'm always open to being wrong because, there's so much going on in our game, especially the small cap game that what we trade, anything can go on. I mean, you look at that other stock that had the lawsuit, the court
Yeah.
court. We don't know what the hell's going on with this.
Never. And the offerings are always looming, so it's I mean, it sounds like you're just you got it, man. Like you got, and Tuna saying speaking gold over here, absolutely are. But you're everything you're saying, I think the traders can find a lot of value in. That is like with AGAE, for example, you said, I don't, this is just the theme we're in, the market we're in, so you're not trading like what theme Crow wants the market to be in. You're just saying, look, this is what's happening. This is what I'm going to trade as long as it is happening. Just ride that momentum wave. And then you're lining up the technicals, MACD, RSI, trader analysis, who's underwater and where. You're putting the confluences, right? You're putting all the stars together. It's like you got it all figured out as far as lining up those stars and the fundamental trader technical analysis.
But also, I was just on a phone call with Smoke Tuna before, and we were just talking about like always being like in that mindset that I still have so much more to learn, and I don't ever want to say that I've got it, because once you say that, you stop learning. Because like if you think like you've got it, then you're not open. Your mind almost creates a blockage where you can't learn anymore. So I'm always saying that like there's more to learn.
Got it.
Like
you got it.
Learn.
You got it, Crow. See,
but I don't got it. Right?
See, you got it because you don't got it. Now, well, as far as the frame of mind, but again, like we all have the capability of making mistakes. Crow does, I do, Josh does. It's like you can at any time have lapses in judgment. We've seen it so many times where you take really good traders and they mess up and allow one trade to just like define. You get that halt play where you're that TCGL where like you take the short and now you're down like 50 grand and you only were going to risk 1,000 to begin with, but what can you do? It halts and gaps up 50. So there's always times where we can make mistakes or the market can cripple us like that. So it's that you will be humbled. If you haven't been humbled out there, you certainly will be, and it's about stepping into office,
right? Many times, and I've been
humbled
so many times that
it's coming.
It will happen. The day is coming. It's not a matter of if, but when.
Right.
I'm waiting for that day, and I'll go out and buy myself a steak at some nice place and try not to think about it again, because it will happen. But again, though, I managed to stay pretty safe on losses because I know I'm not trying to get rich off of one trade. It's watch for just repeat for me. It's just bait it's over and over and over.
Yeah.
And then we get our big win. Like, I mean, that was crazy. Josh's trade with TCGL. I mean, that's it. Like, you were speechless yourself, Kevin. I was too. We all were. And I can't believe he took that down. And I'm like, I'm still laughing at that because, like, I was so happy to see it when Josh took that down. And, I still laugh at it. Like, I went back to the video multiple times and rewatched it, just laughing because, like, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. And, congrats to Josh on that one because, like, I didn't even know how you pulled it off, bro. Congrats. That was just legendary by the balls and steel.
I appreciate it, yeah. Seen him enough, like we've talked about it. You just a rinse and repeat pattern of, boy, in 2020, how many of those I saw that kept going. So, working on this year of scaling out more and taking most of the profit, but then just letting it go, and not, this could just turn over at any minute. Just take it now. You're up 5 points, 10. Like, no, like this thing, I've seen plays go parabolic. Let's see if we can't get some out of it. So it's a work in progress. It's just like you're painting a masterpiece, and it's something that you're painting this masterpiece. Like you were saying, Kevin, you haven't made it. You're always making it, and that's what I feel like I'm painting this picture nonstop. Of how I'm trading, and it's just getting more and more in depth throughout the year. So I appreciate it for sure. That was definitely one for the memory books.
Well,
100%.
that's why I love talking to you guys, because there's nobody else in my life that I can tell these things to that would understand, right? Like, what are you talking about, right? Like, if some normie started listening to us, we're speaking a different language,
Right?
Like, you have to understand. We're talking about buying RSI on the oversold conditions when the MACD on multiple times. Like, that's alien talk, right? Like, for somebody who doesn't do what we do. So it's always nice to, talk about that stuff and talk about our plays and actually understand what you're saying and what I'm saying, and you totally get it. And so it's sort of a rare opportunity that I'm always grateful that you guys have a Thursday call-in show. And, we sort of, talk shop, locker room talk, as they say.
Locker room talk. Love it, Crow. Yeah, I appreciate that. You're absolutely spot on. I mean, traders are just a different breed. We'll be driving through the mountains, and my wife's looking at beautiful mountains. But Crow, I'm seeing a double top. I don't see mountains. I don't see. We just our minds just work differently. We love charts. We love trading, and it's just getting this community together. This is what it's all about.
All right, thanks, gentlemen, for taking my call. I'll listen to the rest of you guys.
Yeah.
Love
Appreciate you, Crow.
Yeah, good information as always.
All right,
Crow.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Ooh, that's right. Can't forget about that show. Yeah, can't forget about that show tomorrow night, Mr. Kevin. I guess it's on my end this week, right? It's back to me on this week.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll head over to Josh's channel tomorrow night. Of course, Josh and I will be live on our channels on tomorrow morning as well. And tomorrow night, the party continues. Traders can't get away from each other.
DRMA going, guys. DRMA going.
DRMA? DRMA. Drama. Yeah.
Drama mama.
Back up.
All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
See you
later.
Yeah, see you tomorrow night, bro. Yeah, that'll be fun tomorrow night. Can't wait for that.
Yeah, so anybody, it's Josh's channel, so whatever. If we get a party going in there, whoever wants to jump in, let us know. We'll get that party going tomorrow night. Just let us know what time you're thinking when you get that down. And usually it's like, 9, 10, 11, somewhere in there.
Yep, somewhere in there. Last week I was having a good old Friday night by the time I joined you guys. So yeah, I know everyone's like, when's Josh joining? And like, here I am. It was perfect timing too, because remember last week Sterling was just talking about something, so it was kind of a perfect time for me to join in. But yeah, this week I'll be hosting it, and then come on, Kevin, anyone else that wants to join, we'll get you. And I think Steve you said Steve wants to join?
He sounded interested, so yeah, I'll bring it back up to him, and yeah, that'd be a good time.
I'll bring that up later to him this afternoon when I go live. And yeah, don't forget, don't forget Steve this afternoon. That's the next time we'll have commentary, guys. We'll be this afternoon with Steve for Power Hour, as Monday through Thursday. Always be joining my boy Steve the Achieve. And then today, after hours. Yesterday was Joe. Today, or of course Tuesday with Kevin. Today I'll be joining Steve in after hours for some earnings talk. Today a little slower on the earnings side of things, but we will have that up and rolling later today. And don't forget the challenges. Yeah. Thank you.
Lee Bang, LGBJ is moving right now. So Chinese ticker getting this 1 o'clock action. Just a random pump I saw. So yeah, traders, good work today. Closing thoughts, Josh, and then we'll see you guys tomorrow on our channels tomorrow morning. If you have trader ADHD like we do, join both of our live streams in the morning.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of, and then tomorrow night, of course, as well, where we'll have some fun.
Yes, 100%. Join us tomorrow. I'm live on Fridays. So is Kevin, of course. Come join us. We'll eventually start going live here. It seems like on Fridays, I'm sure down the line, so you'll have us to host. Maybe we will host the show. We'll see how that goes down the line. And then the real main thing, just rewind over the last hour. A lot of good information and talk from 3 different traders there calling in. Well, it was 3, right? Was it 2? Was it 3?
Yeah, it's James, Reese, and
Carl. Yeah, 3. Yeah, so it's 3 again. Seems about 3 almost every week. We get 3 or 4 in. Rewind it. A lot of good information, especially on stops. That's key. Last week I would have said the same thing about sizing. Go back and listen to it and take it. Listen to it 3, 4, 5 times. And really take that into effect of what you do in the next coming weeks. Now, same thing for today. Go back and listen to this last hour over 2 or 3 or 4 times. Go back and listen to it. And make that something that goes into your trading. You start essentially using the knowledge that you learned today in your future weeks to come. And like funny with Crow said, I've done the same thing. I think I've already said that on the show. How many times I've gone back and either played on my live stream or just watched on my own that TCGL trade and the fun we had that day. God, that was seriously. Josh, it's live, $75.
Man,
you got me good, buddy. You got me good. That was some fun. Hey, don't forget. I'm gonna get you.
I know it's
Monday.
gonna swing back around.
I'm gonna get you Monday now.
Yeah, that was too fun, man. Too fun. Yeah, the market hasn't quite lived up to that day yet, but we'll get back there. Get back there.
Yeah. Otherwise, you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. See you guys next week. Or actually, I'll see you this afternoon. So I'll see you guys this afternoon before I see you next week. And then, come join us tomorrow on the live on Friday. And then tomorrow night, we'll see you then.
See you then. Reset. I've never seen AK running that fast before. Oh, man. Oh, I can't hear you. Hang on.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm over on the EV Mugs. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, let me get back to EV Mugs. Boom. Here we go. Hold on a sec. Boop. And bam. There we go.
There we go.
We're back and going there. That's funny. No, my mom said the same damn thing. That's what's so funny.
I couldn't help. I mean, you were zoned in running back. Your eyes were laser fixed on that resume price that wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, literally, you can watch that. I mean, I was literally just because I was trying to get into my seat and was holding on to the armrest, and I was like, oh, oh man, it ain't even moving. It's still at 50, whatever. Oh yeah, that one was awesome. That got me. I mean, I was. I mean, I probably haven't moved that fast in a minute. If you could, if your watch could keep track of how fast you move over a 5-10 foot stretch or whatever. Yeah, I don't think I've moved 10 feet that fast in a long time. Oh man.
Appreciate you. Yeah, tomorrow will be a fun day.
Yeah,
it's good calling show today.
Yep, definitely. And I'll see you tomorrow night, bro.
Yeah, have a good time with the earnings later.
Yeah, and I'll text you later too. We'll try to get, like I said, who all's going to be on it, so you get the thumbnail made. But yeah, we'll get that going. Can't wait. It'll be fun. See if Sterling and who all wants to join this week on my side too.
Yeah, sounds good, man.
Later, bud.
Take care.
All right, back on the mic here in my own lobby. Why is activate? There we go. All right. Earlier, all my stuff froze on me. Had to not restart, but X out of all my shit that I had pulled up. OBS had to restart that, yada, yada, yada. All right, cool. That was awesome that he brought up court as that was halted down earlier. I jumped in for one more leg down. I thought it was actually going to go down for more. That's all right. Still got a good banger trade out of CORT. F-Jet, slow and steady. Didn't get filled there on the bounce play on Battle. I had my orders in. I just finally canceled those. Bounce play's happening right there at 440, unfortunately, but bounce play is working out. It's a pretty nice bounce play. If you want to leave yours in, I'm just going to take a break before I have a one-on-one coming up in just a little bit, and then I have to go live with TTP in after hours. Hold on a sec here. Oh, see, chick. How you doing, though? Yeah, so, okay, cool. So, I have one in an hour and a half. So, I have a one-on-one in an hour and a half. Then I have that for an hour, which is at 2:30 Eastern to 3:30 Eastern. Then I've got 30 minutes before the closing bell where I'll jump back on the mic with you guys. So, let me take a little bit of a break and get a little food in my belly. Thursdays, I always eat earlier, days I feel like I've been up longer. So, we have tunes coming back on right now for you guys. Rewind the live stream, just had the call-in show. And a little bit more on the live stream over the past hour plus. So you have that going for you to watch. So you can rewind that if you didn't see the call-in show, or if you just want to rewatch it. And just our talk about putting in stop losses are so huge. Where do we put them in? How do we put them in? You know, what's the advantage of them, disadvantages of them, and so forth. Be back here in just a few, though. I need to go get some food in my belly. I am getting hungry. And Merlin's starting to get like a little antsy in the pantsy over here. He's like, Dad, I need to go out again. I need to get out. I need to stretch. And we got Margot on her. Margot's in heat down here. She look at, oh no, we can't be. She's cleaning herself, so I'm like dealing with licking and just the noises, and I'm hungry. I'm gonna take a quick break. Nice move today on battle. Beautiful move there. I say beautiful, but it's a nice staircasey type of pattern here on BATL. On the way down, and of course earlier on the way up. So this is kind of your more slow and steady play for the day is battle. BATL. We've got some other ones in drama. DRMA. F-Jet's been slow and steady, bouncing off now the $10 mark area. So we have the top portion bounce at 10.50, 10.60. Now the bottom portion at around 10.10, 10.20. I'll get Tesla off the board as that was a nice runner earlier in the day. We do have drama up. I mean, it's slow, but it's up 50 almost % on the day. Real choppy too. All right, be back here in just a bit. Let me get some food. Food.
Hey, good. How are you? A little tired. Hey, tired. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough to do pre-market. I've been trying, but sounds good. Yeah, it's been quite the journey for me. I'm only doing like $1,000 a month. Last month I did 1,100, 1,200. This month I'm on course to do the same. I don't know if you recall. I've had tons of issues pulling the trigger. I see these plays, I call them out. I tell my wife, who's usually sitting next to me, "Oh, I'll bet you this will bounce here," or I would short this right here," and I don't. And it does exactly what I said, time after time after time. I'm in a place right now where I've overcome that. I don't know how long it's going to last. It depends on how many successes I have, I guess. Um, but I feel good about pulling the trigger right now. It's just I'm in such small share sizes that it doesn't really seem to make much difference. Today I traded one. I swore it was going to bounce at this place. It was Ruby. Man, oh man, that thing just wouldn't stop falling. And I wound up losing $150 on that. Um, it's bounce plays at support and shorts at resistance, usually up top. I've been doing really small share size, around 300 or so. Today I did 1,000 to go long because I swore, Josh, I swore that thing was going to pop up at $2.50 on Ruby. I don't know if you can see it in pre-market. It's got a lot of support there. Okay. Well, no, no, that's another problem I have. It was I think 251 or something like that, where I just missed the little micro bounce because I would have been happy with that. Um, but and it came back up to 250 after it fell really hard. I waited it out, which is another thing I have, the patience and the waiting because I can't lose. I can't go in the red. It's bad. But I waited it out. It came up to 250. I thought, oh, I'll bet you it'll pop up a little bit above that, and I'll just get out with a break even or a small loss or a small gain. And it just fell from there and it never came up. Yeah. Hmm. I haven't been. And let me justify myself. I don't know if you remember. I have a business. I'm partner in a business that does table covers, flags, tents, banners, promotional kind of thing. And COVID just knocked us out. No one was doing events during COVID, and I had a huge SBA loan. It was 15 grand a month I was paying. And with no work coming in, I wasn't taking a salary for years, Josh. And it's been beaten up, and my partner, he's changed, and we were friends growing up. He has a kid the same age my kid is. They grew up together. We coached them together. And now I feel like I'm Tina Turner and he's Ike, and we're in this abusive relationship, and nothing I can do is right. He said, "Oh, you don't deserve a salary, you don't do anything. I do all the sales." Well, I do all the artwork, and you're not selling anything unless you have something to sell. And we're going back and forth, but I'm getting out of it. I'm walking away pretty much. I mean, he's going to pay me a little bit starting March 31st is going to be my last day. So I will be free and clear to focus 100% on this. But right now I'm trying to get out and do all the things I need to do, and just keep my mental stability. I try not to do that. I try not to beat myself up on any of these plays, but I'll tell you, it'd be a lot easier to do if I was winning. If I was making a grand or two every week, then yeah, I lost the 150. It should have been. I don't understand why, but no big deal. But I'm at 30 grand. I'm like this close to PDT for now, and it just feels like every little loss is like, oh my God, I'm almost out. I'm almost out. No, I switched I switched platforms. I'm on Lightspeed. I was on what's the other one? I can't even think of it. Uh, Trade Zero, thank you. And before that, I was on E-Trade. So I was on E-Trade, and Deck was on Trade Zero, I think. And so I went to Trade Zero, and then he switched to Lightspeed. And said, okay, I'll trade on Lightspeed. And now he's on what, Cobra, and you guys are all on Trade the Pull. I was like, no, I gotta stay here. I gotta stop learning new systems. And I hate light speed. The charting to me is terrible. I look at your charts that you put up there. It's like that is so easy to see, and mine is like I think it's like right here. So I want to get to the point where I have like a 50 grand base, and then I can start buying scanners. I can start doing trade ideas, or something with better charting. And are we out of time already?
who said they can hear me talking just a walking down the street singing do I did it dum did it do. You heard me talking, yes I think you. You know what sounds really good? I'm gonna ask Avery if she can make me a quesadilla. Man, she makes some good old quesadillas. Got some black beans to put in it. Ooh, some sour cream, some Taco Bell fire sauce. Ooh, some of that shredded queso cheese. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh. Any questions you guys have? I have the after hours trade the pull stream coming up. I'm gonna take a quick break off the mic. I ate a little bit earlier, but I didn't eat too much because I'm always like, oh, it's too early in the day. Don't eat too much now, Josh. So I had a little peanut butter and jelly. Oh, I even made a salad earlier. It was so cute. I came out, she's making a salad. Mini cucumbers, tomato, shallots, feta. It was marvelous. Makes her own, home makes her own, literally dressing every time, and makes just the right amount for the salad, and then she shakes it up in the bowl. And then I made a peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter and jelly with some of those white puff cheddar cheese Cheetos, or like the Simply Good, the Simply kind. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you right now, go make you a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, slice up a little bit of banana, lather it with a little honey. You pair that with some of those white Cheeto puffs. I'm gonna tell you right now, either that or some of the fire hot, whatever red fire, what do you call it? Flaming hot Cheetos, which we have both. I'm a big Cheetos guy. Cheetos and Doritos, can't go wrong. I mean, Cheetos and Doritos. I love that. Cheetos and Doritos, you can't go wrong. That should be their... Damn, Nam with some crazy movement here out of nowhere. Holy Vietnam, spiking up again. Former runner here. We've seen this play over the past couple of months. Well... I honestly am surprised that this play popped up as much as it had after that investigation news. Did take a little bit of this. You can see here earlier the trade on court. Got some good move on CORT earlier this morning. I thought I put the price right there. I was like, where did the price go? There we go. There's the price. I don't know how the price got all the way over to the right. Anywho, shorted at 31.83. Started covering at 30. 29. So I did get a 29.60 exit. Okay, I didn't see that 29.60 exit. That's a pretty good low exit right there. Pretty good play. Pretty good play. Any questions? Any last questions before I head over to the TTP after our report stream? Meow. 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 All right, taking the break. I'll hop right back on the mic before I switch streams over to them. I'm gonna go. Well, I don't have time for a quesadilla, I don't think. But man, that sounds so good. I'm gonna munch on a little more food. Maybe a trail mix with a couple of Cheetos. Those Cheetos are so good. Haven't had them in so long. Got them the other day. I was like, oh, those look. I was like, oh, I haven't had these in forever. Just ran in to get a couple of things. You walk down the aisle and then you see those like on an end cap, whatever. You're like, oh. Taste buds or mouth salivating, watery mouth. Cheeto puffs. They are marvelous though. Get you some Cheeto puffs. The hot Cheeto puffs, those are fire too. The flaming hot Cheeto puffs. Okay, I'm just talking too much Cheetos right now. Be back here in a few minutes, team. Back in a couple. Cheeto time. Boom. Let me go one more time here. All right, so for the end of the day, of course, after hours coming up here in just a moment. Really not a lot to go over here, but earnings today. What is earnings today? Earnings calendar. What do we got today? What do we got today? Earnings. Calendar. There we go. All right, so Baba. Is Baba today, right, this afternoon? I think it's Baba. Baba's going to be one of them. So we'll put Battle, we'll replace a B with a B. Baba. We got Baba. New holdings. Holy McElhaney. Fix. Live Nation. Okay, so Live Nation. Okay, so we've got LYV. That's Live Nation. That's going to be fun. That's not... That's... I don't think there's really anything too big here. I'm worried. Mixed bag today of all kinds of different things between energy and tech plays, financial stuff. Texas Roadhouse reporting today. TXRH. I'll just throw that up there for fun. I didn't even know they had their own ticker. A lot of you guys love some Texas Roadhouse out there now. Baba seems to be your bigger one here this afternoon, in my opinion. Walmart was this morning. I don't think we really have anything else too big out there, but I'm about to go join Trade the Pool and their after hours earnings stream. Get that link up there for you guys. Copy it. Boom. Bam. Oh, yeah. F-Slide was good. Yeah. Good job. Did you trade that today? TTP after hours. Live stream. Did you trade that today, Aussie Chick? That was a banger. That was another good play today. Another good play today, to be honest. To look for after hours movers here. But yeah, F-Slide. That's why it was on the list there for you guys to watch for sure. Good move. And then look at the move back on down even. So, yeah, that was good. Good. Great alerts for F-Slide. Good job. Yeah. Had that nice move to 20. Couldn't quite get to 21 for the day, but it was nice. It's again, just kind of one of those slow and steady kind of plays that, you'll get to, especially for you guys seeing that now and hopefully in the morning alerts and me alerting it, you guys can just go to it every day and know that it's going to move, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points or something like that. Shaw. All right, cool. Yes, and F-Jet and Battle. Yes. Hey, you got it, girl. See, now you're starting to see it. Now you're starting to see it, huh? Now you're starting to see. Just stay with small caps. Let me teach you the way here. All right, girl. I'm going over there. Join the link. I'll also put it on my live stream just so you guys have it. Hey. Check it. What's up, handsome?
Gosh. What's up, baby? How you doing?
Oh man, just getting in here. So I heard last we talked about Tuesday, or when was it? We talked about. Anyway, they said Steve has a lot of screens. How many screens do you have?
I have 3 screens, but it's a very weird 3 screens. So it's called a 5K 2K. It's this giant thing like this, and it's essentially 2 normal monitors and then some extra room on the bottom.
Okay.
So I got that. That's my home base. Then I got the vertical monitor over here. That's where I got Discord. I got some other stuff that I don't need to really focus on. Real quick, we are getting a surge for open. It's tagging that 5, and where might it go? So Scott, I don't know. Maybe they bought some houses. Maybe they did something. This is the first of the earnings we're getting. The 513 handle it's trading at right now is only the 21 day that it's testing. So that's going to be where the rubber meets the road. We are seeing big sell after that. So this is going to be a fun one. We're going to watch this baseline here. It's digesting this $5 handle. If it can hold above, we are looking for a reclaim of that 512. That's the 20 day. And I think that we could move on up to the bottom of this big old volume shelf. So we could look at this low volume node at 690, the old 6.9 handle. Maybe the high volume node at 650. So that's kind of the area I'm watching if we can turn that corner. This is not looking like it wants to quite yet, though. So the flush is going to lead down to that 350, I believe, if it will lose this. And maybe Theta Gang wings. Josh, you have any feelings on Open Door? I think this is one to buy in the Roth.
Not so much. Not my cup of tea, honestly. Yeah. But it's not like it's bad. It's just one of those things where what's your return now? Look at the chart in itself as well. I would want it to come down more before I'd get back into this. I feel like I'm getting in on in not no man's land, but just not in a good area at this point. But not open. No, not this isn't one for me. This isn't one I'd say this isn't where I would pour my money into now.
So Josh is saying close the door. Josh, you hit me with the Larry David. I respect that. So we're still hanging in at that 5. We're going to keep an eye on that one. I want to see what Newmont did as well. And now that we got the whole dream team here, I can start manning the Twitter feeds and finding some details on these reports as they come out. Newmont looks like first response was up. I'm not sure if this is actually released. It should be. So we're going to check in on those numbers in just a sec. Reload my page.
He says, I'm reloading.
Alert surging.
Gotta
reload. Gotta reload.
I like it.
It's just like trading, baby. We got a range. You sell high,
like
buy low.
Yeah.
Do it all over again.
SkyQ for after hours for small cap plays, too. Always like keeping those up to date for you guys. SkyQ for poppers and after hours. That's the new one of the new after hours runners here. I'll check into that, too, as well, see if we got any news on it.
Very nice. So we do have a double beat on Newmont. We have EPS beat expected 2.03. We got 2.52. That's a 24% beat. Revenue, we had expected numbers of 6.25 billion. We came in at 6.818 billion. That's a 9% beat. So Newmont, I think expectations are high for these miners. I think that they really got to show the juice to get extended valuations from this point. It might need to cool off a little bit and then be a dip buy kind of play. So that's what I'm seeing there.
Joe, Tyler, what's up? Scott, how we doing? Smoke Tuna, Adam, Tack, how we doing today, team? 1 gold, 2 Diz.
Pretty ugly. Pretty bad. I love that. Oh man,
that's why I was like, I was trying to be nice about it, but yeah.
You didn't know if I was over here raging open bull. You're gonna stomp on my heart, tear it out. Oh goodness.
Yeah. Right. The first response back from you. So you're saying my $500,000 investment isn't a good one?
There better be some Austin Powers air quotes around that investment going around there.
Yeah, right.
So we got a pin on Newmont, a whole lot of nothing on the price, just kind of hanging out of that 125. A good report, high expectations, maybe it does nothing. Open, maybe bad report, dirt poor expectations, so it does good. Who's to say? The world's a interesting place. So coming up next, we do have Fix. I'm going to keep an eye on that. This thing is a monster. This thing is one that I look at every couple months and just cry because I said it was too extended to buy at 300. Well, now it's really too extended to buy at 500. Well, now it's way too extended to buy at 700. Yeah, currently it's 1375, and I think they're going to probably crush earnings. Carvana's still a sell. Hey, Ingrid, good to see you in here.
God. God, I'm just looking at this fixed chart. I have my eyes have not asphyxiated ever on this ticker before in my life. And yeah, you talk about what a move. Because yeah, you go Carvana. There's been a few other, anyway. There's been other movers like this, similar, where you're just like, wow, look at the move. And yeah, this is another one where you're just hey, now not anymore. Well, maybe so, because it could be continue to go. But this is where I would pour money into over open.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about these unicorn charts is they can just keep on going. The one that I always like to pull up. How about Monster? Josh, you a fan of Monster?
Yeah.
I like drinking them every once in a while.
Yeah.
I wish I invested when I was working night shifts and chugging these things. Holy moly, that was somewhere around. No, that was somewhere around here, and I would be up 300%. I would have paid for a lot of monsters.
Yeah, a lot of monster right there. I'd not as much as I used to, I'm sure, like yourself, but yeah, I enjoy them. I like the different flavors they have. I mean, I feel like now we're doing like a TikTok. Yeah, try out this new trying out this new Monster strawberry Kool-Aid. Let's try it out.
I would try strawberry Kool-Aid. I gotta say, my favorite. You got to go with the green. I don't even know what flavor it is. I just say, give me that green, and then the white is really good too.
Yeah, white's good. I like both of those. I like the. I mean, I like a lot of them. Yeah, the purple one's pretty decent. Orange one's pretty decent. Yeah, I think the white one probably my favorite one possibly though. But yeah, strawberry. They have a strawberry one. I forgot what it's, the kind of the reddish pinkish one. That one's really good. But yeah, it's and the fact they have the sugar free ones and all those too as well. You know, it's definitely good because. Don't always need that much going into this body for sure.
Right. I'm with you. I'm starting to feel it, Josh. I think in the past couple of years, sugar started to really hit me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, good day there, Aussie chick. And then Scott wasn't watching the game. I was kind of keeping up with it on my phone. But yeah, the U.S. hockey women's team, they did win, came back, sent it to overtime, and then won it in overtime. It was pretty cool.
By the way, we do have Comfort Systems. That's ticker fix here. They double beat. No surprise to me. Not pumping yet, but it does look like it's recovering. So a little shake and bake. Price is not seen since literally this afternoon.
Yeah.
So no fear. It was a 38.8% beat on earnings per share. That's 129% increase year over year. It was expected to come in at 6.75. Actual number was 9.37. Congratulations, cooling bulls. I mean, those data centers, they're getting hot. So revenue is a 13% beat. That's a 41% year over year increase. They expected 2.34 billion and got 2.65 billion. And I think this one keeps going on up out the top here. So watch this high of the day, a little initial push up. If that sweeps, I think this can get a little spicy and pull you some levels there, just in case we have any fixed traders in the house. I don't have levels. Never mind. Well, 1,500. Josh, what do you think? You think we're close enough to magnet up here?
What's that one with fix?
Yeah, fix. That's about 7% away.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah, just kind of looking at that chart too as well. Yeah, going back to looking at fix again. A lot of the time too, we talked about this with the engulfing of candles. Always go to the 15-minute time frame and see where we close here. Which, oh god, this 15-minute candle is a fun one. Like you were saying, you're up, then you're down, and you're back on up again. Yeah, you engulfed that 1444. It might even happen in after hours. Honestly, you saw what Meta did. What these plays can do in the percentage wise. So wouldn't be surprised when and if it does get over that 1444. Got to love that nice whole round number there. It's going to see 50. Yeah, it's going to be a magnet like we talked about. Love that word, magnet for sure.
Yeah, and I like this. It's been in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 day flag here, closing at the highs, wanting to push higher. I ain't fading it, Josh. I'll tell you that much.
That's you can make a lot or lose a lot kind of trade.
Oh yeah. So ACAM here, we have another strong daily chart on ACAM coming into earnings. Looks like they are down a little bit. I'll get numbers for you, but probably expecting a miss there. So watching that 100 handle on ACAM.
Back to SkyQ. There's nothing on that. So SkyQ just to pump. I've noted where there's no news on SkyQ. MGRX is another sub $1 play. It does have news. So just real quickly, just small pops here in after hours. Magno RX experiences initial success with newly launched $99 a month all-inclusive injectable testosterone replacement therapy.
Huh. Okay, let's go healthcare. I mean, I think healthcare is going to rip, and pharmaceuticals in particular. So this aligns with my thesis. I got some numbers for ACAM here, Akami Technologies. So we have a double beat, but not by much. So they beat earnings per share by 5%. They were expecting 1.75. It came in at 1.84. Revenue here was a 1% beat, just coming in just a tenth of a billion over the 1.08 estimate there. So 11% up year over year on EPS, 7% year over year up on revenue. Market is not liking it. So we'll see if this can stabilize. It is at that $100 handle and was running just a little hot. So it's not the worst place. If you read these earnings and you want to be in this company, I don't hate it, but it's not a smash beat like some of these other ones.
Chart's not bad there either, honestly. Not like open. Leave open alone. What's in the Adam in chat? Open door, low fours tomorrow. Yeah.
Whoa. I don't know. I mean, it looks good to me, and I can't short it until it tells me.
I had noticed the small cap plays that have gotten earnings here recently. Even FSLY, Fastly's another one. They've moved into the next day really well. Yeah. Plays I haven't really been looking at. They've been really well after earnings. They pop up and they continue to climb. So I wouldn't be surprised if you did see that maybe a little bit more move up. Potentially on open. What's up, Mike? How you doing, Boston? Tack, here we go, bro. Joe, Florida Joe says, oof, Red Bull and vodka, because that's Tack. Tack says, me, I'm a Red Bull and vodka kind of guy. I was there in college days, but man, I can't touch that anymore.
I was about to say, I remember when I graduated from Jaeger bombs to Red Bull and vodka, and I felt like such a gentleman, such an esteemed gentleman. This is what the rich people drink.
Yeah, now I'm on it. Now I really feel that way, which I know I'm not even there. But now I feel like I'm on the next level up, where I have like a bourbon or a whiskey, on a big old block of ice, and so I'm just drinking it, neat essentially. But on it, so I feel distinguished, with my block of ice and my bourbon or my my whiskey.
To be fair, I think that actually is distinguished, and I'm right there. I never feel cooler than a glass of bourbon. What kind of bourbon you like? What's your go-to there?
Man, actually, it's fun. It's a Southern. I'm more because it comes from 3-6 Mafia. It's a rap group, and it's really big. Yeah, 3-6. So they like, and it goes the song Makers, Maca, Cranberry Vodka, but. Maker's Mark. Maker's Mark's my go-to. Maker's Mark is my go. I love. There's so many out there. Knob, you can go classic with Crown, but I've now moved up to kind of to the I say not the top of the class, but kind of the mid class with the Maker's Mark, Knob Creek, all that area somewhere in there. What's your go-to?
I've
Basil Hayden's good. There's some other good ones I can go through a list.
No. Let's see. Sorry, I was just pulling up live real quick. They should have earnings out. I'm not seeing them yet, but this chart, it was on my radar just because it's consolidating here. And I'm back to the good stuff. Bourbon, I like Buffalo Trace has been
that's good. That's good.
It's just good stuff, cheap. I like Wild Turkey too. That might be a remnant from my high school days, but it stuck with me. And I like some Bullet. I like a Bullet.
Bullet's good. Yeah, Bullet's good. Bullet.
Yeah.
Any of that on a big old block of ice, count me in, buddy. And then speaking of tomorrow night, Kevin's got that Friday night call-in thing going, so now we're flip-flopping back and forth where he'll host it or I host it. I hosted tomorrow nights, and he said that you had a little interest in that. You got to come join, my man.
Yeah, I'd love to. I think I've got the night free. I dotted my I's, crossed my T's, and I think I can show up. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Do it, yeah. Show up. We'll get the link out to you, and you can show up tomorrow. That'd be fun. Yeah, it's awesome. Just like here, run it through EV Mugs, and it's a good time.
Awesome. I'm gonna rapid fire a few earnings that we missed here. Let me fix my charts real quick so we can see both time frames. And so first up here we have CPRT. This is Copart. CPRT posted a double miss and they are feeling it. So that is looking like a 12% haircut there. EPS down 10%. Let's see. Expected numbers was 3.9. They got 3.6. That's an 8% miss. Revenue down by 2%. Just missed their 1.15 billion estimate there. These guys were trading weak here, trading a lot weaker. Never good when you have to go back to a monthly chart to find the next support level. But to me, I'm seeing potential head and shoulders here. So we're back into this neckline. Maybe we get a relief pop and then work our way downtown. So nothing real nice there on that chart. We have we talked about Numa and Open Door. Dropbox is another one. No major implications for this guy, but they did double beat just by 1% each. So nothing. A very whelming earnings report. Not overwhelming, not underwhelming. It's whelming.
Gotta like that one. It's whelming. I want to start using that one. That was very whelming.
Yeah, people like it. People like it. I I got it from my friend because he always said it and drove me crazy, but other people like it. So now I just annoy others. So Dropbox, yeah, it's at the bottom of this area. It's trying to hold. I don't know if a 1% beat is going to be enough. I got to pull up the open numbers. I don't think we actually announced these because I did a double take. Josh, do you want to give a quick estimate? How much do you think they missed EPS by?
Ooh.
No cheating. No cheating.
Oh, man. I'll go, I don't know, 3.7%.
Multiply that by 300.
What?
They missed by 1,045%. They were expected to come in at minus 0.11. The real number is minus 1.26. So that apparently is what you need to post for earnings to get a
Spike.
13% jump. And that is why it's all about positioning and expectations, guys. So Scott, you weren't wrong. I gotta say you weren't wrong. But it's a complex machine, this stock market.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I was like, okay, I'm gonna go. Maybe they barely missed or something. I'm like for once, I'm like, what? They missed? How do you miss that bad? Oh, wow.
You're being very charitable to Open today, and I'm sure they'll appreciate that. I'm sure they appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, first he got asked about it, and he gave us the, he didn't kill us, luckily, and then he actually thought we would only lose by about 4%. Oh man.
But hey, you know what? I don't see that 13% being any less real in the bank accounts. So, if you're long, congratulations.
Yeah.
If you thought they would beat and that's why you were long, well,
yeah,
you got lucky, kid. But
yeah. Love it.
That's fun.
Love the feedback too in chat. Yeah, Scott, back to the attack.
I'm sorry to hear. It sucks when you have the right thesis and the market just says, yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm on some wild stuff tonight. So ripping the chat. Yeah, imagine the earnings call. That guy's got to be sweating like, oh God, don't say anything wrong. So I don't want to get your hopes up, but there's always a chance that these zombie companies, trash companies, whatever you might call them, they might get taken out by a rogue comment on earnings call. Maybe the CEO does some karaoke. Did you see that, Josh?
Yes.
That was fun.
Yeah.
What stage are we at when we're doing karaoke to open up a bomb of an earnings report?
Yeah, right.
I don't know.
So we got
wild times.
Got some love on the bullet there. So love the bullet. American honey in the freezer. Good stuff. And yeah, smoked tuna call. Yeah, join tomorrow night. Like, of course, I'll be live tomorrow. So will Kevin. So join our free Friday live streams that we do on each of our YouTube channels. Follow me. I go live on Fridays for free. Monday through Thursday, I have a little paid subscription that people sign up for. Florida Joe will post those links out there in a little bit. But yeah, tomorrow night it's free to everybody. So what we do on Friday, it's Friday during the day, we stream live and trade, and you guys can come join our stream. But that's where we'll talk about it. And yes, definitely that's where I want you to come over tomorrow to let me know who wants to join. But tomorrow night, looks like Steve maybe coming over, Stevie, Kevin, myself. We'll always have I'll have a trader or two, or Kevin will have a trader or two that kind of are under his like kind of in his group, one of his traders, in his Discord or whatever, join. And yeah, you don't have to be experienced. Even if you're just like, hey, I want to, shoot the crap with you guys, come on over. You don't have to you don't have to be some experienced live streamer to come over. We're just literally having a weekend Traders Anonymous, as we call it, week recap, I guess I should say, really.
I love it because I feel like that's such a lacking aspect in terms of trading communities. There's a lot of good trading communities, don't get me wrong, but how many of them go silent on the weekends? I know a lot of the Discord rooms I'm in, there's not much action, once the market's closed, and it's nice having a little more sense of community, and I think that's what we're building here at Trade the Pool. I know that's what you're building. It's what I'm trying to build in my server as well, and it's good vibes, so absolutely, I'll be there.
I love it.
By the way, AXTI, I'm trying to figure out what this company does. I haven't looked that up yet, but incredibly strong chart. Looks like a strong earnings result. I'm trying to find the actual report. This is a small one here. And I don't know. There's a lot of charts that aren't on my radar that are really strong. It's interesting. So let's see. Where are the results?
Live's popping up hard now too. Kind of. I don't have I don't see anything. Oh yeah. So I do have earnings out. So yeah, live has reported. Yeah, double beats
all around. So this is one of those kind of contrarian trades after COVID that, it's kind of breaking all expectations. This is a very pretty chart, long term, high time frame.
Yeah.
That's a real clean cup and handle.
Yeah.
I won't say real clean because this could be a head and shoulders, so it's a little tricky. It is a little tricky, but man, 165. It looks like it wants to sweep the highs and keep on going.
Yeah, just overall on that yearly and weekly there, it's just on an uptrend channel. Yeah, so yeah, it's what I would call, it could form a head and shoulders. I call him the ghostly head and shoulders. So he's kind of coming in at an angle at you, Yeah, so which
so a little more complex. Do you think these play out less often? Or
yes, generally, yeah. I would say the squeezes and goes continues. I would say this is kind of one of those plays where I would say we see all-time high before we see below like 120 again or something like that.
I would be with you on that. And a few things of note here. So the first is, this is kind of a little George W.
Yeah, right, yeah.
We got the one down right there.
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward when the middle overshoots, because then you start thinking head and shoulders.
Yeah.
But if you really think about it, if you refer to the GOAT, Bulkowski, in his pattern book, he has the stats. Head and shoulders play out about 55% of the time, 60 if you're generous. This is not a high probability setup. And you know what really can break a stock out? A failed pattern.
Yeah.
You know?
Like we were just talking about last week with those fake out breakouts where you think it's going to go up, doesn't break the downtrend, cracks, then goes back through the trend line, and then it just dumps away. Love this too. Look at Josh. Yeah, we got the confessional. So got some people wanting to join. Mike, love it, dude. I love that. Traders Anonymous. Can you be my sponsor? Yes, I can be, Scott. I will definitely be your sponsor. Yeah. So come on over tomorrow night. Join my live stream. Subscribe. Because that way you and sign up for the alerts or whatever. Say sign up, but put get the alerts tab or click that little button or whatever, the bell, so when I go live you'll get a notification. But yeah, it's every Friday night. It's either gonna be on my YouTube or Kevin Avery's YouTube, the Green Team, Kevin Avery. And yeah, it's good. Just going over. It's huge to kind of, like you were saying there, Kevin, or I should say Steve. Kevin and I going over that. We've talked about that too as well. Just you don't hear that a lot. And that's why I do the year. I do what's called a year-end confessional, New Year's resolution. So the very last day of every year, since I think I started that in 21 or 22, I do a year-end confessional where traders come over, confess their sins, so their stock trading sins, so to speak, and what they're going to do to get better in the next year. And mine was one of them was scaling out. Like I'm missing out on a lot of opportunity, etc. And I was like, I am going to learn to start scaling out and get more pieces of the pie, and even going back to which I love, which now it kind of comes to fruition within the first month of me doing that, and TCGL holding on to that for that 100-point move, so
crazy. Congrats, by the way.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Yeah, and 100% thank you. I appreciate that, man. That was a boomer move there. And now and they're still halted. They got an H11 and they're still halted, just waiting to go live again. But
crazy. This is one of the good boomers. This isn't one of the boomers that caused our generation's financial.
Yeah, right. Yes.
This is helping fix that.
Yes, exactly.
Crazy move.
Wow.
It. By the way, I saw somebody asking, I think it was Tommy, asking what ticker this was. I tried to make it a little clearer, a little darker. This is LYV, Live Nation. So these are going to be live events like concerts and stuff. Josh, you go to a decent amount of live music?
Oh, man. We don't, unfortunately, as much as we used to. But, yeah, I can't imagine how much money I've spent on Ticketmaster and Live Nation. And the most recent one, and I'll tell you, and it was the most expensive ever the last time I bought on Live Nation, which was tickets went on sale on my wife's birthday. And my wife's favorite band, or one of them, and definitely one of the best concerts. We've talked about this before, is Coldplay. Yeah. And so Coldplay tickets went on sale back in her birthday in 2024. We went and saw them last year. It was the concert, of course, wasn't until June, but I bought them in October, and the concert wasn't until June. That's how far out they went. Oh, and I got VIP top of the line and dropped almost about $3,000.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Coldplay's no joke. What I will say, they put on a hell of a show.
Yeah,
his voice is still amazing. And all right, Josh, I'm coming out as an unapologetic Coldplay lover. I think 26. What year is it? It's the year we're bringing back all of the hits that you don't want to admit you love. So I'm jamming Coldplay. I'm jamming The Fray. I'm jamming some Nickelback. Maybe some Taylor Swift in there.
Yeah,
I'm owning it.
I love it. Hey, well, I said this before. As a kid, I loved all music. I mean, from Brooks and Dunn to Garth Brooks in the 90s was huge. You talk about, then I would have like Nirvana, Blink-182, Tupac, Beastie Boys. But then, bro, I would honor, and I love pop music. I had Backstreet Boys. I had NSYNC, 98 Degrees. I had Britney Spears.
Oh, that's a deep cut. 98 Degrees. This guy's not. He's not a poser. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
98
I stopped
degrees
it there though. I didn't go to no LFO in O-Town. I stopped it at 98 degrees. You know, that was that B ground. You know, I'm not messing with no LFOs of the world and no O-Towns. Listen, you got to be in sync or Backstreet Boys level. You got to. I wasn't.
Gotta go somewhere.
What's funny? Yeah. You got to. What's funny as a kid. I'll never forget this. I don't even know who got this shirt for me, but New Kids on the Block were huge. Okay. I had a T-shirt that said 5, and it had an outline drawing. You know, like the chalk drawing of like when someone dies. You know what I mean? There's a chalk drawing. It said 5 dead kids on the block. Someone gave me that. And I had that. Yeah, I had that. And I'm like, Mom. She's like, yeah, I don't know who gave you that. But that's how much people hated New Kids on the Block, you know, back in the day. Or, you know, NSYNC or Backstreet Boys. Because it was like, oh, they're pop band, they're boy band. Boy, I had blonde streaks in my hair. I'm not kidding you. I went that far. I was
frosted tips.
Yes, bro.
Hell yeah. I love it. That is like such a time capsule because that went hard. And like, you know, like that was like Justin Timberlake swag.
Oh yeah,
I love it. I love it.
And I appreciate
we need to bring it back.
Yeah, a lot of the trends come back around. You know, like clothing wise, hairstyles as well. So I would not be surprised if the next 5 to 10 years we start seeing like the blonde frosted tip streaks coming back into it. So
yeah, it's always cyclical, right? So it makes me think maybe it's time to look at some of these beat down consumer discretionary, some of these clothing names. Nike's on my list. And I'm gonna do a little get nice and clean there, give my chart a shower because it only needs. My favorite setups are ones that need one line to tell the whole story.
I'm gonna start calling. I'm gonna have to do that. One line setups.
Mm-hmm.
Love it.
It's perfect. It's just like it's like a perfect joke. It's like a Norm Macdonald joke that's just perfect. You don't need a single extra word. It's just perfect. You know, and I was gonna say a couple, but they're probably not stream friendly. But go watch some Norm Macdonald, guys, and go trade some charts that look like this. Just hey, when we get the thing, it did the thing, send it. That's where I'm at with these.
Love it. Yeah, it's kind of like like back when unfortunately we know edges kind of come and go. I called them trendline cracks, and they're like you could pull up Ruby, RUBI, pull up Ruby real quickly and pull up like a 3-minute time frame of the day.
I got two. Best
fine.
I can do. Josh.
Look at that trend line in pre-market. Look at that trend line that was formed in pre-market.
I see it.
Look at that uptrend channel and look at it crack right at the opening bell. Look at that. I mean, look at that. Boom. And then it just dumps down to look where it's at now in after hours. Now it's even lower now. There's your one. Do what?
You wait for confirmation.
Yep.
You wait for confirmation. You get in down here. The candle closed. A 54% gain, baby.
That is nice. Yeah, I caught a and so trend line crack, candlestick confirmation, roll. You know, and that's exactly you're all over it right there, man. That's 100%. That's.
And hey, stack a few more confluences on there. We got the point of control. We got this previous first high. We got VWAP. That's a spicy meatball.
That's a mousse, baby. Oh, look, give me the pepperoni with this, a little mozzarella.
There we go, baby. I'm in. Now I gotta check. How's pizza doing? How's Papa John?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh man.
This also has strategic defense implications. Oh, whoops. That shouldn't be there. Papa John said a very bad thing one time, and I wanted to mark how much it was going to hit that chart. So that was a level of inflection. DPZ is a better example of one that maybe bottomed out here. So these are names that I'm interested in because we saw McDonald's do so well.
Right, yeah.
We saw McDonald's do so well, and a lot of these are coming back into areas of interest. That McD's, by the way, that's a hot chart.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That nice uptrend channel.
Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if these names can kind of continue this. There's some beat down ones too, like General Mills.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This one had bad guidance, but I mean, when do we buy these? I don't know. This is like boomer boring dividend investing, but it's kind of where my head's at. All these Dow stocks are doing so well.
Yeah. Well, it's getting out of that like what everyone wants is tech or big volatility movement, and it's coming to these slow and steady eddies, as I always call them, and just finding the better charts or finding, like you were saying, plays that are coming back down that you can get in for the bounce back on up. Yeah, I mean, it's where down the line you have to, spread across the portfolio and not, kind of when you first start trading me in small cap trader, 1 minute time frame. 1 minute, I was always in the 1 minute time frame for whatever reason. You just kind of taught and bred that way, and then I finally like, I got to zoom out. I got to get to the 3, the 5, that 15, the hourly, the daily. Obviously, I was using the daily like a 1 year, 1 day, but that's it.
Yeah.
1 year, 1 day, 1 minute. 1 year, 1 day, 1 minute. I'm like, I got to get to these other numbers.
I love it. And you know what? It just made me think, I challenged myself one day to trade in a prop account, but I was trading intraday off of a daily chart because we had a few very key moving average levels. And I was like, I want to scalp in between these levels. I bet I can do it just as easily off of this. It worked that day. Josh, I got a chart for you. Josh, how many times does somebody DM you like, all right, is this chart investable? And they show you something like this.
Yeah, no, I've gotten on a live stream, where you're like, hey, AK, Josh, where's the dip buy? Where can I go long? I'm like, leave that one alone.
Okay. What about? Oh, did it get delisted? Mullen?
I think it did. I think
that was my favorite chart. It got diluted from like 100 trillion, 400 trillion to
that was
10 cents.
That's Benny. It's Benny now. BINI.
Oh, it is this. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. It's Benny. It's Benny. It is Benny. Yep. I had to go back. I was like, hold on. I remember Moulin Rouge, as I would call it, and it's Benny now.
Yeah, Moulin Very Rouge. This is as red as it gets, brother. Do you see these? I've never seen. This is the funniest chart. See how the numbers just get wider on the axis here? How many zeros is that? That's 100. Oh my God, that's 1,000. 100,000 million.
Yeah, it's like 500, 5 billion, 500 million. I don't know what that is.
It's still going.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Keep going, bro. Because I zoomed out pretty far, and I'm like, I don't know how much further I can go.
It's like that Always Sunny Dennis doing the splits. I can go lower.
Yeah.
Always go lower.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
Love it.
Get this off my screen. It's giving me anxiety.
Scott, thanks for the love, though. Real quickly, just back to the chart. I would say it's back to the charts. So back to the chat. Scott, love it, my man. Thank you, sir. Just click the bell. Appreciate it. The confessional was great. Yes, Joe. Joe, come over tomorrow night too. Florida Joe, I think you said maybe you can join tomorrow night too. Anytime you can join. Come on over, guys. Come on over. Yeah, Mike saying 3K. Yeah, that's trust me. We made a trip out of it, but yeah, trust me, it's 3K. You got to think about what trips you could take of that. That was. I mean, we could have got normal tickets for cheaper, but. It's my wife.
You gotta live it up. It's Coldplay, baby. You got to get the rush of blood to the head. You gotta.
Yeah, right.
What were some other ones?
Skinner, I love it, Mike. That was one of my, no lie, Mike, one of my first and favorite concerts ever. My dad got me third row tickets to Leonard Skinner and ZZ Top. I fell in love. My dad was a morning show host. Again, the platinum albums behind me are not because I'm a radio DJ or whatever. My dad was a radio DJ. People think also these are maybe like records that I produced. I'm like, no, I wish. But my dad was a
Rick Rubin over here.
Yeah, right. But he was a morning show host for a rock radio station. So he was a morning show host when it was rock and roll the rest of the day. And I fell in love with Grateful Dead to Jimmy. I love Jimi Hendrix, Leonard Skinner, of course, Beatles and all those names. Eagles, I love. I can go through the ringer, all kinds of people I love. But yeah, Skinner though. I, for whatever reason, fell in love with Freebird, and I just fell in love with him. And that was one of my coolest concerts still as a kid. I was in 8th grade, and my parents got me and my buddy Leon both tickets because he was kind of like like an old school kind of vibe like me. And we had third row. And never forget, in 8th grade, of course, they're passing around the funky junk. They're passing around the stuff that stinks, baby. And I'm like, me and Leon are like, wow, as an 8th grader, you're like, oh my god, you feel like you're at like. What's it called? Oh my God, Woodstock, or whatever.
Yeah.
You're like, whoa, this is crazy. You're down there with a bunch of hippies, essentially. So,
outlaw country, let's go, baby.
Yeah. Now we're talking good music. It went from 98 degrees, but how? 98 degrees. Yeah, exactly. That's me. Love it. More cowbell. Listen to Little Feet. There we go. Slowly catching back up. Ruby just gave Mike. It dumped away at the bell. That was
still going. Oh yeah, just hit the 150. Found a little bit of buyers there. I'd say ring the register at least a little bit there if you're filling this bad boy.
Thanks to him. I say, Mike, that was Always Sunny is great. It's one of the best shows ever. One of the best shows and cool. Yep, Joe coming over tomorrow, planning on it, and Mike, that was definitely was sick as an 8th grader. Then like my dad being a morning show. I mean, I'm Three Dog Night to Kansas to Elton John to Tina Turner to Janet Jackson. I can't even name all the people that I've seen throughout the years. It's just a crazy list. I mean, I've seen Paul McCartney finally. I've seen. You just name it all. I mean, Billy Joel, I can't name all the dang people. I always forget people, but thanks to him. And then even recently, back to you're saying, yeah, like in my later years, of course, Dad, finally is out of that business, so I have to buy my own tickets. But yeah, I mean, Paul McCartney to Billy Joel, we've seen Sting recently throughout the years.
McCartney is so good live. I got lucky to see McCartney. Petty live was a treat.
That's a hurt. Yeah, I'd love to see Tom. Tom Petty and Prince were two if I could have seen that. I can't imagine seeing because Prince. One of my buddies is in love with him and saw him so many times, and of course how many instruments he can play and how great he is live. But then seeing Tom Petty. Oh God, I love Tom Petty, but Prince, that would have been dope. I didn't. And one I missed out on too was Fleetwood Mac. Before a couple of them started to pass away, and then they are not together, not the same band anymore. But there's a couple that, of course, the old ones that are already passed, but some that I probably had the chance to see and did, but I didn't. I'm like, why didn't you go to that concert? Dang.
Yeah, they stick in your head there for sure. Scott, thanks so much for joining, man. Good to see you in here. Sorry about that's BS. I gotta say, one of those things. But thanks for tuning in, and definitely looking forward to seeing you again. You're a cool Zepp fan, Talk. Are there uncool Zepp fans? Actually, yeah, my dad's an uncool Zepp fan, but
that's cool. Yeah, I like them all. I don't have a favorite over anything, even like greatest guitarist ever. I'd say Jimi Hendrix, but there's so many great guitarists, so many great artists, so to speak. If you just name them, that's what they mean. Yeah.
Well, I think Prince is in the conversation.
Oh, he have to be. He'd have to be for sure.
Guitarist, he's up there. That's the thing. I mean, music. It's just I don't know. I always think there's some poets like, what keeps me alive? 2 big bottles of water a day, pack of Marlboro Reds, and music. I gotta listen to music all day long.
Steely
Keeps
Dan.
me going.
Love some Steely Dan. Love it.
Yeah.
Are you reeling in the years, storing away the time? By the way, Fix, here we are starting to eclipse that 1440. I'm telling you, like you said, 15. Yeah, Fix all the way back up here, looking like we're gonna roll.
There you go. Yeah. And that's the magnet. That's the magnet, baby. They want it up here. Everybody wants it up there. And also, I guess we can do a little TA. If we just do a little measured move of just that little 5-day consolidation, well, I bet you $1 to donuts. Yeah, the 1.6 fib, 1,470, close enough for government work. You got the measured move at 518. Split the difference. There's your 1,500. Talk music and math. How about music and math? Any math rock fans in the house? That's a fun one. It's like progressive if they were really into like algebra, I guess.
Right.
Lots of weird time signatures. Kind of Rush like. That's what I used to play in a little math rock band back in the day.
Nice. All right.
Yeah. It was
Give me a song. Give me a song.
Oh no, this was way back. I do have some recorded stuff with my punk band, and that will never see the light of day.
Oh, come on now. I'll show. Hey, I've got some old clips of me. I've showed this off. I have it on my YouTube page. Of course, when I first started trying to get out, into the broadcast journalism field, I upload a lot of stuff. I say a lot, but a few things to YouTube. I should have uploaded more. Of course, I deleted a lot of it when I got into stock trading, but I did leave some of it on there for whatever reason. I don't know why. I don't really remember why, but there's one of them is a movie that I was in. So I was in a short film that's like 10, 15 minutes long. There's a couple of short films that aren't on my page that I have to go find. Aussie chick, Ingrid, if you're around, you've seen these before. I think you have anyway. Oh, they are classic. When we're like, oh my god, they like people want to watch it. They're like, and it's so it's so terrible and cheesy, man. And my acting is completely horrid, I'd call it. But it's fun to go back and watch that stuff for sure. And, that old school stuff. But bro, that was the old school. The stuff you used to post. And so I like showing it off. Like we're like, oh, come on, you got to show off who you are, what you did. I love it. I'm like, look how terrible my acting was.
All right, maybe I'll dig up a link or two for y'all later.
Hey, it's like I'll show you my terrible short film if you show me some of your math rock.
That's fair. I actually don't know if any of that's recorded outside of my phone. I do have it on my phone, but we used to play our claim to fame. We played the Gilman once. Any West Coast punk fans? That's the mecca. So that'll always be my big moment. So that's I peaked in 12th grade.
Love it.
So we got a few more earnings. I don't think I've mentioned. Some of them we're still waiting for. Rig is one that I'm interested in, but that's going to be 5 minutes before we head off. This is an incredibly strong chart here. Just keeps on ripping, and this is in this offshore drilling space. We've been all over this one in my Discord. We've been in since this 340-ish area when it broke this W. I'm not in it anymore. I actually played Boar. This one went crazy. These things are so insane when they break the base. CC, we had the cup and handle marked out. So congratulations if you're still long, because I took my money right in the 4. Now we're 30% higher already. Wow.
Yeah, you gotta love that.
Crazy. Dude, when they ramp, they just ramp. These commodity type trades, like, or anything with like a geopolitical kind of macro foundation, they can just trend and trend and trend. And now, like, look at that. This reminds me of like FLNC or something. Oh man, well, bad example because this one failed.
Yeah, well, that bottom side too. That's what we always talk about. I always say when that right side's higher, kind of what a cup and handle will be. But when that right side gets higher, it's gonna see probably higher. Like your board trade. It's not that was not boring when that broke. That broke.
No, it was intense. And the funny thing is, it goes to show you how position sizing is the name of the game. You can have a terrible entry and still do very well. So I bought, when I bought, I was Hawkeyes on this cup and handle. I literally bought like right here in the wick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just brutal. And I was saying I bought time. I don't want to miss it. I'm gonna take a starter, and I did just take a starter. So my $50 turned into $15 down here, but I bought a bunch more. And so if I had held the whole position, it would have been like a 1,000% play. But you know what? I'll take a nice 100 to free roll, and then I think I took the runners at 150.
Yeah, I mean, it's like those things. Yeah, that's just one of those things down the line. You just just slowly but surely. Like I always tell myself, you're gonna get. I was like, when you're a little bit older, you're gonna get more of it, and you get more of it. The more you do this, and that's the thing. Is like, hey, you got a good piece of the pie. Eventually, you'll get more of the pie, but it's just getting that piece that's huge at first, and you can just rinse and repeat, getting slices of pie, baby.
Yeah, totally. And I love the slice of pie because that's like my ethos. It's like my mantra is like, I don't want the beginning of the move. That's gambling. I don't want the end of the move. That means I stayed too long. I want that 80%. I want that juicy part, that straight shot. You sign me up for that.
Yeah, give me that nice, beautiful porterhouse. I don't want no fat, slab. Give me some. I want the best of the best. Give me right there the good piece of meat.
I'm with you. I got to show one that gutted me today. This was on my focus list, and I did not play it. I said, man, these guys are in that offshore drilling space. It's so hot. And the earnings, it was a double beat, and they were down 3% pre-market. I said, I saw a bunch of options flow. People were loading into July calls before earnings. Those are 50% on sale. Well, now they're 100% up, and I did not play. But sometimes it's worth, if you like a stock and earnings is coming up, you can get some really good. This is one area where I think options can be really good, because if you see that flow and somebody's bullish 3-4 months out, and then you just get a discount on that and the numbers were good, that can often be a really good entry because you get the IV crush too. So that was a beautiful setup that I'm going to be thinking about when I go to sleep tonight, I think, because it was about 10%, 11% peak to trough. It was down 3%. Yeah, 11% move there. Oof.
Beautiful.
Yeah, themes. When they're hot, they're hot.
Yeah. Love it. Yeah, a little slower today, Mike. Yeah, I kind of saw that when I looked at what earnings we'd have, but it's all good. So we have a little Schoolhouse Rock, or even a good movie, House of Rock. Or was it now House of Rock?
School of Rock.
School of Rock. That School of Rock. That was great with Jack Black.
Dude, I just realized we have our own Jack Black. Did you know that Joe did a bunch of he taught, I believe, middle schoolers how to play in rock bands and stuff. That's super neat. So we someday we're all gonna meet up. We're gonna jam out. I think that's what's gonna have to happen.
I'll be the manager. That's what I'll be.
Oh, I forgot. Okay, so yeah, you love music, but not no instrument.
I've dabbled I've used to play. I need to get back to it. It's been years, but I used to play. I can play piano, so keyboard, piano.
Oh, perfect, dude. That's what we needed. We got the trio. Now we just gotta pick the genre.
All right, I like it. Yeah. Well, I like how we'll just cover all genres. That's what I will do. A little country music. We'll do a little rock. We'll do a little pop. We'll do a little gangster rap.
Okay, all right. I don't know. Maybe. No, I think I can do that too. Yeah, let's do it. Let's send it. Full send. Hey, Kevin, what is up?
I mean, imagine Kevin Avery doing some gangster rap. I mean, come on, right now. Who doesn't want to hear that?
I could see it. Sipping on gin and juice, laid back. I could see some Snoop Doggy Dogg in his future, perhaps. Yeah. Some Pac, some Biggie. Got to do it. All right. What else is there to look at? I don't know. I'm looking.
What happened
through
to Baba? I thought Baba reported today. I thought I saw that, or was I mistaken?
I think the market's closed. I think Chinese market's still closed. But hey,
gotcha. Yeah. Duh.
I guess they're still reporting. Probably overnight.
Yeah, didn't think about that.
Probably overnight. The market's gonna open. tomorrow there. I don't know.
Later when the market opens, what would that be, like 8 o'clock our time when the market opens over there in Asia? I don't know what time it opens. I can't remember.
Oh, let's see. It'll be like 6 or 7 my time, so 8, 9, 10-ish your time, I think. And then they're closed. The whole market's closed for Lunar New Year, and I'm not sure the exact day it's gonna come back.
That's exactly why.
Yeah. What I gotta say though is I think it might be time to play ball again. Baba was one of my best trades last year, and it still is in this massive pattern. It's just stair stepping on up, and it's holding every time. It undercuts this ribbon on the weekly. Undercut here, found the 50 week or the 200 day. Undercut here, found the 50 week or 200 day. I'm sitting here with the alert on this 200 day. I'm not sure we get it, but what we might see is if we get a little bit of an earnings pop. Obviously, this did not work out, by the way.
Yeah.
A little wishful thinking there. I'm wondering if maybe we can pop and then flush out right as this 200 day rises. Whoops, where's my marker? So is this 200? Hey, where's my highlighter? There we go. Okay, having trouble. Right as it comes above, so we get a higher low off the 200 day over this. Then I think maybe, we might be seeing the start of one of these type of undercuts, and then we can really start cooking. Because I don't know, Josh, how do you feel about China? I'm really bullish personally. Like
on Baba?
Yeah, a 2 to 5 year horizon.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just say overall, yeah, it's one of those tickers that I remember when I first started doing my morning alerts. I always talk about. It was like in the 70s or 80s. I forgot. It was around 90, I think it's most ever. But yeah, and then here it just keeps going. That was 2+ years ago. So yeah, it's definitely it's a bullish chart. I think it's going to continue for the next 5, 10, even 15 years. I don't think it's going to be ever an Amazon type of banger, but it's kind of going to be we'll call it the Asian version of Amazon.
Yeah, and you gotta remember you take a hit in terms of multiple pricing on these because the market just doesn't have confidence in something where they perceive an elevated geopolitical risk, so to speak,
right,
or transparency risk. A lot of people are of the belief that you can't trust any numbers out of the CCP.
Yeah,
and that's not my opinion, but I understand where it's coming from. Any lack of transparency is going to it's going to take a hit on the equity, but you got to just look at. If you think Bob is going to be around, if you think Tencent and these other companies, PDD, Pinduoduo, and Baidu, if you think they're going to be around, they're offering you really amazing multiples in the AI trade. And I would argue, I'm unpopular opinion, but China is rapidly catching up in a lot of areas of tech, and their AI work is very impressive with the latest Qwen 2.5 models and stuff. So, it's if you're a real big AI believer, it could be a way to kind of diversify exposure. And I'll actually give you one more Chinese play here. This one, it's the prettiest Chinese chart that I see right now. And this is VNet. So these guys are going to do they handle the data centers for Baba, and I think Pinduoduo as well, maybe Baidu. But these guys, they're starting to really cook. And I'm almost seeing like this creepy crawly up the wally, almost like those Bohr in the rig, those offshore, where it's just like, you can't stop this momentum. Look at this volume coming in. And I'll pull the Bohr up as well. Same thing. Look at that volume. You can't fade that, That's like real market moving stuff. China's its own beast now. Absolutely. Really, really interesting stuff. If anybody wants to get philosophical with me later, shoot me a DM. I'm really fascinated right now by Chinese, how the Chinese are viewing AI ethics and how that's kind of progressing. Anna Greenspan does very interesting work there, as well as Nick Land, who's an insane guy, but he's very interesting. So if anybody hears those names and goes, that's interesting to me too, please nerd out with me because I'm trying to find my people. I'll stop using my airtime for something that probably one person knows about.
3 people will be hitting you up right now. Oh man, I can't wait to talk.
There are dozens of us, but we're very interested in the
love
work,
it.
So.
Love it. And Joe, that's what I taught there. 21 electronic guitars too. That's a lot there. 21. Look at that, man. Joe was running a room right there. Whoa, Kevin Avery. Yeah. You know what kind of Friday night stream we're going to have tomorrow. It's always fun. And real quickly, a stock 2 at least pull up. I know it's a little bit lackluster-ish here in after hours. App is busting for some reason here in after hours, and I can't find a reason for it.
Alpha Party app?
Yes, sir.
What is P in the military?
Pally.
Pally, okay.
I have no idea.
Right. We're going to go with that. Alpha Pony. Alpha Pony is up significantly. Yeah, there's got to be something. I'll search for a headline, but that's a nice 5% move. And I remember bringing this one up saying I was looking for just previous leaders that are kind of dogs. Think like Hood, Upstart, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I was thinking app, and I pulled the chart. I was like, It was kind of like what is it, half baked? Like F you,
Yeah.
F you. You're cool. You're cool.
You're cool.
This one looks okay. It's holding the equilibrium, and it did double bottom nicely, pushing up a little bit. So we can see if this one's still on tap for this higher time frame. This chart kind of looks like IGV to me, where it's like it's kind of stinky here, but high time frame. It's a cup. It's a handle ish. Yeah, you know.
Yep. Similar
Cup
chart.
and handle adjacent.
I think Tack just brought that up, which is so funny.
Yeah, where's IGV? There you go, baby. There you go. So Microsoft, we saw a big insider buy by someone on the C-suite I heard it was into the 200 week. That's not true. I don't know where their lines are. Maybe dividend adjusted or something. I don't know how they got the 200 week, but apparently there was a big buy here. It makes sense into the space in the heart of the golden pocket. This is one where it's kind of a, what was I doing over here? I don't even know. It's kind of a, just faith-based purchase, which I don't like saying in a stock, but I mean, if anything is going to recover and you just kind of start nibbling and building a position in this zone where you think it's kind of too cheap, I mean, Microsoft's not going anywhere. That's, I think, pretty safe to say.
I'm actually going to buy them out next week and call them Smith.
Oh,
Smith Tech.
Microsmiths?
Yes,
I like
Micro. There we go. Yeah, I like it. And they are going to go somewhere, and it's to me. And we're going to rename the company and rebrand it. We will now sell dog food electronically.
It's a hard pivot. Okay, well, the name, the pun's so good, you get at least 5% boost right out of the gates.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, look, see, we got cats jumping up behind me here on the. So boom. See, we'll be selling. We'll move. We're going to transition. We'll still do tech, but we're going to move over to animal tech as well.
All right. So what you're telling me is Microsoft is the new Chewy. Not the other way. Microsoft's the new Chewy. All right. You heard it here first, folks.
You're like, that's not. You don't want to transition back that way.
Wrong way. What's the other one? Trupanion. What's the healthcare for pets? Let's see how that industry is doing. Oh, not so good. People don't have enough money to pay healthcare to get screwed by their own healthcare and their pet healthcare.
Yeah, right.
I guess that is Red Robin's dead because we can only the $20 burgers in this economy. I can afford to spend like 10-15% tops of my budget on food, not 20% of my income on food. You know, so I'm trying to survive with my medical insurance as is. Don't make me pay for my pets. I love them to death, but I don't know if this industry is going to be long-term successful. I think this is maybe going to get the air taken out of it a lot more going forward here.
Yeah, I would say it would be good because you can get it, which we have, because I'll have the story for this one for you. So, to me, getting insurance on like for your dog would be good if you have either a large breed dog or a dog that is so they're really giant breed dogs, but either that or before your elderly dog gets old and he doesn't have any problems, or he doesn't they don't have any problems, you're like I just want to make sure that whatever bills I get, and so yeah, I wouldn't say the whole journey you pay for it, but they're like even like Great Danes or extra giant breeds, you don't have to get it right away. But here's my point where it is nice to have. So we had a Great Dane, my boy Groot, unfortunately he has passed, but everyone, as many dogs we've had a few pass, but everyone knew the story of, if you knew me, you knew the story of Groot, and you knew who Groot was. He was always in here. You just knew who Groot was. Well, then he got osteosarcoma, which is bone cancer. So the only way to treat that, literally even for a human, is you got to cut the limb off. It's got to come off right away. And so you got to cut the limb off before it spreads. And we luckily got there. I got that done in time. And then next thing, it was this and it was that. Boy, it was $20,000+ in bills that had to come out of pocket because I didn't have insurance on them. Where if I had insurance, you pay the deductible, you meet the deductible, and then you'll get 70 back or 80% back. Some give you 90% back, depends on what you're setting, how you have it set up. So it can be beneficial, but I don't think it's
you're
always.
You're turning me on this. I gotta say, because I'll be honest, Josh, and there's a study that back this up. I take care of my pets better than I take care of myself. I haven't been to the dentist in like a year, but my cat gets regular checkups, And there's a study, people are more likely to give their pets medicine than take their own medicine.
Yeah.
So maybe there is maybe we short healthcare and long pet healthcare.
Yeah, right.
That would warm my heart. I'm obviously a giant animal lover. I'm also just a millennial. So.
Yes.
Times are real. Talk mentioning another interesting animal-related play, Zoetis here, ZTS. They, I believe, do animal pharmaceutical stuff, specifically for livestock, I believe. So an interesting setup here. I know my value bros have this on my radar. Otherwise, I would have no idea what this thing is. But my value bros like it. I'm seeing the volume increase here, and I'm seeing it basically trade back into this really high volume node. If it catches here, and we did have earnings, was a small double B, and it seems like they washed out just a little before stabilizing. Seems like we're basing out here, and this is probably a pretty good bet for at least a push back up to the top of this. See this little hole there in that volume shelf up to, oh geez, I'm going crazy. What is it? 142-ish. And that's basically where we sold off. And then we get to play the game of, oh, well, if we're up there, maybe we break this downtrend line. Maybe we can tackle the point of control up at 164. And then we're looking at a pretty decent swing there, 30%. So talks dogs like Kush, just give them mind med. Oh goodness, that's my health insurance. So
right, yeah, exactly, yeah. That's our medicine we do take.
There we go. So Zoetis, interesting one more. CRL, Charles River Laboratories. This is the animal testing stock. So don't love it. I guess we do need that as a society. Doesn't warm my heart to think about. But hey, as an investor, what are we looking at here? It's kind of looking like it's forming an interesting potential setup. I don't think it's ready yet, but it's got my interest. I like Zoetis more though. Gonna keep that one up. ELAN does pet vaccines. Interesting. Elanco Animal Health. Oh, this is a new one, and that looks nice. So I think there's something going on with the pharma space, and I know this hour flew, so we can wrap it up for sure. But just really quick, BNTX. This one, really big base. If it can get going, great look there, as well as NVAX. And guys, this one has been a fun one for me in the past. I love trading this. I think it's a little inverted head and shoulders action here, and wants to go up to this 12 area at the very least, potentially up to 20.
Yeah, I've day traded this one before.
Yeah, it's a mover, dude. It's some decent ATR on this. It's really trendy too. Like I took a scalp maybe a week or two ago, and it didn't end up being ready to go, but it was like such a clean move. I was like, yeah, it was the 869. I remember I wanted to reclaim there, and I was like, I'll just do it to the round. Oh wait, no. It was this one. It was 8 set. Yeah, this point of control break, and I was like, all right, I'm just gonna long it, and I bet it goes to 10, and it just went literally to 10, and then found sellers. So like very direct moves when it does get going. Moderna, another one here, and high time frame. Sorry, ugly old lines. High time frame. I think this one's cooking up on and out, and so you can look at the laggards here. I'm not saying they all follow, but this one does look like it's working its way up and out. I drew this line back here, and it's kind of doing it a little bit. So I'm keeping these on my watch list for sure. I think healthcare is ready to go. Just about. Merck, incredible one here. We mentioned this one at 90. I did not buy, but I mentioned it. Counts for something, right, Josh? No. But just XLV, I'm really liking this. So I'm considering starting to tranche into Cure, which is the 3X. But that's a little crazy. So I think there's a 2X that I need to do some research on. I like the 2Xs for the swings.
Love it, brother. Love it. And that usually when you, as in for swing plays, that's when you attack the 2X plays.
Yeah, I mean, that's the comfort for me if I think it's like a high confidence play and I want the leverage and I don't want to worry about, timing it exactly, So for things like previously in the past year, like coin long, when it was having that big just surge, that was one that I would play with that. Or silver, did some, what else? We did, Oracle's another example, or RCX, just from the high probability. And often I'll look for large prints on these. So usually if I'm getting involved in a leverage ticker, there's like a specific reason. Like it's like, okay, there was a really big print at the bottom of a range. For Oracle, it was like it filled the gap. And then it was a massive buy, the biggest in history on that leveraged one. Lo and behold, 5 minutes later, I'm up 10% because they had some announcement that came out right after ours. So it can be really prudent to watch those large prints. And somebody mentioned looking up P10 here. Hey, James, thanks for tuning in here. We can look at P10. What is P10? I used to trade this. Is this the Patterson UTI Energy? Yeah, okay, yeah. Again, my value bros put me on this one. And this one looks like a potentially really nice high time frame play. Obviously, this didn't work out. We'll delete that. But we got the sweep low, the big capitulation, and we've got this Adam and Eve type bottom here. So you got the Adam, very sharp. This is the capitulation. And then the higher low should be a nice rounded one like that, the Eve. So it seems like we might be getting it here. We can also entertain maybe a cup and handle, or I'm sorry, an inverted head and shoulders. So how I would play this one?
That's a pretty smiley face you drew there.
well, thank you.
It's happy and it's like it's blushing. Its eyes are closed and it's smiling because you just told it how pretty of a chart it was.
Ooh. Okay. All right. We're having too much fun. So I think.
It looks like that's what it looked like to me. I was like, what's funny? I saw the inverse head and shoulders almost right out of the gate, but then you started drawing it, and I'm like, okay, now we've got a smiley face.
Yeah, it's kind of like this is my version of Bob Ross. All right, so that's the ultimate goal. I want to get well known enough that people will just tune in just to watch me doodle on charts, draw happy little trend lines. So that's the 5-year plan. Josh, we'll see if it works.
Hey, that could be a show. I mean, next thing you know, you got a podcaster show, and you're like, oh, come draw charts today with Steve the Achieve. Today we'll be drawing smiley faces and Adam and Eve shapes. That's right. Let's get over to Steve. Welcome, everybody. My name's Steve. And you have to talk all nice and calm and slow.
That's a pretty good Bob. My nervous system just like chilled out just from listening to that. Yeah. Oh, you took a stop. That's okay. There's no mistakes. You know.
Yeah.
You know, that's okay. We'll just hedge a little bit, and it's.
Hey, you can be Bob Ross, and then I'll be what's his face? Oh my gosh. He came on like with Sesame Street. Mr. Rogers. I'll be Mr. Rogers. Oh, how we do, neighbor?
Josh, I love it. So this is I'm kind of a cornball. I'm a real wholesome guy, believe it or not. I like dark jokes and all that, but the trinity of like what I aspire to be as a person, I want to be as kind as Mr. Rogers. I want to be as chill as Bob Ross, and I want to have the exuberance for life as Steve Irwin. That's my like holy trinity there. Those are my role models.
Just three amazing guys. You know, you can't get much better than those guys right there. Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Yeah, the chat, thank you for coming over today. Gurkha asked, what time is Open's call? What time?
I was pulling it up. I think 5. I think 5 is what I'm seeing. So the earnings live stream, I'll drop that link in here for y'all too. I think we're gonna head out. It's probably just starting now. So I dropped that link for you guys if you're interested in the open door call. And yeah, we had some fun. Not any amazingly huge implications on earnings. I think the biggest might be fix, just that kind of demand for data center cooling still in full effect. We still like the energy infrastructure plays in my neck of the woods. In my server, we're still loading up on those and trading those. And that's kind of where I'm at. Any closing words here, Josh?
Nope, another good fun day, man. I appreciate it. Again, getting the earnings. We got one big daddy next week with NVDA. That one will be fun on Wednesday, my friend. So whoever gets that day, whether it's me, Joe, or Kevin, we're going to have some fun on Wednesday with
absolutely.
That. Yeah,
but other than that, have a great... You're both welcome. We can do a little triple act.
Hey, we'll call it a quadcast, baby. All 4 of us will join the quadcast.
The talk will be curly. There we go. The 3 amigos maybe turn into the 3 stooges. Either way, we'll have a good time.
I like it. Yes, I like it. But yeah, have a good weekend, guys. Like I said, of course, off tomorrow. But whoever did subscribe to my channel, appreciate that earlier. You'll get the notifications when I go live tomorrow, and then of course, I'll be live tomorrow night. So, Steve, if you want to come over on my live stream tomorrow, if you get a chance during the day, and of course tomorrow night, let us know, and we'll get the link sent out to you, and we'll have some fun tomorrow night. Grab get your drinking glass, like Kevin, get your bourbon, get your whiskey, whatever, to get your bullet, get it poured, come on over, get your little smoke going, hit the vape and get to talking about how we usually have a little theme too.
We'll get spicy. It'll be fun, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Sorry, what did you say? You do what now?
Oh, I was gonna say we'll have like a theme probably possibly we'll just mainly talk, but then we may have a theme around it of what we're gonna talk about. Yeah, just literally Traders Anonymous. Just good to come over and just listen to, like I said, just even if you're not a great trader, I love having the traders that are just struggling or still working. Like Sterling Detmar came on last week. That's one of the guys that's in my Discord. And yeah, he just has good weeks, has bad weeks. He's getting better and better, but he isn't quite there yet. Like Kevin always says, it's not don't make it, we're always making it, with
I
that
love
kind of
that,
thing, So, but yeah, come on over. I think the more we build on that too, the more it'll grow. And yeah, I love it. Traders Anonymous, come over tomorrow night and let's have a good talk about stocks.
I love it. I'll be there, brother. Real quick, if you like what we do, give us a thumbs up. We really appreciate it. Give us that subscribe, ring that bell. I know you hate to hear it, but we appreciate you very much. If you like what I do, find me at Steve Tileman, SteveTeilmann. Right in the bio, you can find my Discord server. I'm always there. That's where you can find me 24/7. Thanks so much, guys. Josh, I'll see you tomorrow. Let's rock it out.
Dude, tomorrow night, Friday night, come join us. Yeah, of course, same thing. I think my links are already out there, but Josh Smith Trades, primetradinginvestments.com. I do one-on-ones. I got a live stream. I love doing the one-on-ones with traders. Again, that's where a lot of this comes through, because when I first started, no one really did that. One-on-ones and trying to help traders out, or that where you have just get together and talk. I mean, that's the one thing that a lot of it is just venting, getting out the emotions that you need to get out and talking to someone about it. So yeah, come on over. Can't wait for tomorrow. It'll be fun, my man. And until then, go USA in the Olympics, or whatever country you want to root for, and whatever sports are all this weekend, or whatever you're going to do. I'm looking to grilling out tonight, my man. I got the charcoal. I got the ground chuck. Bro, I'm doing some beautiful double-loaded stuffed cheeseburgers tonight. I'm telling you.
Oh, man. That's so good. Hold the red pill, hold the black pill. Give me the grill pill. That's what I'm about,
I love it.
All right, guys. We'll get out of here. Thanks so much for joining, and be sure to tune in for more good stuff coming up. Take care, y'all. Have a great day. And we are off. Yay. Awesome, man.
Yeah,
great
bro. Another good day. Appreciate it as always. And yeah, can't wait to see you tomorrow night, man. Come on over and just grab a drink, chill, relax. We'll talk it up. Be a good night.
Yes, sir. Can't wait, man.
Talk to you soon. Later, bub.
Peace.
Boy, this room is getting spicy. That's right. Lay down, Rube. In the middle of the night. All right, there we go. Cool. I'm back on the stream here, team. Oh, this room gets so spicy in the afternoon. Look at that. I already got my shirt changed. Got the shirt change on already, just like that. After hours, super duper slow today. No real after hours mover. Most likely tomorrow will be dead. Here in the middle of the night. Why is that song? Because I guess I was talking about Billy Joel earlier. What the hell is that song in my head for? Alright, look at Ruby today. What a dump. App with a banger moving after hours. And if I can type, man, I'm having a hard time typing. Well, AIOS, all right. AIOS, all right. You're one after-hour runner that is decent. Otherwise, it is slow. OPEG, CDIO. Those are just former runners. OPEG's not even, this is like no volume, it's like 30,000 shares traded. CDIO is the really main one, that and AIOS. So AIOS, I'm going to put this right here. We got app right there. Of course, the awesome banger trade today with Court. And I'll put on a little video for you guys for after hours as well. I'm going to upload. Let's go to... I was about to start singing in the middle of the night again. In the middle of the night. Oh, did I even... My wife is seriously a goober. Out there singing Jamilio. We call him Jamilio. Emilio, we call him Jamilio. I did just goofiness. I was going to post something real quickly. K47 back with another lesson here and trying to find Long's breakout. It's not. Whatever that was. All right, I want to get into a lesson here. Well, I should start it off with introducing myself. I mean, any of the ones that I wanted from before. When I did, we're not really getting tight right through here. Right through there, right? And so, today, well, I know there's going to be some power. Oh, that's the one I have to go back and get the slide trade for. Okay, we'll do this one right here. So I do need to do this real quickly. All right. Let's go to... Not holding. I'm going to upload a video real quickly. Until Ariel's uploading a post, but she'll be fine. I am editing a video to upload. Boom. Actually, we'll just go straight into this. K47 back. K47 back with another lesson here. Hold on, Domino. Down, Trinan and bear flags. Titles.
Knock knock.
Is that?
Chester.
I'm uploading the video. Hold on. God, I work, Avery. Hold on. I do this with her every day. I have to like, I've got shit I do. Dang it. I'm like, go manage those damn dogs.
Back with another lesson.
She like yells. She's like, Chester's yelling. Chester's doing that thing I was talking about the other day where he's like, "Rah, rah, rah," and there's nothing wrong with him. He just yells. It's so weird. I say weird, but it's funny. It's like sometimes he's back there for 2 hours till he does it. Sometimes he's back there for like 10 minutes. We just put all the dogs up because we have to take a walk with some of them, not all of them. And Chester, a little white guy, it just goes into this like, it's so funny. How to find breakouts in downtrend. All right, boom. And then boom. And then we'll go with boom. And then we're going to go with
K47 back with another lesson here and trying to
boom. And then boom. And then how to find and before had to render queue, save, boom, render all, now go to Canva. Oh God, that's right. I need to get what you call it going this weekend. I need to get that week going big time. Twitter. I got to get Twitter going this weekend. 1, 2, 3, run with it. I'm almost done, Domino. Quit annoying your mother. All right, we go here. We go to YouTube. Back here with that. We'll go with create, upload video. So I'm doing a post right here with you guys. Videos. Boom. Almost done. She's like, yeah, whatever. No, submit. Next. Oh, it's Friday. Having one of those moments. I'm like, I'm trying to type way too fast. I'm just gonna copy and paste. All right, team. I'm taking a. Hold on one sec. All right, let's go here. Oh, it's because I'm not on direct access. Oh, I am still on direct access yet, right? I'm not on Wi-Fi yet. Yeah, cool. I don't know why it's not taking forever to upload. Oh, I'm gonna do Instagram too, right? Lay down. Lay. Boop.
K47 back with another lesson here and trying to find longs, breakouts, even in downtrends and bear flags, because it.
All right, team, calling it a break for the day. I'll be right back. Hold on. All right, I'm back real quickly with levels. Put some lines in. Got lots of stuff to do around the house still before it gets dark. Just one of those days where I've got a lot going on. Right about right there, some levels for you guys. For CDIO, moving forward there, multi-day runner, getting really close to that 320 resistance line that we saw there. So go back to the 4 hour and see how it lines up. Pretty good, so we'll keep it right there. There's your after hours runner in CDIO. CDIO after hours runner. I'm going to go take the break. It kind of looks cool coming in from the light coming in from the side there. Like this new little like glow. It's from the light from the window over here. And so they're your levels. So yeah, look how yesterday's high of day past chart history, look how we failed right at that. Was beautiful. So that's going to be support now on the way back on down. So they're your levels for CDIO. I will get a stream up for you guys to watch. So there's something for you guys to watch, which is going to be what is it going to be? We'll go to here we go. We're doing this one.
On Instagram and YouTube. Here we go.
Let's get to it. Finally, the Think or Swim breakdown. That's right, the tutorial, my setup, kind of the overview of Think or Swim and how I roll through it, kind of showing you things that I know, what I do, how I use it on a daily basis. Now,
let's get into the beginning thing that I always try to help a lot of traders out with when you log in. Now, either you're paper trading or you're going to live. Either way, it's going to help you. This is that little watch hand button that we're talking about right here in the bottom left-hand corner that you can press on that little gear right there. And now, of course, right from the get-go, you can start changing like your English. You know, you can go through all the different languages. You want dark mode, light, all the different modes. And then, of course, you can actually see those better, and you can change the color scheme actually when you actually log in. Now, the main thing is what we're worried about right down here. The memory usage. This is what you need to keep up with par with what you have on your computer and how big the RAM and memory size is on your computer. Now, usually a laptop, you're probably going to be set up somewhere between the 128 and the 512, and you want to stick with the 3072. Now, if you're like me and you have a bigger computer with more memory, more RAM, now I'm usually rolling in between 1024 if I have a little bit more stuff on my computer, so I'm not using all my memory RAM, or if I want to use all of it ready to rock and roll, I use 2048. So on a bigger, computer, you have more memory RAM. You're either starting at 1024, going up to 2048, and you're going to obviously start at the 60, go up double from the laptop version, or a smaller RAM memory version, which would be obviously under a terabyte. This is a terabyte essentially. This would be 256 gig. This would be 512 gig. Now, of course, you have a terabyte plus memory. You're wanting to roll with one of these, and then of course you're wanting to roll with the 6144. So I usually have it up on the 1024 and the 6144. You have a smaller computer, I'd do the 256 or the 512 at most, and the 3072. You have a bigger memory size like me, start with a 1024. You can do 3072. I like the 6144 a little bit better. Now I'm going to go ahead and you press save when you're done. I don't need to press save. That'll take a few minutes or a minute or two for it to all kind of log in and save in the memory system. But I just want to roll that with you one more time just so I can go over it. Smaller memory, smaller computer, either 128 or 256 or 512. One of these, 256 or 512. And then you're going to have 3072. A bigger computer size like mine, and what I have mine set on all the time, I have mine set on the 1024 and the 6144. You can always go up a little bit more if your memory is bigger. Now press cancel to go back into that, and now let's go ahead and log in. All right, now let's get to the actual setup, the breakdown, how I use Thinkorswim. I have it back, as you can see now, a little different. It's the simulated trading. I don't accidentally show you my account numbers. I'm going to show you in a minute how to show it and change the privacy setting. Just go through everything. Then we'll accidentally show my account information. So let's get to, and of course, you've seen this, which I love. We're going to start with the home screen. We're going to have different videos set up here, different widgets, orders you place for the day. You can see that I was messing around earlier on this, trying to make sure I have kind of what I was wanting to, break down here in a minute and have that down right. You'll see the, kind of couple of small orders I place, which I'm going to place some orders with you guys. Another reason why I wanted to have the simulated trading up as well. I just don't have that big a deck, account where I can just place one, small one, trade at a time, one little, even if it's just a share. I just don't have that many trades available yet. My account's not that big. So, and right here on the home screen, it's simple enough to where you can, like I said, that's why I'm never on it, because there's really not much information you're gathering from it unless it's some kind of news and updates from Thinkorswim. Usually and I will show you, which we'll get into next. And like I said, we'll get through these tabs. You'll see this in a different box all together. So you really are never even worried about the home screen. Now, the screen you might be on a lot of the time is going to be right here in the top left-hand corner, and that's your monitor tab. Now, that's where you are going to check your positions, your boxes, and so on and so forth. But what I want to get to first, before we even get to that, is clicking this little button. Now, if you go to the left-hand side of your screen, you're going to see this little arrow right here. You're going to see it's going to highlight and kind of light up when you get on it. It collapses, and it, of course, opens up. This is going to show you all your account information. And, of course, here was what I was going to get into earlier, where you can, of course, right here in the top left-hand corner, show you where you can show your privacy, hide this, and then make it back and forth where you can hide it so that way it's not always showing. So when I'm doing my lessons, you can see that when it's usually, obviously it's not on simulated trading, I'm doing my lessons live, I have it hidden so that way you don't see my account settings. So that's how you do that right there. You press the right here, the top left-hand corner, and that's how you do that. Now back to this right here, because I want to get to it. Of course, it'll show it again. And of course, you can adjust that by just clicking any of these. You can customize the gadget right here, and it's going to come out and it's going to show you every little thing that you can add to it. Whatever you want to add, Forex cash, if you're a big Forex trader, intraday stuff, net total cash, it'll just show you unsettled cash. I mean, if you have a cash account, of course, if you're a margin account, most of my margin stuff's already up there, but this is a paper trading account, so it really doesn't matter. But that's where you would adjust that. These three little arrows that you see in the boxes on the top right hand of any box box, that's going to be your kind of like, oh, let me click on this, and it's going to be actions. Of course, let's see how it highlights, and then a thing pops up that says show action menus. That's exactly it. Show actions menu. So that's the way what you can do with this, and you can always detach it. And the coolest thing is you can add down here. So right here in the bottom left-hand corner, you see this plus button. You can keep adding as many of these gadgets as you want. Time and sales, level 2, whatever you want, you can add. So you can have another level 2 down here. You want to look at 2 level 2s, and the main thing would be about this. Say you have it on, you're looking at TAOP today, and another stock you're looking at, was another one with NCTY. Remember how, and like Deck does, and how he has them right now. If you're looking, over at TradeCaster, and he has his E-Trade level 2, E-Trade Pro level 2 popped out. Same thing right here. You're going to click on, well, it's not that one right there. It's the one above it, because this is actually in the window. See level 2 on NCTY. So that's actually the top part of this little widget. You click on this right here, and of course it's going to pull up the show actions, and you just detach the widget as it shows right there, and you can make this as long as you want, as short as you want. Well, it's not really wanting me to go short, but there you go. Finally, but there you go. As long as you want. You can make it any size you want, and then you have multiple popped out. So you want to have TAOP out as well. So detach that widget, and then whammy, you're going to have that out as well. So you'll have multiple out at the same time. So, and then you don't have, like I said, it's not just, well, here, I'll show you that it's not just, like, oh no, it's just one. Watch, I'll put this one over here so you can kind of see. I'll detach NCTY one more time. Oops, wrong one. And so there's this one. There's this one, and now there you go. And you can pop out as many as you want. So that's what's cool about it. And right here, and you could attach more widgets. You can do more and more and more, and copy it, add it, more info on it. You know what I mean? Trade alerts. That's what's so cool. It has so many options on Thinkorswim. It's kind of endless as far as these small little mini options. But that's how you detach it. Top right-hand corner. And it's just a normal click. You don't have to right click or anything. Just a normal left, what you normally click on the left hand side of your mouse, and boom, it shows the detach it. And of course, if, like I said, more info on it, it's same from right there. You can do all these different things. You can pull up a chart. Like I said, boom. Let's just pull up a multi charts. Boom, and so you have this pulled up all of a sudden. So. And now, of course, we're over to the charts tab. But now, of course, let's go back over to monitor. But that's just how fast you can pull up a chart. So you want, oh, well, let me see the chart on it real quick. So just, once again, a lot of it is just trial and error, just clicking on things. But the main 2 buttons that you're going to see on any of these are going to be your actions menu, which is going to be just attaching it or switching it or deleting it, which you can. You just, boom, delete it, and it's gone. Say, what's the point of honestly having a chart that small? So let's delete it. Boom, it's out of there. Then, like I said, the bottom little part of it, this is the attach, switch, delete. The bottom 3 little levers is kind of like the copy NCTY, which just kind of copies it, where you have another one down here, add to the watch list, which you can add to this watch list. You can adjust this anytime, which is cool. Like I said, no, it is about adding different widgets. Down here, you want to add a second watch list. You can add another watch list if you want to, but right around here, all you have to do right here, scroll up and down, you can add as many as you want. Like, you can just keep adding like a GME, okay? And then you can just keep adding and adding and adding. It's going to, so you can just add another one. And then once you add, say, ACTY, okay, well, let's add another one. You just scroll down and there's another spot for another one. So it's almost endless, and you're just kind of making it bigger as you scroll along and add to it. So that is just this little widget kind of thing on the side. Like I said, there's this little, like right here, the little collapsible little key right here with the arrow in it. You press that, and that can stay there all the time if you want. I don't really need it and leave it open. Like I said, I'm in and out of my trades. I'm here for an hour, 2-3 hours most. I'm looking at my trades. I'm not that full-time trader where I'm just watching 10, 20 stocks all day long. There are days and maybe times I'll get there, but for the time being, that's not it. Now we'll get to our like I said, we're going to top to bottom here, from left to right. Monitor tab, activity and positions. This is what's going to show you your account, what you've been in and out of all day. Like earlier, I was just trying to figure out, how to place a couple of different trades. One of them being make sure I knew how to do the trailing stop. But right here, just market ordering in, which I'll get to these, but it shows you 500 shares if you what stock you played, the price you got in and out of, and that's basic information. Same right here, canceled orders. Of course, I was canceling some because I was placing specific limit orders, which I'll show you here in just a little bit. And of course, how to cancel them. Then all the way down here, unallocated. So these are plays for the day, just kind of showing where they are now, the chains of where they've been, your overall P&L, so on and so forth. Your account statements, and next over what stocks you've traded over the past, you can set it date right here, 1 day back, all the way back to 300. I think it's up to 370 days. You can set it back to if you want to for your statement, and that way you can look back all the way back to 370 days ago. Look at a specific ticker, how you did on it, how you played it. This is kind of your breakdown on the account statement. It really breaks down it for a yearly or a certain time frame. So it's just the day, which is activity positions for the day. Account statements more of your, hey, I'm gonna look at the last week, the last month, last 3 months. months, the last year is for your account statement. FX reports. Don't really look at this too much, but it's just things, once again, you can kind of set things up. Your strategy roller, if you have strategies, like to kind of look at what you're good at and what you're not doing so well. I'm hardly ever in these two. Rarely ever. The trade tab, let's move over to this. Usually you're in all products, actually, and this is for your option trader. This is where you're going to trade your options. So you're looking for options for, say, like, Apple, like, or what would be a good one? Apple API. I'm sure Apple's got maybe some pulled up. I don't really know. Maybe not. Maybe GameStop. Maybe we've got some in GameStop. But yeah, here we go. Let's look at GameStop. So here we go. And then I'm not a big options trader, but this is where it's going to show you down what's available, what day they're available till. Beautiful setup for an options trader. Let's get to the Forex trader. Same thing. You can have you're looking at multiple charts at once. So this is just the buy and sell. You can change these as you want to go through. Futures trader. Here's your futures trader tab. Already pulled up. Look how many charts and how many different essentially futures you can look at once. Active trader. This is the only tab I'm ever really in on the trade tab. This is beautiful to have when you're wanting to look at two stocks at once, up and down, one on top of the other. This is about the only tab you can do that to. I think you can maybe do it in the charts tab too, but sometimes when I just want to go straight to, and all I have to do, like if I'm in the charts tab, I want to go straight over, I've already have this pulled up. I'm already an active trader. So as soon as you go to the trade tab, boom, I'm an active trader. So when I was looking at AMC and GME, how they were trading together, and they kind of still are to this day. Look how nuts the chart still kind of looks weeks after their crazy runs. This is beautiful to set up. Beautiful setup. Now I'll get through how each chart's set up in a little bit. Don't worry about that right now, but I want to let you know that active trader is huge when you want to look at two stocks moving, parallel, like used to when you want to look at maybe the SPY and, TVIX or whatever it was, UVXY, whatever it is now. But when you want to look at two stocks that are either running opposite or with each other, this is huge to do right here. This is just, it's beautiful. I mean, it does not get any prettier than this to watch two stocks run together by using the active trader in the trade tab. Now let's go over to analyze. Again, never in the analyze tab. Again, more for options traders. You can see add simulated trade, risk profile. Look how much stuff you can get into, probability analysis, economic data, all these different things you can get into that I don't use and dive into, but that just shows you how endless and how deep. And once again, for those traders that are, this is why it takes a little more memory. Let me know if Lightspeed and all and they don't, but like a lot of these brokers and their trading platform setups don't have all these crazy little things for you to maneuver through essentially in a profile, or I should say a platform for a trading broker. But analyze, great to go through if you do a lot of options trading, futures trading, that type thing. It's going to break a lot of things down for you. Scan. Now here's your scanners. A lot of people like the Thinkorswim scanners. I don't have to use them much so. I'm in TradeCaster. I'm in DexRoom. We're looking at every stock when it's hot, right there in front of our eyes all day long. When I need to see a hot stock, I'm in chat. I'm ready to rock and roll and know literally which one's usually popping and rocking and rolling. Plus, I'm looking at his own scanners that we get for being in chat. But this is where you can easily set this up. Say I want to look a net change of say like you can set this up. I'm just going to put stuff in. You want to see a net change of 25. We'll see 35% today. Volume of. That's percentage change. We'll say 35% change. Net change, we'll just not worried about that, but this is just minimum. We'll just say 15. Volume, always have a volume if you're looking at this, at least of, say, close to 1 million. We'll do 1 million. We'll go ahead and do 1 million, and then we'll just don't worry about the max right there, and then boom, just press scan. And then there you go. You're going to look at a lot of your top stocks for the day, what are spiking, what how much they're up. Here's their percentage change for the day, net change, so on and so forth. So and I'm just just put in a random stock, and then so that way you can just look at it. But you can add your own scanners and look, add filter. You can add so many filters, and there's so many to go through. You can add different ones than just this as well. But that is where you put where you would set up your scanners for Thinkorswim. Same with right here, Option Hacker. So you're looking at options, your Spread Hacker. I mean, all this helps you break down your stocks, your plays. If you're looking for scans, obviously you're scanning for plays, so that way they're alerting for you. Then you can turn actually alerts on, which I'll show you how here in a minute. Market Watch, not using this too much, but just shows you, look at this, visualize, quotes. Of course, that's just kind of like you're literally like another place to get to your watch list. Here's where your alerts, where you can have them set off and go to if you want to set off certain alerts. And again, any of these tabs, back to the monitor tab. I forgot, let me show you this real quick. If you want to break this out to like Deck does, if you want to show how to detach this, same thing right here. Look at that. It's all, any of these tabs you're ever looking for are in the top right-hand corner. So like, deck, he always has his order entry box. Boom. This is all the way over. This is in my other window now. This is in my other one. As you can see, it's halfway in this one and halfway in I should say monitor, but it's in my other monitor now. And there you go. And you can break all of it down. There's your working orders, your canceled orders. They're all right here. That's all you have to do. Let me close out of it. It's right here again. And all you have to do is, and it's going to highlight. It says attach this layout in a separate window. And you click it. Whammy. Now for those traders real quick, and I didn't get into this, but for those traders that want to, when you first open up an account, this is crucial for you in paper trading. And it's pretty much right here in front of you. I thought it was anyway. I guess it's right here. Customize. Well, where'd it go? It used to be right down here in the bottom right-hand corner. Now I don't know exactly. Now it's like, okay, now you're going to do this to me. There's usually a button down here. Okay, because I'm on all accounts. Okay, so change this up here. So when you're on all accounts, don't do all accounts. Go to margin or your IRA, whatever I think they kind of set you up with kind of both of those. Adjust account. When you adjust account, you just click on it right there. That is how you're going to adjust your account. This is super crucial. I cannot explain to you enough. Do not start with, because it's going to usually start you with like 100,000, I want to say. And you're always like, well, what do we do? Or, I think default, whatever default even is. But then it's like, well, whatever. This is goofy. What's going on? I can only do 25, 50. I can't do like, my point is when you open up a paper trading account with Thinkorswim or any paper trading account, adjust it immediately from the get-go of what you're going to start with. Like when I first started this one, you can see it's up to like 70K now or whatever I've got it up to. I started it at like 2,500, 3,000. I forgot what it was. I started it at last year. Kind of where I was at that time or the year before, whenever it was, I was like, okay, I need help with this along the way. So that, I kept going back and forth when I was out of trades, but you're going to start it with whatever you want. All you're going to do is you're going to come to this, double click on it, highlight it, just erase it, whatever you're going to do. And like mine, you want to do 2,500 or you want to start with 7,500 or whatever you're going to start with. That's what you're going to put in. And all you have to do is kind of click out of it, make sure it's clicked on margin and press apply, and whammy, you're at 7,500. If you want to do, it's going to be, 45, what, even just random number, whatever, 45.79, cool, apply, boom, and it's at 45.79. That's all you have to do. Again, over here on the right-hand corner, it says adjust account. Of course, don't forget, you can't be on all accounts because that's what just fooled me. See, it won't let you because you can't adjust all accounts. You got to pick which one you want to do. So go to the margin one, make sure it's on, or if you do IRA, either one, doesn't matter. Press adjust account, then double click on it, make sure it all erases, and just type in what you want. 4,500, 45,555. It's going to be 7,000, whatever, 7,900. Then all you have to do is you kind of have to highlight it again. See, apply wasn't, as you could see, it was kind of grayed out there still. Press margin again, make sure it's highlighted on margin. And then once you see apply is green and lit up, press apply, then you have the account size that you need to start with. But that's how you adjust your account, and that is huge and crucial. So I wanted to get back over that again. Those two things right there before we obviously, and of course, again, look, create an alert. And right here, you can create an alert for your margin account at or above, I think, where is the stock I know there's a way to do this right here. Oh, I guess this is just about your account. Notify me. I guess this is just about your account. But there you go. You can show like when this account, when net liquid change of this much and you get an alert set off, and you can create an alert just like you can for your stock, which is really cool. So this, you hear a little ring, ring, and it rings for you and lets you know that something's kind of like deck when the alert's going off for you. All right, back to, let's get through it. Market watch as we went through, sorry. All right, now let's get through charts. Now, once again, we'll skip over charts first. Tools, there's a think log, there's the videos here, shared items, but this is once again, just kind of a cool way to see the most recent, what was on CNBC, like literally what was pretty much on it, little articles, or, when you see stuff on TV, they're going to put this on here. So you can just click on this and this will be like something that literally, as you can see, happened, at say, earlier today at 12:37 my time, it happened. The halftime report, traders give their top picks to watch for the second half, and then boom, you get there and you can watch it. So pretty cool to have. I'm, like I said, again, not in it that much. Education, same thing. Again, for newer traders, it's a great thing to do. You're right there, and that just shows you how much is inside of actually this app alone. Look at this. It has a glossary. How to think or swim. And this is like a setup you can literally go through, and it's going to try to show you. You can watch videos right here alone of how to set up your own think or swim and how to, like, what things are, how to roll through it. Yeah, you can just go through. Look at the glossary. Are you kidding me? Look at this. And the one thing I didn't show up, look at, I think it was in tools. Maybe it was in market watch. Look, it's got a calendar. We got a calendar here. This is a calendar. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. So you can literally go through and it's going to show you each stock. Literally, this stock has earnings call at this time. This stock all these different stocks have blah, 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 blah. every day. Look at this, all the way through the week. This is through the week. This is through the 27th, and it's going to show you which stock, what they are, what the alert is for the stock. Like say Dish right here has an earnings call before market, at 5. So you get my point. Super cool to have. Super cool. Very, very nice to have. So if all those calendars out there, boom, you have one right here on your own platform. Now, real quick, let's kind of roll through this as well. Right-hand corner. Oops, wrong one. Right-hand corner right here, that's the same thing. This little ticker, so you go over this little gear hand, is for this, to adjust what you see up here, your cash, your forward, and blah, 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 blah. This, the setup, which I was trying to go to, now you can do your application settings. And it's just kind of general stuff in here. You can adjust your account, your positions, what you want each one to kind of look like, your active trader, your system right here again, your startup, your feel and look again. Here's where you can, like on the inside where you can adjust it, and then it actually shows you. So there's with the light version, so you can go through each version. I just keep it on dark. Display, again, calculate, all these different things you can kind of go through, notifications, order fills. Here's, of course, a big thing for anyone there's a lot of traders out there that ask about hotkeys. Here's where you adjust your hotkeys in Thinkorswim. Again, the setup button, top right hand corner, setup right here, plus application settings. Then you're going to go over to hotkeys. It's pretty simple and easy to see. My profile, you just change your name. So it's really generic, very easy to see. It's not hard to see, very easy to set up. Your messages up here, this would be just messages you have at something for Thinkorswim. Maybe you've placed an order, stuff like that. Here's a support button and our support tab, and it literally comes up, and all you have to do is create a support request, and it's in its own little tab. I know sometimes it takes a second to get to hear from them, but boom, you can say, hey, this is what's happening. They'll get to you, and you don't even have to call in. You can just wait for them to get back to you. Yes, I'm good on that. And then the chat rooms, it's literally different chat rooms you have set up if you want anything for, I think it's for learning and stuff like that. Once again, not really in that too often. I've used the support tab here and there. Then I get my messages. Of course, that's when they've hit me back up. Never in the home screen. And like I said, monitor tab here to see my trades here and there, what I placed today, make sure where my fills were if I want to go back over my trades for the day. Okay, here's where I got in, here's where I got out. I'm hardly ever detaching it, but if you want to, there's the button right there, the little detach button. As you can see, it looks like a detach button. You just click that, and it comes, there's your own little one you can move around throughout your screen. And then account statement, I'm in there just kind of go over my trades that, for the last year. Now let's get into it. The big thing, the setup, right? I know that's what you've all been kind of waiting for, the setup. I wanted to break all that down and how you can, of course, do different things throughout Thinkorswim, the little tidbit here and there. But the main thing I wanted to do now is, of course, get into the setup and what I use. So this is either this or the Flex Grid is where I'm opening it up every day, right? I'm looking at either the Flex Grid, so I'm looking at 4 charts where it's pulled up. That's fine, either one. But here's what I'm looking at 75% of the time is a Flex Grid. The reason I'm in the Flex Grid 70% of the time, I guess I shouldn't have 40, but 70% of the time is because I'm looking at each chart I want to look at. And of course, I just alerted this in chat. Look at the Batman alert. This kind of looks like a Batman, but you get my point. Let me zoom out a little bit more. It looks a little bit more like the Batman, but right, the left wing, the head, the other wing, but every time you see this, it crashes down on the other side. And every time I say that, watch out for the Batman effect. And then as soon as this crashed, I called it. I literally alerted it right in here. I said it keeps testing 14 if it doesn't break above. Anyway, let's get into this though. The rest of this. Each little tidbit of how I have each little, chart set up, and they're all the same, except for some will have news, some won't. I can just collapse these. I don't really need them sometimes because I'm not really looking at the level 2 too hard on Thinkorswim, but you can see the level 2 and how it's set up on Thinkorswim. Like I said, it's not the best. It's not the prettiest, but it is usable and it is functional for sure. But how I usually have it set up is something along these lines. Now, sometimes I have the news and level 2 pulled up right here, and sometimes I don't, just to kind of give it a little bit bigger chart. But that's how I have a lot of these set up, is how I'll have either the news and level 2 at the bottom, or I won't. And now on the top chart, I'll always have, and I'll show you how to adjust this. As you can see, the volume looks a little different, right? It's blue at the bottom. That's the basic color. But then here, it's finally kind of like you see maybe on Dex, Trade Ideas, or a lot of other ones where it's, a selling candle or a green buying candle. And how do you adjust that, and how we'll get into some orders, is what we're going to do quick, is we're going to right click. We're going to right click on the graph. And the main thing I'm ever doing from right here is, first off, either adding a drawing, and that's where you're going to put your trend lines in, team. And that's your very top little thing that you see right here. See the little line? It looks like a trend line. You're going to right click again. Let me get out of it. Left click gets out of it. Just move out of the box. If you've messed up, right click on accident. Right click on the chart. Add a drawing. Left click on the trend line button. And now to put it in, which I didn't mean to there, but how to get rid of it. See, I accidentally did that. Like, oh, I messed up. What do I do here? right click on it, remove drawing. Do you see that right there? Right click on it, remove, oh, I've duplicated it, but remove drawing. And duplicate it will literally duplicate it, put it right there on top of it. Remove drawing. Now I want to do it. Let's go ahead and do this again. Add a drawing, trend line, right here. And that's what you have to do. I just now realized that it starts wherever you click it in. And now it's going to end wherever you go up here to, and then left click, and it's done. That's how you add it in one way. And of course, right click, remove drawing. Now another way to put it in, and sometimes how I do it, and it's a little easier for me to put it in, where because like I said, it just sometimes will pop up on you like that way. This way it won't pop up on you. You can actually always place it where you want. So go to your drawings up here. See up top right here on the top of your charts. Every chart's going to have it. You're going to have this little arrow hand. Drawing tools. Just wait for it to pop up too. It's going to highlight and then it's going to show you what it means. Analyst tools. Pattern analyst tools. So no, drawings. Go back to drawings. Drawing tools. Go down to drawing tools right here. So left click on it. Go down to drawing tools. And now we're going to see more. We're going to see the pan button. We're going to see the pointer, which we're always on. We're going to see all these different ones. You can put in an arrow if you want to. You can put text notes in, an oval. You can put in all these different little things that you want to. Here's your trend line again. Of course, the line, just like the last one, right? Left to right. Of course, go hover over it. Hovering over it will highlight and show you what it means. Left click. Now that is what you're using nonstop, is just trend lines. So right here, so you can go right and just left click. Wherever you want to put it in, left click and just push, essentially just click the mouse. And this is how I'll put my trend line in. As you can see right around there, that's how I'd probably put this trend line in. And beautiful crack of it. Look at that great short to be had. But right there, and then wherever you want it to go to. So if you want it right here, which that's not where you want to put it in, you want to put it at the base of all these candles, the base of all these candles. That's fine. It didn't hit these candles. You can't, well, and that could be one trend line, and there's one trend line crack, right, team? You could kind of put that one in there, but this one's another one, the tip of this candle. Regardless, wherever you want to put it in, extend it out, click on the chart again with the left side, left click, boom, it's done. That's how you put a trend line in. Drawings, drawing tools, press the trend line button. Now say you want to adjust it. Go back up to pointer. This is what I'm always on, is the pointer. The pointer. You're going to right click on it. Oh, no, not right click. You're just going to click on it. Right click on it. That's how you delete it, right? Right click on it. Or you can extend this a lot of time. Instead of trying to move it, extend it yourself, which I'm about to do, or move it yourself, just go down to this, extend to the right. Boom. Look at that. It does it immediately for yourself. Don't have to do a damn thing. It's beautiful. I love it. Now, like I said, you want to adjust it. Like, it's not perfect. Left click on it, and you're going to see you can move it around. You can just grab a hold of it. Just touch it. Go up to it. Literally, just click it with the left side, the left pointer. Or, I'm trying to just let you know, don't right click on it. Left click, and you can move it around. Boom. Anywhere you want it. It's good to go. Go up to it. Anywhere you want it. It's good to go. And now, once you actually click off of it again, and you can see what I'm saying, you can see the difference. Red line, it's always there. Go up to click on it again to where you can maneuver it. It's blue. And now what these little things are showing you at the end, this is where you can do this. You can move it wherever you want. You can make it however you like. And so that's where you do this right here. Okay, there's where I like it. Got it. Boom. Click off of it again with the left side. You're off of it. But that's how you put a trend line in. My favorite way, usually just going up here, because you can just do this. See, I'm fast at it. Like, here's how fast I'll do it. I don't need to put the drawing in. Boom, 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 boom. Well, it didn't do it that, so there you go. But still, you get my point. So, and then there you go. And then when I'm done, you can even right-click with this, but I remove that drawing. Okay, right-click, remove that drawing. Now I need to go back to my pointer, so that way I'm back in where I want it. And there you go. And that's how. And I'm always in pointer. I'm always in this one right here. It's just easier for me to do this. If I need to, scroll back a little bit, do this, kind of zoom out. It's just I just maneuver fast through Think or Swim now because I've used it so long. But I'm always using the pointer. And when you want to do this, all you have to do is left click, hold it down, and you just boop. That's how you do that. You can't just touch it and then do it. You have to, if you hear my mouse, you listen to it, you have to click. And that's me scrolling across with it. But click and scroll, and that's how you zoom in. Click and scroll, and that's how you zoom in. Now, again, when I'm in time frames, usually to start the day up until about 2 to 3 hours into market open, I'm in a 1 minute time frame. And here's your time frame. Again, let's go through these. Edit studies. This is going to show you what studies you have on there, and if you want to edit them, immediately it's going to pull them up so you don't have to do anything to them, like right-clicking on them. You can edit them there or add from there. You can add studies. Here's your gear hand. Again, simple things so you can adjust things. This is your chart setting. That's your gear hand, and of course, here's 2 ways to do essentially your chart settings. From the gear hand right here, There's your gear hand, which I just pressed on. It said chart settings, or right-clicking on the chart, going down to style and press settings. Bring up the same thing. Easier way, though, is just clicking on this. And this is how now I'll get to. And for the most part, you're not changing any of these things. You know, you're going to keep these things. I could change. I guess I got to just now realize this. I guess I could change this to Eastern Standard Time, but I'm just going to keep it local to keep it in my head. To know, I know when the chart, or I should say, I know when the bell opens and rings here. But hey, if you want to go ahead and just keep it on Eastern Time Zone, wherever you want to put it, you can put it. And this is where you can literally adjust all your different, and the only thing I'm ever adjusting, and I did, was going over to your appearance. And this is where you adjust, as you can see, and I'll kind of do it for you. Your volume at the bottom. So here I'm gonna go press apply and see how that just changed blue. And now color as symbol ticks, that's the color. Preset color is blue, color as symbol ticks, or of course there's just background, and then you can just change it, which I don't want to change my background. You can change the background color if you want to as well. If you want to change the background to a different color, you totally can. If you want to take the grid off, you can take the grid off, apply. See, and then it's just a chart. I like the grid on, it just makes it cleaner to me. But you just press apply and then it's back on. Again, if you want to change that preset color, I like it blue for whatever reason. And the reason I have it blue down below, I'm going to change it back to why I have it here. The reason I have it blue down below is because you can see a lot of the times, like say when the volume starts running into it, and I'm going to do it down here. I'll go to charts, charts, move this, the chart settings, the appearance. And now watch when I change it to colored and apply. It's really hard to see the chart. Now, I love the charting here, right? I love the charting, but it's just really hard to see, right? It's just hard to see the ticker. Where it's at, the actual candle itself, that's the hard thing to see, I guess is what I'm really trying to say, is the candle. Where is it at? How's it moving? I know you can really just look at the price level too, but I like looking at those candles too myself. Like it's like a combo of things. So I've got to be able to see that. So that's why I have the blues down below so I can kind of see that. And of course, now pressing OK. But kind of just the rest of these, just going through, that's all you have to do. If you press the chart settings, of course, you can right click and of course style, and you can do a lot of them right here on style. If you want to change you can change it, like, how your candles are, so on and so forth. But the easiest way to see it is going to your settings button, which is the gear hand on each top right hand, the top right hand corner of every chart. Here's your gear. That's how you change this. And of course, here, like I said, this is where I add and adjust all your time frames. You can add all different ones if you want to. But yeah, you can do all these different, all these different candle bars, candle, all these different lines if you want to line. This is where you can change all that, your charts up. But this is how I have mine set up, just so you can see. And once again, if you're like, well, what am I on? So just so you can see, I'll kind of leave this here for a second so you can see what's clicked and what's not clicked. But this is how I have mine set up. Of course, I'm not getting into any of those, but you get my point. So that's how I have my setup. Pretty basic. Don't change it too much. Now, the other thing, what am I changing on here? Well, the only thing I've ever added was the VWAP. And how you add your studies, and we'll go through it. Of course, here's your style. Again, if you want to change up your time, your time frames, your chart mode. Again, if you want monkey bars, if you want however you want your chart mode, however you want your chart type, all that different thing. I keep it basic. So there you can go. I have standard. I keep it at candle. If you want to print it or share your chart, that's the only thing I add, though, would be the VWAP, and then we'll get to it. Of course, your drawings, which I showed you earlier, and really the only thing you can do from there is going, which they have a lot of stuff, grayed out, but the main thing is going over to your drawing tools and clicking whichever one you want. You want, like I said, any of these different percentage things, or Fibonacci retracements, text, so on. It's the price level, the trend line. That's the only thing I ever use. This is the only thing I ever use. Trend line, and I go back to my pointer. Trend line, like I said, I showed you how to use it. Just go to trend line, wherever you want to start it at. Say you want to start it, earlier. Here's a steep trend line. It's a great short. Click on it wherever you want to start. You click on it wherever you want it to end, and that's it. And then I go back over here to drawing tools, and I'm right back to the pointer, and right back there. Oh, okay, I want to remove it. It's done. It's cracked. I don't need that anymore. And really look in the end. Look how this held as resistance in the end all the way through. That's why you keep trend lines in. Another quick little small lesson. But and then you can extend it. Or, again, if you didn't want to do it like I did, because sometimes I'm so quick at doing it myself, right click on it, extend to the right, and then whammy, it rolls off straight to the right from where you started it at. Now right click on it again, remove drawing. Now, how to add studies. Right here. That would be a quick study, which is essentially the same thing, or add study, but they're essentially the same thing. Quick study are just some of your main ones a lot of people use, trend studies, so on and so forth. But the main one I'm going to add is add study. I'm going to go to all studies and look how many there have. Moving averages and you can add moving averages. A lot of people go ahead and they go down here. If you want to add different moving averages, look how many different ones you want to add. And of course, the main two we're going to use are what team? We're going to use the daily SMA. That's the main one we like using, the simple moving average, right? And the exponential moving average. Well, here's the simple moving average as well. That's the daily. Either one of them. That's when you have it set up on the daily. But those are the main two. Now, of course, I scrolled, and that's the one thing I don't like about it. You barely go off of it, and it's gone. But the main ones we want to add, and the main one I want to add would be the VWAP. So add a study, all studies, go down to V, right here, V, and it's your very first one, VWAP, and there you go. And then it's going to just click on it, and boom. Of course, I already have mine added, and it's there. But you want to add any of these different studies. I mean, look how many there are to add. Look how many. Look at all these different studies. I mean, you ever heard of the Ethlers or the Ball? Of course, you've heard of maybe some of these crossovers. But let's go to add study. Let's go to the LBR. You get my point. There are studies I have never heard of. Now, they may work for some people, like the mass index or the mat hold or the range bands or the Ray Bear power, the Ray Bull power, or the, of course, relative strength, of course, RSI, but, that's a good one. There's the RSI, and that's how you add the RSI, and that'll be right down there at the bottom. I used to have the RSI or the Bollinger Bands down there, like some Bollinger Bands, but that's how you add it. I mean, you just literally click on it, not right click, but click on it, go to add study, click on all studies, and it's an alphabetical order, so whichever one you want. Exponential moving average. Of course, that's going to be maybe in the moving averages. I think you actually have to go to moving averages, but there you go, moving averages, all the different moving averages. And of course, the easier way to do that would be just going over to moving averages, and there they all are for you, all the different ones. So that's why I love how it breaks it down for you. It's easy to get to a lot of them, but the main one, like I said, I'm going to add is just going to add study or quick study, or should I say add study, all studies, and that way it's down in the V's, very first V, and there's your VWAP. But there's how you add your study. You just click on it. Boom, you click on it, it's there. Boom, you click on it, it's there. You want to remove it. Like I said, all you have to do is click on this button right here. No, this button right here. Edit studies. And that's it. That's it. You just click on it. And you want to get rid of it right here. Boom. Press that X button. It's out of here. It's out of here, Kappa. So, and look at the Batman. Look at the Batman in full force with a beautiful short to be had there. Okay, now how I have each chart set up besides having the level 2 up. I have always I have, not always on time and sales down here so I can get more chart, but on the top, my top chart, I have time and sales. My bigger chart, so to speak, I have time and sales. I always have active trader, the AT lit up, TS lit up, that's time and sales, your active trader. And now I have my active trader set up. As you can see, all I have in there is my buy, sell, cancel, and flatten. So if I buy something, don't like it, and try to get out, which cancel works every once in a while. I know we've had trouble with that, trying to get out of a play real quick. Of course, that's why the cancel's there. The flatten's there for sometimes if a play goes, like I want to get all out, don't know how many shares I'm in still, or it's like I got to get out of this real quick. Just press flatten, boom, it gets rid of all your shares, however many you're in, sells all right then and there. That's why you got to keep flatten in there. And of course, sell market is going to be in there. Then I like having the quantity with buttons, which is this. It shows you how many, if you want to change 100, 300, 500, 1K, 2K, and then of course you can actually change it yourself to 1,121 if you want to. Your TIF's always in there from date, and I'll go through what that is in a minute, and then of course the order template and auto send. But that's my order and what I have in there, and you can see it's all right here. Your TIF, of course, that would be you want it good for the day. That's when you're day trading during the day hours, good till cancel. That's it's kind of the same thing, but it's good for forever essentially until you cancel it. And these are your extended hours. These are the main two if you're trading in pre-market or after hours, before or after the bell. You want to change your TIF to EXT or GTC EXT, which is good till canceled extended hours. Now, template order, you can go single, OCO, or all these different brackets. You can have 3 different brackets. You click on this. You want to buy right now. You can set up 3 different areas of where you want to sell the stock. 3, which is crazy and awesome. So I'll get through these in just a minute, how I place these orders in just a moment. But then right here, you can just, like I said, look, you can adjust it. It goes by 100, but if 100 at a time, but if you want to put in literally 25 or 30, 50, I put in 1 early, and I'll put in 1 in just a minute. You can just put in 1 or 10. And of course, it just gives you an easy way to kind of float through those numbers. And then here's your ladder system, or a lot of people like it, and they say, I want to dip by at 1016. So we'll scroll down here to 1016, and here's what you're going to do, team. And here's my first order I'll place in. You're going to buy, and that's instant buy, right? You don't want to do that. You want to come down here, and you want to put, where's the instant buy? Come on here. I thought it was right here. Maybe you have to right click on it. I thought right here you could also, It was a buy. I thought you could buy limit down here too. Now, the way I limit by now, I don't use the ladder system too much. You know, I'm not a big ladder buyer, but that's what they do. So that way you can put in orders in though down here is the point. What I like to do, team, as I like, say if I like a dip buy, say right here, and we'll just say I kind of like the 981 area. I'm going to right click on 981. Now I'm going to go down here to buy custom, and I'm going to put a stop or stop limit in, or you can do an OCO bracket, and we'll start with OCO bracket. What this does is you're going to get filled right here at this area, right here at 9, and you can just hover over. It's going to show you 981. So you're over 981. That's kind of where your buy is going to be. So again, you're filled right here at the 981 area. Right, that's where you're going to get filled, I should say, when it comes down to that price. Now you're already in, and it shows you when you have this already set up. You will have, so this is kind of like a trade if you kind of you're busy. Oh, you know what? I like this 981 area. I got to get up and walk away. I'm going to put in 981, and I'm going to put my stop. And all you have to do is click on it. It doesn't have to stay right there. It just kind of puts it in for you. I want to put my stop at say, I don't. If it goes below 953, that's my stop. So boom, that's your stop now. You know what? I want it to sell. If it gets all the way back up to this 1050 area, that's kind of like right there. I think that'd be a good area for it to get to. Boom, I'm there. So you're all in right there. Either way, it's kind of one of those things where you can't adjust it. You're going to be in 2,000 shares at 981. If it gets back up to this area at 1040, you're selling right there, or 1036, wherever you set it at. Boom, it's going to sell 2,000. And then if it gets all the way down here, your stop loss, it's going to hit it and it's going to sell. So that's what I love about that OCO brackets. That's what I was saying right here. You can set up to 3 to where you have different, so you can scale out either way. And usually you just have your one all out here. What I like to do, if you did that, put one wherever your stop loss is going to be, and then put scale out areas. So you can put one right here at $10. You can put one right here at $10.13. That's where I like to use those OCO brackets. That is huge when you want to just kind of walk away from a trade. Now, that's something I don't suggest for a new trader. You always want to be looking at your trades when you're newer on, so you get used to what you're trading at. But once you get experience and you kind of want to walk away from your trade and like, I'm good, let me try this trade out right here. That's how you put a trade in where you kind of want to walk away. Now, anytime you're like, okay, I want to cancel it, you just load it right here and you just click on it. Boom, it's canceled. Now, same thing right here. You can do the same thing. We'll go down here again on the same area around 1080 or so. Go down to, now buy is just going to buy it right away. Sell is going to do the same thing if you wanted to sell. Now buy custom with the stop. Now it's just going to put one stop in down here for you, and you can put it wherever you want. So that way you can then buy, it's going to buy for you right here, but this is the sell. So what you're going to have to do a lot of the time is after you get filled, you're going to have to then cancel the stop. You're going to have to cancel it like that, and that way you still get filled because, or I should say after, you're still already filled, but a lot of times what it's going to do, and as to me, you have to cancel that sell order down there, or it won't let you actually sell back out. That's why sometimes you have to be on top of your stock. That's why you put your OCO brackets in, because these buy customs with the stop and stop limit, these are just essentially saying, hey, I'm putting in a buy order for you, and there's a limit of where I want this to get to. And see, that's a limit. So this is what I thought. So the stop limit, I don't know, you can't really adjust it. It's kind of down here, however far away, and that's your limit price. And that's why I never do the stop limit. The only one I ever do would be the OCO brackets, but I'm usually watching my play, so I'm not doing the OCO brackets, but it's good to have so that way if you do want to walk away, you can, or is with the stop. Now, here's where I want to get into why I would, if for those traders that want to get a trailing stop. Say you want to get filled, you say you want a trailing stop. The only way you can actually ever adjust a trailing stop is if you're actually in. That's the only unfortunate thing. And I'm going to show you how you can do a trailing stop, but the only way you can do a trailing stop is if you're actually ever into a play. You can't set a trailing stop, unfortunately, from the get-go. Unfortunately, for right now, there is no way, and I've even looked at the videos online. I haven't called them yet to make sure and ask, but the videos I've found online, it was, it's from Thinkorswim, was this video to do it. There's, of course, I don't know why from the get-go it just doesn't say with trailing stop. Doesn't make sense to why they don't let you do that, but you can once you're actually into a play. Maybe that's why most trailing stops, maybe that's how it is for other brokers. You can't actually do a trailing stop unless you're actually into a play. I don't know that for sure, but that's just how it is on Thinkorswim. So how to do it? We're going to go ahead and do it now. We'll go ahead and say, I'm going to do a play that's not TAOP. That's super crazy. But say you want to get into, say, what is a play that really has not moved too much today that we can just pretend is a super crazy mover? Well, here's a crazy dump off. That would be almost one to want to get into and watch it move up. And it really doesn't matter any of these plays. So let's just get into, honestly, what was the one we were just looking at? TAOP. That's right. The one that's moving crazy today. Say we want to get into TAOP. And we'll just go. Like I said, here's how you literally can just do one share. One share. And here's how I get into any play if I'm looking to, of course, my dip buys team, I'm right clicking. So right there, that's how I am getting into play. So if I'm waiting for my play, I'm right clicking, I'm doing a buy custom with a stop, and then all I'm doing right there is I'm putting my order in, and I'm already watching my play, so I usually don't keep that there unless I kind of get up for a minute, and I'll leave that there. Like, hey, that's the thing. If I have to get up for a second, I have the dogs, or I'm doing something else, I get a phone call from, all the different stuff, the few other things to edit, whatever other things I have to do and take phone calls, I leave that stop in there at a certain price just in case it does just shoot down through. I got filled. It shoots, because that's happened before. Luckily, this didn't get filled. Remember one time I got filled, and it almost hit it and came back up, and it was a small play, but point being, that's why you keep that in there in case you're not around and you're like, oh my God, did feel what? Oh my gosh. So you keep this in there so that way you don't take a massive loss. But when I am looking for my bounce plays, we're all watching, we're all sitting in chat like, yeah, let's watch it. And I'm alerting, I'm looking for a 980 bounce play team, blah, 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 blah. I am doing this. I am right clicking, doing custom buy or buy custom and with the stop like I just did. Of course, you can put many, and this is how you do it. You can put one right here. You can put one down here at, say, I want to get filled at 1040. I want to put one right here at, say, this area. And you can put as many as you want in, and they're going to get filled as they get hit. So you want to cancel them? Again, cancel it. You want to cancel this one? Just press it and cancel. There's two real close to each other. Press the X button, and what it's going to do is it's going to pop up which one to cancel. So I want to cancel the higher one. I want the 83. So regardless, anywho, you have it filled. I'm then immediately pressing the X button. So because that's happened to me before, where once this, for whatever reason, this is the only sell you can have, that one sell order sitting there. It won't let you then go up here and market order out. So I have to X out of this, which that's why most times I go ahead and do it when I'm sitting here, like I said, 9:30, 10 o'clock, whatever time, the bell's just rung in the last, hours since it's been open essentially. We're all waiting for our plays. That's why I go ahead and right click, put an order in, go ahead and cancel that. Go ahead and cancel the sell order. So that's already done. So as soon as this comes down and gets filled, I'm back up to this and say if I'm in, I'll go ahead and move this. So say if I'm in, I'm looking for $1,000 because like I said, I'm going in all at once like deck or unlike deck. I'm only going in all at once at a good bounce play. That's why I'm doing this again on paper trading because I know all the trades deck has. So that's why it's good to do on paper trading. I'm going in 1,000 shares right here. Well, I went to sell. That's why. Gotcha. There's that little noise you're hearing. But buy custom, stop. So I'm buying 1,000 shares right here. Now immediately, boom, right click until that's out of there. So now my buy's still sitting there in the area I want at 979 for a quick pullback to 980. And now I'm waiting for it. And so as soon as I get filled, and I wish just to do it right here while I'm doing this video, but as soon as this gets filled, what am I waiting for, team? Boom, it's filled, and I'm going straight up here to 500 shares because I always usually get out half right away, and I'm selling as soon as it shoots back up to one of my profit areas. So boom, selling market, I'm out 500 shares. So I'm limit ordering in right here at the 980 area. Then I'm immediately, as soon as I'm filled, going up to sell. So let's do this again. Right click. I want this area. I'm going on to buy custom with a stop. Awesome. Let me go. Okay, that's regardless. I'm 500 shares. Here's what I want. 500 shares around the 980 area. Now, immediately, team, if you're watching it and you're just waiting, you're not one to walk away from it. Now, if you're going to walk away, okay, let me walk away real quick. Boom. You keep that there. Now, maybe if you want to keep it there, that's fine, but I don't. I'm not leaving right now, right? If I'm not leaving, I'm not going anywhere. I am just waiting for this. I am waiting for this. I am clicking on this, and it's done. It's over with. So now all I'm waiting for is for this to get filled, and as soon as it does, whammy, I'm right down to my fill. I'm filled. I'm going up to this now. Even if it's 200, if it's 500 shares, which you see me sometimes get into plays with 500 shares, I immediately press 250. I'm immediately up to that. Boom, I'm at 250. So now I can then go sell market. I'm out twice. Or okay, it's hovering above my, I'm not hovering, but it's staying up well. It's on the bounce. Now that's where I may go down from 250 because I only have 250 shares to maybe 150. I sell 150. So now I'm down to just 100 shares. And that's exactly what I did earlier on the short, actually, on a play that we played earlier today, RSVA. So the same thing, we'll do it with RSVA. Like we want the short, or I said we want a bounce play. You just click it in wherever you want it. You want the, or I shouldn't say that, it wasn't the bounce play, but that's what I did earlier on the scout, or I should say on the short down, right? I wanted the short of the trend line, and that's just it. You just kind of short. You go in 500 shares, and then you're in get out half. So now you're only 250 shares, and then get out maybe 150 shares. So now you're only in 100 shares, and then maybe get out 50 shares. So you're only in 50 shares. So you kind of just slowly scale your way out, especially with the free trading that we get now. So hopefully you get that, how I put in a limit order for bounce plays. Right click, go down to custom buy with a stop. I'm ready for my, well, let's get over 150 shares. That's just goofy. That just makes it look goofy. But immediately, of course, that'll cancel, but go however many shares you're going to go in. So you're going to go in 1,000 shares, right click, buy custom with a stop. Immediately, especially if you're watching. Now, if you're not watching it again, move this up to a good stop loss area so you're not going to watch it. But if you're all watching it, immediately just get rid of this so you can sell it. So boom, click on that X. Now you're just waiting to get filled. As soon as you get filled, you're immediately going straight up here and trying to get, immediately half your share size in immediately. So that way, as soon as you get to a good target point on the bounce up, so here to me would be like the 930 mark would be great. I'd probably take even, maybe if it depends on if it was struggling, I'd take 10. I'd take half the plate off at 10. So a 20 cents bounce, I'd take that. So you take half off the plate and then you're down, like I said, then if you're from there, you're only on 250 shares, or you're only at 500 shares. So then boom, type in 250. But that's how I scale out as well. And that's how I kind of trade as well. But just to show you how I put a order in. Now, to set a trailing stop in real quick. Let's go ahead and just get back in this play. Boom, we're in. Whatever. We're in this play at 10.95 for 1 share. So we go over to our monitor tab. And now with our monitor tab, see, we're in. We go to the unallocated area. We're going to right click on TAOP, create a closing order with a stop. And now it's immediately going to take you over to the trade and all products tab. It's just going to do that every time. And what you're going to do is this is where your order is. It's down here. Your order is this right here. This is your order. You're going to go over to order area and you're going to change this to, look, as you can see now, you can have a trail stop. That's where you can change it right here. This is where you change it. Trail stop. And now if you want percentage, or do you want dollar? There's your percentage, or you want dollar. This is your dollar. So say if you want a 10-cent trail stop, there's your trail stop. Or say if you want, maybe, you want it to move up 25 cents. So that's your 25-cent trail stop. So as it moves up, it will go 25 cents. And now let me show you this. This is the mark button. Now the mark is good when you have a close, bid and ask. Now see, this is 2 cents. So, TOP right now isn't bad. Earlier TOP spread, like right now, see the TOP spread? That's huge. Mark's going to take halfway in between the bid and the ask. It's going to take halfway in between the two. So right now it'd be like at 10, you get a 10, what's that, a 1080 fill? That would be your fill. So on a higher trade stock, or I should say, a higher spread stock, you're going to want to put it on the ask or the bid, whatever you'd rather get filled at. The ask the bid would be better, the last price maybe, but when you put it on the mark, it's going to take almost, I wouldn't say the average price, but it's almost the same thing as the average price, where it's going to take the average of these two right there. And that sometimes isn't going to be a great fill. You're going to get a bad fill sometimes with that. So be wary that with mark, this is for a stock with a 1 to 2, maybe 3 cent spread at most. If you get over a 5 cent spread, change it to the ask bid or last price. That's where I would change it to. Now again, what you're going to do is change it to the trail stop. And if you want it to be 25 cents, boom, confirm and send. And then yes, send it, and then whammy. And there is your new trailing stop for TAOP. And it's in effect, as you can see, let's go back to the charts. There's your trail stop. And it's going to be set in 25 cents. As you can see, if I want to hover over it, you're going to see mark minus 25 cent from the close where we entered in at. So, right now, or wherever we entered in that last little trade, which was set at, I think, 10.99. See, the mark was set at 10.99. Or where was it set at? 10.95 trade price. So 10.95 was where that was set in at. Okay, that's what I thought. And it is your average entry price. So it's going to be 25 cents from that area of where you got in. So right now, if it goes down to, what's that? 10, that would be 10.70. That's where it would trigger. And if it goes, and as long as it moves up, that's where it's going to move up, the price. The trail stop's going to continue to move up. As you can see, if we just continue to watch it here, that's where the new mark, the mark price is, where the trail price is, where it's going to actually go through at. And if you want to change it, you just right click, create closing order with a stop. Now we're going to go back up here and you're like, no, I didn't like that trail stop. Let's go back to 10 cents. Let's just do 10 cents. Or like I said, you want percentage. So you can just change it to, and usually, like I said, usually people aren't going to use this percentage as much, but that's how you just click on this right here, and that's how you change it. And I don't know what this one is. I didn't go through that one as well, but that's your percentage, and that's your money, and how much, your trail stop. And of course, we don't want a $6 trail stop. But yes, that's exactly how you would create a trail stop, though, just so you know. You have to be into the trade, and then you're going to go over to your monitor tab. You're going to right click on it, create a closing order with a stop. Then right here, you're going to see the order. You go over to the order, and it's a stop for now, but you can move it to a trail stop and move it 10, if you want money or you want percentage. There's your percentage. You just click on that. It's going to start with the plus minus. That's your money. You want 10 cents. You want $1. That's how you create that. All right. So I think the last thing I want to get through here for the day would really be, again, I think I've kind of hit everything on the dot that I've went through, how I have my graph set up, what I'm looking for. Usually I'm on the flex grid to start the day. And then, of course, from the flex grid, after I get out of the flex grid, if I want to look at just one stock in particular, I love going over to the charts grid, and then boom, I'm looking at one chart and one chart only. Now, if I'm wanting to look at, say, one chart, and I want to look at in a lot of different time frames, one good way to be doing it would be if you just want to leave it like your flex grid like this, because it is a slower day. Now, this is only for slower days, and so you want a 1 minute. I'll put the 3 minute, usually at 1 minute up top, the 3 minute down below, the 5 minute right here. And then we move this to TAOP, this to TAOP. And so you have, this will change, the 1 minute, the 3 minute, the 5 minute, and then right here what I'll do is I'm going to change this to the daily or the yearly. And so that way I can really see the height point, and you can see where it can maybe literally, as it did almost today, got up to $15. You can see this upper shadow before. So that way I can really, really take a glance essentially of what the stock is doing. 1, 3, 4. Now, if it's a busy day, we have we have like GameStop type when it was GameStop, and we had AMC rolling, we had all these different stocks rolling. Just say, it's one of these days where it's like this, and then you want to really trade one stock and you start liking it. My top stocks say it's always on the top hand, the top chart. So I'll be looking at this first. And they're all like saying we're at the 1 minute time frame. Whatever time of the day it is, it doesn't really matter. But we're in the 1 minute time frame, and it's a busier day. So this is when it wasn't busy. You can go all the same stock. I'll go 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute, and the yearly. Now, when it's busy and we're looking at a lot of different stocks, and I'm like, ooh, I love, I'm looking at Tesla big time, and I really want to look at Tesla. I'll go straight over to just looking at, say, Tesla right here, and I'm only looking at Tesla. So the main thing right here is that you can really see a lot clearer, right? And of course it looks a little, because it's not the one, it's literally later in the day, I know that. But when it's earlier on, or if you want the 3 minute, however you like looking at it, and that's where sometimes like this, like, oh, I don't like this fall off. So I may have to go down here to my style, go to the settings, go to appearance, do this real quick, apply. You see that I can't stand that little drop off right there. But my point is, that's where I'm looking at one stock. And I can really dive into it and really trade it a lot better when I can really look at one. Now, another way to be able to look at literally, and this is one addition that POV Joshua wanted me to add to this lesson, is where you can look at, of course, here's your 4. And you can, when you first set up Thinkorswim with this flex grid window, you can actually set up more than 4. You can delete. You can just have 2 set up here. You can have 1 just here. You can add, 6 or 7, however many you want. You can add different when you first set this up, the widgets, and you can even add it from here if you want to now, but I like setting it up just like this. Now the main thing is going over your charts tab again, and see it's a huge right here, how it just has one big rectangle. Click on that. Now here's that one big rectangle. So you can literally have up to 32 charts at once. Now this is when you have a big screen and you can just look at so many different charts, and you want to look at just anything you want to look at, you can just look at it from this, boom. And now the main thing is when you want to look at, like, say, 2. But see, this is where it's side by side, where I like going over to the trade tab, and it's on, of course, usually on Active Trader. This is where I can look at, and look at this. Look how these run together. Look how beautiful, for the most part, especially in after hours, look identical. But look how it's easier to look at these up and down on top of each other. Now, this is where you want to look at, say, and usually it's not just 2, it's usually like 4, and you can adjust it, but you can do it just like this. And this is where now you can look at the 1. Say if you're really wanting to look at one chart, say from the flex grid, you can look at one chart when it's a little slower. You can look at, like I said, the Tesla at the 1, the 3, the 5, and the hour when it gets longer into the day. Or you can look at earlier today, Tesla 1 and the 3 right here, and then another chart in the 1 and the 3. Or look at the yearly real quick if you need to. But here's where you can go over the charts grid, and you can set it up to 1. You can do it this way. You can have 3 charts this way. Depends on, say if you're in a depends on how you have your TV set up. Say if you want it, you want 6 charts going down this way like this. You can do it this way. You can have 6 charts set up this way. However you want it. Having a big enough TV where you can look at this, big enough monitor, where usually I'm never more than 6 going this way to give you kind of like a double flex grid. So you can have, and of course, when you do this, you're going to have to, team, which that's my fault. When you do this, team, you're going to have to take off, the time and sales. You're just going to be looking at the chart. You're just going to have the 1 day, the 1 minute, and this down here, which I forgot to get to on the flex grid. That's my fault. All I have down here on the flex grid down here at the bottom, sorry, I didn't get to that, is just the trade tab. So I have the trade tab right here. That's the chart, obviously. Got to have the C always up. And the level 2. Sometimes I'll take the level 2 down, but it's just the trade tab and it's just the charts tab. So that way I can actually see the stock. You can adjust the minute right here if you want to, the style if you want to. Of course, like I said, they just hover over it. It shows you what it is. It's the same thing as up here. Of course, it's written out beside it up here, but it's the same thing. And now to adjust this, here's what I want in this. The same things, except the only thing I really have is cancel. Because when I get into a trade down here, I'm not just going to continue to watch GME down here. Like say, and I'll go ahead and do it. Like say, I want to get a GME. Boom. I can't right now because it's after hours, but boom, I buy market, boom, I'm in right there. So I'm immediately going over to my charts tab. And of course, usually this is just set up to 1. And so I'm immediately going up to my charts tab and I'm going to GME, which I'm usually already kind of looking at, but if not, I just got in it real quick. That's how fast I'm going to try to do that. Boom, and I'm in GME. Oh, look, and it's shooting up awesome. Let me go over to sell here, blah, 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 and then I'm selling it. So that's what I do when I'm in. That's why I don't have flat in there, because as soon as I'm in one of these stocks, I press buy, and I'm immediately either changing this stock if I want to it, immediately changing it to whatever, or I'm going over my charts tab, especially when the one's already pulled up because I really see it better there, and then immediately changing the ticker over there if it's not there, if it was a different ticker. But that's what I like to do. That's why I have just buy, market, cancel, and then just the quantity there, and auto send. I always just have, and that I'm usually not trading pre-market, so I don't need the TIF, I don't need the template. All I have is the auto send, and it's on the top line. Buy, market, sell, cancel the quantity, and that's it. So that way, if I want to adjust this, I can adjust it. And each stock's going to be different, but that's how I have each one of these set up. The chart itself, maybe the level 2 if I can still, which I can see it here easily on my Mac, and then of course the trade tab, the top button, so you can actually trade and get into a trade there if it starts moving. And of course, that's how if you want to actually move these. That was actually just now realized it's actually on a limit order, but that's how you actually move these around. So that way, if I buy these or whatever, you get my point. You're actually filled or not filled. That's of course wanted on market if you want filled right away. I think even if it was on limit order, I think you get filled right away with B buy MKT because you're buy at market. Boom, you're in just like that. Again, trade tab, the charts tab, and level 2, and that way right here you just need to customize it. Always the little gear hand, but buy market, sell market, cancel quantity. You get it. I think that's pretty much it though. Other than that, I think I've kind of gone over everything. Boy, that would have been a good buy right there on GME when I kind of wanted to buy in there, right? But that's how I think I've kind of gone to go over everything. I mean, besides, this again, like I said, that's how you kind of adjust however many you want, which is super cool. This little button right there. Again, you wanted to show the widget, detach the widget. You can literally detach it if you want to, which is super cool. And then boom, then you just have your own little chart out to the side here, and you can trade it if you want to. Like if I want to trade GM, I don't have to be in the platform. I can literally detach a chart itself, and then have it over to the side. And I'm just watching GME. I can just have this say that the actual platform down. You see what I'm saying? And then just kind of look at that if I just want that little tab up. Now you can't close down the platform. You have to have this up still, but it's still nice to have that option. I think that's it. I wrapped it all up. I've kind of gone over everything from the basic setup of how to kind of maneuver around Thinkorswim, all the little different windows like this one that you can have, and how to get in and out of the widgets with the 3 little, just hover over something and it'll show it to you. And I think if I haven't gone over it, like I said, just kind of maneuver your way through it and you'll figure it out. But those are the main ways I kind of, what I use on Thinkorswim, how to use some of the stuff on Thinkorswim. I've kind of gone over every little thing. And of course, what I use on a day in, day out basis, and how my chart looks, what's on my chart, what my charts look like. And like I said, pretty basic, nothing too crazy, going on here. It's like I said, we're not trying to fly to NASA or trying to fly to Mars here. To the moon though, just trying to get to the moon. But yeah, anyway, AK47 over at DeckMyTradesViaTradecaster.com, Josh Smith Prime Trading here on Instagram, and of course YouTube. And that was the Thinkorswim tutorial and setup video.
Hey, what's going on with shipping? Sal Mercogliano here with our week of live interviews with people I think you're going to find really fascinating. This week, we start off with Jay Mintzmeyer. We're going to have on Bruce Jones from over at the Brookings Institute. And then we're going to throw on at the very end here with John Conrad, talking about news and what's going on with shipping. So there is a lot going on, I'm not going to lie, when it comes to shipping. And I couldn't think of anybody better to have on board to start us off this week than Jay Mintzmeyer. Jay Mintzmeyer has been a supporter of this channel for a long time. And I've had a chance to know Jay for a while. So it's a pleasure. I'm going to bring him on right now with us. There he is. First off, Dr. Mintzmeyer, it's such a pleasure to have you on. We can just keep calling each other doctor the entire time and be absolutely annoying to everybody.
Yeah, absolutely, Sal. It's great to be on here today. Thanks for having me on your channel. It's always great, and lots of stuff going on. So I'm glad you picked this week to do these interviews because just such a dynamic situation.
Well, it worked out for us to be this week, so it actually worked out pretty advantageous for us. Hoping you're having a great Christmas, and I know everybody here is having a great Christmas. But we got an hour here. I want to jump right into it, right off the bat. So, Jay, you're going to talk to us about stock and what's going on with shipping. And I don't even know where to begin, Jay. I really don't, because we can do containers, we can do bulk, we can do tankers. I will let you decide where you want to go on this.
Wow, an open-ended pathway. All right. Well, this is going to be a great discussion. As far as I'm tracking, we're here for about an hour total, and I think we have time at the end for Q&A. So if folks have any questions, feel free to type them in the chat functionality, and we'll try to get those at the end. But yeah, what a wild year, Sal. And it's really more of the same. I mean, it's been a wild 3 or 4 years ever since COVID. Even before COVID, there was crazy things going on with shipping. But the last than usual. We have the Russia product and diesel and oil sanctions ongoing throughout 2023. And then just when we thought things were starting to normalize, we got a drought situation in the Panama Canal that's sort of been under a lot of folks' radars, I believe. And then very end of November, early December, we started getting disruptions and some attacks in the Red Sea outside the Suez Canal. And of course, that has exploded onto the mainstream. Lots of folks started talking about it about a week ago, 10 days ago, and the stocks have been gyrating up and down and all over the place. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about, Sal. We've also had a lot of interesting press releases and different sort of narratives from these companies over the past few days as well. And just in time, for the Christmas holidays, we had the market closed on Monday, and now we sort of normally the 26th, the day after Christmas, is just such a boring day in the markets, right? I mean, and normally that's, the folks who kind of forgot about it are getting their tax loss selling done. A few folks are doing the final touches on their end of the year positioning. And this is probably the most interesting and the most exciting last couple of weeks in December that I can ever remember, Sal.
I can't think of any either, Jay. I mean, with everything going on in the Red Sea, I mean, you have the Red Sea and the attacks going on, massive diversions of containers and tankers. We are seeing low levels in the Panama Canal. I think you got to go back to the 2020, 2021, 22 supply chain disruptions to really see where this is been going on in a level of disruptions like this. I mean, it's global. It is a global disruption. When Maersk announced that they were pulling out and it started the domino effect there, we've just seen everything across the board go. So I'll pick one for you to start, and that'll be containers, because you have been the master of Zim for a long time, and for those who don't know, Zim is the Israeli-related container ship company, 10th largest in the world, and obviously a big target going on. But in containers in general, of course, not just Zim. But what's your take been so far on what's going on with containers?
Well, big picture, Sal, with containers, we had such a disruption in 2020 with the COVID shutdowns and then the rapid reopening, right? And we had all the consumer stimulus across Europe and the United States. And folks remember what happened. Shipping rates went absolutely ballistic. And those shipping rates went ballistic primarily for two reasons. First of all, we had port congestion across the United States and Europe, primarily in Los Angeles. I mean, it was an unprecedented amount of port congestion. And at the same time, we had this huge amount of consumer demand. So you have consumer demand going up and you have supply artificially low because of the congestion and those other issues. And of course, rates, supply and demand, right? So the rates went ballistic. And then we had just massive ordering of ships because the liners realized they were undersupplied and the consumer savings ran out. And so, of course, then we had the boom and bust of markets like we normally see. And from late 2022 throughout 2023 was kind of a bust scenario for most of the container ship markets. Well, that started to change about 6-7 weeks ago. And a lot of that was being driven, again, both supply and demand. On the supply side, the Panama Canal drought was starting to worsen. The amount of ship transits were reduced. And in the United States, we finally had year-over-year inflections in consumer demand. When inflation is starting to calm down in the United States, job markets have been very healthy. Consumers were returning to the stores over the Black Friday holiday into Christmas. And now, most recently, we're having all this news flow around the Suez Canal and the Red Sea. So it's not as extreme as we saw in mid 2020 through 2021, right? It's not that epic of a demand surge, and it's not anywhere near as epic of a supply disruption, but we're seeing similar inflection points on both sides of the trade. Demand is very strong. Consumer demand is extremely healthy. The percent change is not, skyrocketing like it did last time, but the nominal level of consumer demand is very strong in the United States. And now we're seeing the Suez Canal issues. And just to bring folks' memories back to 2021, we had a pretty tight container ship market, and we had the Ever Given get stuck in the canal. And I know, Sal, you were all over that story, but that was just a few days. And those couple days of disruption in the Suez Canal led to 2 to 3 months or more of knock-on effects. And so what we're seeing now is not a Suez Canal closure, right? It's just safety diversions, things like that. But this is probably not going to last 3 or 4 days like the Ever Given. This could go on potentially for months. So it's not a full 100% closure, but it's also a much longer lasting impact. So that, I think, is very interesting for the container ship story. Zim is ultra levered, and I have a long position in Zim again. I bought some in November as it seemed oversold, so I got to disclose my positions and pump my bags and all that sort of thing. But I do have a position in Zim. It's fairly modest. It's pretty small part of my portfolio. But Zim is ultra levered to the spot rates in shipping. So they're one of the companies that is positioned potentially, if container freight rates keep going up, Zim's going to do really well. And Zim's also ultra shorted. The short interest is right now pretty much, I believe, at an all-time high. And so that's a very interesting dynamic. Zim's not really one of my favorite positions at this point. It's a small position of my portfolio, but that's one way where I am sort of positive or favorable on the market at this point.
A couple of things real quick, Jay. Just a small technical issue, getting a little bit about sound on your side. I'm not sure if your mic is fully up or not, just a little bit. And so just may want to check that real quick. I do think the issue on the containers, and as you mentioned with Zim, it's really interesting. Obviously, they're at a low right now of where they've been, I think even prior to the IPO, but that's been a downward trend we've been seeing. But again, there's not a lot of publicly traded container firms out there. One of the things we have talked about in the past, I know we talked about this last year, was a lot of the ancillary companies. And there's been a lot of movement in that sector too regarding container ownership and the container lessor sector. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about that too, and what's your view on what's going on. That obviously had a big deal in that sector over the past year, and what's happening with it going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And I turned the mic up a little bit, so hopefully that's coming through a little bit more clear now. But on the liner side, yeah, there's not too many publicly traded positions in the United States. There's Zim, and there's another one called Matson, MATX, which is primarily focused on more protected U.S. domestic trades. So they're primarily doing things like Puerto Rico and Hawaii and Alaska and stuff like that. So those are really your only two sort of liner stocks that you can get direct access to in the United States. Maersk, of course, is traded in Europe. Hapag-Lloyd is another name, but those are a lot more thinly traded and only in Europe. As far as some of the related trades in containers, one of my favorite sectors for a while, Sal, and I know we've talked about this before, was the box lessors. And those are the financing companies. And I've talked about this a little bit before. They're really more almost like banking plays. And they own those 20-foot and 40-foot container boxes, and they lease them to the liners. And that provides 6, 7, 8, 9 years of guaranteed cash flows. So those were companies that I loved. But sadly, Sal, well, I don't want to say sadly, because it's a success story for investors, but both of those companies have now been taken over, have been taken private. So apparently massive private equity firms agreed with us. We had Stonepeak and Brookfield, respectively, step in and buy out Textainer Group, TGH, and Triton, TRTN. So those companies are really no longer among us. So I'm disappointed because those were phenomenal companies, phenomenal investments, but I am pleased because I think it was a complete validation of that thesis. Now, those are the boxes. Very simple, right? More of a financing play. Now, there's also companies that are similarly structured that own the vessels, the ships themselves. Now, this market looked like it was going to start getting oversupplied. There's a massive order book coming in and throughout the end of 2023, and especially throughout 2024, massive deliveries. But anytime you have a disruption like we're seeing with the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal, you're going to need more ships to handle the same amount of cargoes. So that significantly changed the potential demand dynamics into 2024. So there's a lot of companies that own these ships and will benefit from leasing them to the liners. And it's a more of a lower risk, lower beta way to kind of play this story. And one company that I'm long, and I've mentioned it before in the past, is Danaos Corp, DAC. And that's been one of my top personal positions. Of course, I have a long position. Our models at Value Investors Edge have long positions in Danaos Corp as well. But they lease the ships, these liners. And so that's a way to get sort of a lower beta. If you look at the stock, it's not anywhere near as volatile as Zim, but sort of a lower risk way to play that story. Unfortunately, the box lessors, they're gone. They both been bought out. So that used to be my favorite sort of investment angle, investment pitch. But now we just have to look at the ship owners.
And let me say something about that, because you brought that up a year ago. I mean, more than a year ago. I think we talked about it actually the video before that. And I got into that, and man, it was a great investment. It was a good one. It was a really good one, paid off really well. I got out too early, unfortunately, and didn't net what I should have, but it was still a great one. So I thought that was really interesting to see how that's played out and how that market's been changing. Obviously, we're seeing a lot right now with what's going on in the Red Sea. Jay, let's talk about some tankers. I'll leave it to you. Which way you want to go? Do you want to go with crude and dirty oil, or you want to go with the clean oil guys? Which one you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll have time to talk a little bit about both of those.
Oh yeah,
tankers are such an interesting story to me because the setup was already massively bullish before any of this stuff, before the Panama Canal, before the Suez Canal, before anyone was talking about the Houthis. The tanker investments were looking very, very, very strong. In fact, 2023 was the strongest, second strongest product tanker year in history. And of course, 2022, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine and subsequent threats of sanctions, was the strongest year in history. So we just finished the second strongest, which was 2023. And right before that, 2022 was record highs. Those stocks, especially the product tanker stocks, have not produced enormous returns over the last year. And I think that's because a year ago, folks had really, really high expectations, and they set their sort of rate averages and such way too high. They set like impossible hurdles for these companies to clear, and folks were talking about multi-bagger returns and just not being realistic. And then I saw a lot of folks earlier this year making what I believed were erroneous year-over-year comparisons. They're saying, well, that the tanker rates are down 30% year over year. Well, yeah, but they're down 30% year over year against the strongest year in history. And so I think giving those markets a little bit more time to continue to tighten, continue to balance out is the right way forward on here. And the best part about the tankers, Sal, and I know you already know this, but the order book, the forward order book, which is your forward supply, is almost nothing. In 2024, we're going to see the lowest amount of tanker deliveries, especially on the crude oil side, that we've ever seen in modern history. So you have a very tight market. You have disruption starting to come forward, and you have no relief valve on the supply side, no supply. And so that's just a recipe for enormous rates, enormous strength across that sector.
Yeah, I think especially when you start seeing diversions like we're seeing right now, there is not the capacity out there to be able to go those extra ton miles and be able to pick it up. I mean, containers have that slack. I mean, because as you know, and you've talked about with the ship lessees, that they have that ability to get more ships. Container lines can throw more ships on it. They have tonnage coming in. It was a building spree of epic proportions, but it really supplanted any other thing else going on. And because tankers have been so low for so long, you know, when ship owners order new ships when they have profits, and they just have not had those huge amount of cash to be able to do it. And what we see is a very finite tanker fleet out there in both the crude oil sector and the clean sector. So I agree. I think you're hitting on a key topic right there.
Yeah, and I would differentiate a little bit because, you know, it's two sectors, but they correlate together, of course. A clean, as you said, being diesel, jet fuel, gasoline, things like that. And the other tankers primarily just being regular crude oil. And the crude oil tankers have the most bullish order book that I've ever seen of any sector of any time in shipping, certainly in my career, arguably even my entire lifetime. And like I mentioned, there's no supply growth. And secondly, the existing fleet is the oldest it's been in about 20 years. So not only is there no forward supply, no new ships to replenish the global fleet, the ships that are on the water are getting older and older as we speak. And then additionally, and this is not top of anyone's mind right now because everyone's talking about Red Sea and Houthis, but there are enormous environmental regulations hitting the market. There's something called EEXI, which is a design index for ships. There's a CII, which is a carbon intensity index. And those initiatives started in 2023. But 23 was sort of a baseline test year, evaluation year. And 2024 is the first year where we start to see penalties and restrictions on how fast these ships can move. So the real impact doesn't even start until 24. Each year, 24, 25, 26, 27, those restrictions become more and more stringent. Additionally, in Europe, starting in about a week now, there will be a emissions carbon trading system, which is going to act basically as a tax on these vessels. And the more emissions they have, the higher the tax is going to become. So this will encourage vessels, especially those trading throughout Europe, to move slower and slower in order to become more efficient on the emissions curve. So when you think about the impact of all these environmental regulations, it's going to synthetically, sort of artificially, reduce the available global supply. And there's no new builds coming on to relieve that. So that we were extremely, and I say we, our team at Value Investors Edge, we were extremely bullish on tankers before any of this happened, before the Panama, before the Suez Canal stuff. So this is just extra fireworks at the show, right? And this is just potentially driving stuff even higher. Now, what we haven't seen yet, Sal, and I don't want to jump ahead too much, but we haven't seen anywhere near as many tanker diversions or disruptions around the Suez Canal. It's almost primarily been the container ships that are being diverted. And I think that's just, there's a function of a couple things. First of all, the average cargo value on the tankers is probably 50 million, 60 million, depends on how you price out the products and the crude oil prices. Whereas the average value on some of these container ships can be $2, $3, $4, $5 billion. So a significantly different amount of cargo, which means the insurance premiums price out differently. The customer demands are different. A lot of the end clients of container firms are more risk averse, right? Think about major global retailers, right? They don't want to be associated with potential loss of ship, loss of cargo, loss of life. Whereas some of the commodities, oil, gasoline, diesel, are more controlled by commodities traders who are all sorts of different entities and can maybe more easily distance themselves from any negative effects. And finally, the tanker market is far, far tighter. If tankers start diverting, we're going to see rates go ballistic overnight, whereas the container fleet, as you mentioned, Sal, it had a lot more slack in it. But even that, Sal, even with that slack in the container fleet, we've seen freight futures for multiple routes around the world, out of China, out of Europe, all sorts of places. Some of those have doubled or tripled even in the last few weeks. And so if that's what happens to container freight from their disruptions, imagine the potential we could see in tanker markets if those ships also start diverting.
I think you're exactly right. What you're seeing divert around the Red Sea are container ships. And again, if you're paying 0.7% war risk insurance on the total value of your cargo, that's substantially more for a container ship than what you're doing for a crude oil tanker or even a gas carrier. It's substantially more. And the ships we're seeing hit, ironically, are bulk carriers and tankers, which they can basically absorb the hits actually based on what the Houthi are using. So I think you're right that we haven't seen those big diversions yet. And like you said, we don't have the ships to really support diversion like this. The reason we built super tankers was literally because the Suez Canal closed for 8 years from 1967 to 75. And that's the reason you saw the construction of those massive tankers. But I got to say, again, I'm going to come back to talks we've had where you talked about this market. And I got to say, I think I got into, I had a note up there about TK tankers, talk about TK. I got into TK. I think I bought it like $15 a share at the time. And so it was really low at the time. And so just like you said, I remember a thing you said, it can't get lower. I mean, it's pretty much at the bottom as it is. What are you looking at now for the tankers? I mean, what's your prospects in that area? What are you thinking that's happening? I know it's hard to read the tea leaves and everything that's going on right now because it's just an insane world when it comes to shipping.
Yeah, well, it's always difficult to make predictions, so don't hold me too far to these. But of course, you remember, Sal, we've interviewed and done these discussions in the past.
Hey, it's AK47 over at Deckmar Trades via TradeCaster.com. Josh Smith Official, Prime Trading on Instagram and YouTube. Here we go. Let's get to it. Finally, the Think or Swim breakdown. That's right, the tutorial. My
another lesson here and trying to find longs, breakouts, even in downtrends and bear flags, because it can happen. And of course, just using the daily, I love seeing this. And multiple times on the way down where we form the flag, or I should say the pull, then we have the flag and we break the downtrend out of it. And we keep doing this, another flag down, right? We find the bottom, break the downtrend formed. Doing it again a little bit here, but here's where I want to get into all the way at the bottom, even on multiple levels on the way down. So I come in this morning and I'm looking at this chart, trying to get levels on app right here, which could be a big mover. Now it's been a little bit smaller. Now you can see app, there are some days apps smaller and there are some days apps have some really bigger days. And when I saw this kind of in that, that staircasing down look at the bottom, what I did notice was a really tight flag being formed right here at the bottom of the chart, right, that I was just showing you. And that's where that downtrend comes from. So even this line, it just kind of almost runs in and out of it, so to speak. Kind of, it's crazy how it worked out almost perfectly in areas. But really, this line just comes back when it just shows you the angle really over the trend that we're in. Really, when you see that, it just shows you that this chart continues to trade the same angle, the same degrees. So when I see this and I give an alert this morning, like we've broken the downtrend. So if we can hold the downtrend and especially the trend line that we're on, watch for a squeeze, watch for a pop. Look how it comes right down. And I mean right down to it and bounces this morning, not only on the downtrend and the trend line perfectly, right? And it does get that big move, which I talked about. Like if we hold that and break the downtrend, watch for this to move over the last couple of high of days, getting over Tuesday's high, getting over Friday's high, holding that for more continuation up possibly through into Friday, making our way back up to the 440s, 450s. Could be possible. But it all comes back to the chart. Finding breakouts, even in this downtrend and these bear flags, right? So we form a flag down. There's our pull. There's our flag. There's the breakout. Right? We find the pull down. Now we start to build the flag out to the right. There's the breakout. In multiple days there as well. Now we didn't find, unfortunately, we find the pull down, but we find the flag, but we don't break out. That's fine. You're not always going to get the breakout. You did multiple times above. This isn't a great example of it. We do pull down. There's not much of a flag built, but again, you can see the multiple moves up, move up, move up, move up. And what are we doing yet again here? A good move up. So keep your eye on that. And that's why I said this morning, this is on high watch for a good breakout and a good long today. Being especially the fact that if we hold the downtrend in the trend line, which we get a bounce play right off of both, that's a double whammy where we have old resistance area that should become support, but then also the support of a trend line there. So double whammy, both areas, two areas of what should be now support in the same almost exact spot. And that becomes a great bounce opportunity right there. So use that, find that. This is exactly what I'm looking for if I'm looking to go long. Even when these plays are moving down, they're in bear flags, they're moving down in a staircasing pattern, overall. And you can see here for the past however many, let's go back to the 4 hour here. How many months now? Start of the year, we'll call it that. 1, 2, 3 levels plus down from the run we made back up here, the 700s, which I'm pretty sure is all-time high. You can still find good long and breakout days even on the way down. So look for those, right? Look for your patterns. Look for these tight wedges to form. Now, who is not to say that we come down and recrack it, because we've seen these fake out breakouts come before. Small cap, mid cap, large cap, doesn't matter. We go up, fake out. We look like we're holding. It's a trap for a lot of bulls, and we come down and you take the short, which this could have been and it would have been. That's why I said today this is on high watch for a big move because of how tight that wedge has gotten. So it was either going to be a continuation up and a bounce off of it, or it was going to be a crack of this and a move back down to most likely the 355 area. And then if it cracks that, which you can see, we haven't been in this area for quite a while. So imagine if you crack 355. You're heading down into the 320. So again, it would have been a really good day to the bottom side. So keep your eye on those charts, right? When you get these nice tight wedges formed, this is where you can look for either a breakout and consolidation and bounce off of the support areas, or the crack of it for the short. And those days will return very heavily for you. I promise you that. Quick lesson there on how to find longs, breakouts, or even dip buys when a chart is in a downtrend and in bear flags.
But today's lesson, the halt strategy. And it's kind of a two-parter because, yeah, you don't want to be this, right? You don't want to be this person. You don't want to be sitting here on the downside, right? This was you, right? You were caught up in this, like, yeah, man, let's go. And then you get a gap down like this, and you're like, no. This is the first moment, and then this is you crying. Your wife walks in, and you're like, why are you crying like a baby? Like, well, I just lost all of our savings. And then she hits you across the head and divorce anyway. But you get my point. You don't want that to happen to you. So here is what I'm doing with the halt strategy. It's kind of a two-parter. Combining mine and Dex, when we get a full, and here's mine. When we get a full gap up, this is mine, more of mine. When we get a full gap up and a spike, or maybe just kind of a small gap up with a pullback to support. It's going to be one of the two right there. And FOMO sizing when entering. Always FOMO sizing. What I mean by FOMO sizing, FOMO, fear of missing out. So Iggy taught me this forever. It's what I learned from a great trader in chat, Iggy. When you don't want to miss out on these plays and yet they're going bananas, right? You want to jump in, whether it's a bounce or it's a true breakout. You're just buying in with it because it's halting up, so you're just buying in with the momentum. FOMO sizing is going at least half the share size you'd normally go in. So if you're normally going like 1,000 shares, go in just 500. At the maximum, I'm saying that. You can go I'd say even go 100. Just go on 100 just to get in and be a part of that trade. Understand you're not going to get the full profit you normally would get, but go in FOMO sizing when entering on these halt strategy plays, because usually what you're chasing, right? It's been halted up, maybe multiple times. Even if it is halt down, which we'll get into the halt down, strategy as well. Obviously, when it kind of comes back to you, you have to be careful. Always improvising and adapting to the changes, right? You always have to improvise. You always have to adapt. Always. These plays are going to be going up and down, down, then up, down, down. You get my point. You have to adapt and change your own buys. Sometimes, like I remember this multiple times where I'm just seeing a stock continue to run and not coming to these bounce plays I wanted. Well, there goes that entry. Well, okay, there goes that. And it's just not happening. So you just be a stock sniper. And what am I doing? I'm just improvising and adapting to the changing stock. Sticking to your plan. Gone over this all in its own entirety as its own lesson, as you can find over on Instagram and, of course, YouTube soon. But as soon as you stick to your plan and you continue to stick to your plan and you continue to stick to your plan, so your entries and your exits, whether it's your stop loss and it's falling down on you, you have to get out. You're not bag holding. You're not holding this over, as this continues to fall on you. You're scaling out into your entries, your plan that you've developed. Like, hey, okay, I'm going to enter in here and I'm going to scale out in these areas on the way up if I get to them. Sticking to your plan, paying yourself on the way up. Sticking to your plan, sticking to that stop loss so you're not holding $2 down from an entry going, man, I'm down $2 here, 1,000 shares, I'm down $2,000. Whoa, what am I doing? Don't do that. Put limit orders in as I do ahead of time. If you can do that, give yourself plenty of time and you're adapting, right? Improvising. You have these limit orders and you have to keep adjusting them, but you're putting those in if you can. If which you need to get comfortable with those. Those are awesome. They get filled. The only thing I don't like about them, sometimes they may kind of skip out a little bit, as in you may not get filled your full share size, so just be careful of that. Or, and I've gotten used to that as well and very good at this, over time, market ordering in on those dips. So when you see it pulling back hard, or on those just on the way up, like Dex says, I can't miss out on this trade. I've got to jump in. You just fill it and you jump in, market ordering in. Now you're not going to get the best. Now that's going to opposite of the limit order. You're going to get filled fully into your full, say 1,000 shares, but you may not get the entry you wanted. You're just essentially needing to be a part of that move. So let's get into some of these trades themselves. And this is going back all the way to, I have these slides essentially, or whatever you want to call it, examples from all the way last year. This isn't just something new. This is something we've been doing for years now. CARV, remember I love this bounce. Beautiful. So what am I looking for? Usually on my halt strategy. I'm looking for this right here. This to continue to push. We gap up out of a halt. So that you can tell right here, this is where it halted up. 1122. Closed off. There's no upper shadow, whatever. Boom. Closed off for the halt up. Your dip buy is going to be waiting for this. If we get a gap and go, and sometimes it may move without you. Like I wanted this to dip real quick to 1122 and go. It opened and moved. It went without me. I waited like a stock sniper. Going, if this comes back to the VWAP for sure, and even I'd love for it to come back right to this area for a beautiful bounce. And this is where I didn't have before I was really using limit orders a lot more so than I do now, and just market ordered in here. And my fill is really closer back toward the VWAP because, of course, I market ordered in. But as soon as I see this, because this halted down, this was now halted down. And I'm sure I alerted in chat, I am looking for this to come back down and open around, I'm sure, around the VWAP and pull back to hopefully the old halt up area, which will be my halt strategy for a quick dip and a push back up. Now I'm thinking this goes back through the VWAP, maybe through 12, This went all the way back up through 13. This was a $2 bounce right off of this old halt up area. And another prime example, and I didn't overcrowd it with examples, but this was a halt up out of the gate. Look where this pulled back to, right here. Oh, that wasn't a halt up. Okay, I thought it was another. I have another example that's like that, coming up where there's a double halt up, but it does the same thing, and you'll see it. I'm going to get to it. But to finish off Carve, again, after we get the nice spike, wait for it like a stock sniper to your entry back at the old halt up area at 1122, 1120, whatever it was. Look how it bounced twice off of that team. Look how it bounced again off of the old halt up area. I can't preach it enough. I love it. Now, of course, this is when stocks are hot and rocking and rolling. Say like, you know, December was relatively hot, and then really into January was just like, wow, what's going on here? It's crazy hot, halting up and down. These are when, now, yes, more so when you're still, my point being, when it's a little slower, you may not get 2 bounces off the halt up area. You know, it's a little bit slower time period. You're going to get your 1. You're definitely most likely, almost a lot of the time, you're going to get your first bounce, and it may be quick and small, but you're most likely going to get one. But when it's hot like this, as you can, obviously last year in June, it was still, it was spicy last June. It was the spiciest June I have ever seen in my 4 or 5 years of watching stock. Well, this will be the 5th full year. But I do not remember a June that, and like I said, just carried over from coronavirus plays which were starting to really hit hard right about now last year. Regardless, though, when it's hot, look how you get two beautiful bounces off of the VWAP, and that perfect bounce ball effect. You know, our bounce basketball effect, right? Bounce ball, whatever. But the basketball effect. 1 bounce, nice big. 2nd bounce, getting smaller. And I bet there was maybe 1 small 3rd one, and then it finally went through and cracked what? The beautiful support at 1120. So beautiful basketball effect there too, but as of course, off the old halt up area. Now here's my double whammy, IMTE, where you get 2 beautiful pullbacks almost right to the penny of where it halted up at. Halted up many times on the way up, once at 848, once at 1012. Look for the gap up, right? And these got really nice gap ups. Man, if you were in IMTE, you're like, yay, what a gap up. But then you want that quick lower shadow, quick pullback to what? The halt up area. And again, look at that. And it's funny, I even wrote that in again. After we get the nice spike, wait for it like a stock sniper for your entry back at old halt area. So we gap up here. And now this is more of those ones where if you had a limit order set, you may have missed it because it hit 850. Remember, it halted up at 848. This hit 2 cents away twice. Again, opened up, or I should say closed at 1012 on the way up, opened up and came right back down to 1014. Again, 2 cents away. It's one of those ones where, again, you already have the FOMO sizing limit order set in, right? So you can say at 1012. Or if you just like, hey, I know 2 cents, 5 cents above, that's good enough. That's fine with me. I'll take that few, I don't have to be right on the dot. You would have gotten filled here. Secondly, if you didn't get filled because it just went right through your order, or like I said, you put it a little too low, that's where, again, you have your FOMO sizing ready for your market order, and you just pull the trigger going, oh, I didn't get filled on, and you just jump in. Boom, you just jump in. You would have been beautiful here. Now, like I said, the fill wouldn't be as good. You're going to be higher up. Either time, though, money, even if you market ordered in. But again, halt strategy coming right back down to where it halted up. Again, it halts up. Look for a good, nice gap up. And sometimes the gap ups don't even have to be this big. Sometimes they can just be 10, 20 cents. But wait for that lower shadow to come right back to the halt up area. And of course, does it one more time again. But we'd have to be super quick. Super quick team. But again, 2 cents away on every halt up. It halted up at 1168. This came down to 1170 on this dip. Honestly, kind of nuts, right? How 2 cents away. 2 cents away on this one. 2 cents away on that one. And again, sticking with what? The trend. It just kind of nuts how it stays that way, but that's just what happens. Wins. So let's get to these crazy plays. And now remember WINS. These crazy plays that we do see move from $5, $10, $20 area. Usually, sometimes it's in the 5 to 10, but sometimes like this year, GameStop, we've seen wins do it in the $20 area, 20, 30, they start ripping and go up to say 70, 60, 80, 100, whatever. You're going to see the same strategy being able to be applied. Here are your halt up areas on wins. 34.10, 52.07, 64.88. Now the first one not nearly as close. It's not 15 cents, but still pretty on a stock that's moving $50 on the day. That's about close, sometimes about as close as you're going to get. Now look at the next one on the dot. It hit 52.07 right here. You can't really see it because the blue line's in the way, but it was a quick little lower shadow like you kind of see right here. See this little lower shadow? It was one of those right there where it opened up right beside it, essentially pulled back to the lower shadow, or pulled back, I should say, to the halt area, and then shot up into another halt. Then again, the last one here, 64.88 is where we halted up again. Opened up, as you can see, a good probably $1.50 above. You can tell it's over 66, probably 65. It's over 65 is the main thing, but probably close to 66 where this opens up. Pulls back to 64.91. We're talking 3 cents away from where it halted up at. Beautiful. Even on these crazy, crazy movers that have sometimes a spread of 50 cents, if not more, you're going to see the same strategy being able to be applied. APDN. Another great one, which you have to sometimes wait. Like the first example I showed you, like a sock sniper. Look at this. This is all the way back on March of April. I can't even talk March. It was March of last year. Crazy play. Spikes out of nowhere, like we see a lot of, right? No volume before. There's no volume here. It's a sketchy play. It's a pump and dump. Purely, truly, no how, no way. It can't be. But again, if you want to get that FOMO trading, you don't want to miss out. Wait like a stock sniper. This hit 1 cent away. Halted up at 441. Didn't get that quick pullback like I like sometimes right out of the halt up. Boom, it halts up. And then you get that first candle to pull back. Those are the ones I like the most. But sometimes you just wait for it. And it does. And hits 1 penny away. And of course, yes, only gives you about maybe a 35-cent bounce. But I say only. I mean, that's a good bounce. So a nice bounce still from the old halt up. Now, Dex strategy. We've seen from these just recently. I played Dex strategy. We get this halt, and then I'm going to give you two. It's kind of a twofer right here. So how to play out of the halt down too. So Dex strategy and how to play, and it was almost the same type thing. It's kind of the Dex strategy. You're just waiting for a pullback to support. So we halt up right here around the 875, literally the 875 roll, right team? Right around that area, it halts up. Now it does what I like. Like I said, doesn't really gap up. Maybe gaps up beside it. This is the Dex strategy. It's what you want to see. Maybe a small gap up, but usually a gap up beside is what you see most times for a Dex strategy play, for a bounce. Now it doesn't unfortunately, pull back to your bounce area right out of the gate because you get a halt down so fast. It's one of those plays that can halt really quickly. So just like a stock sniper, you wait. You wait for your entry. Now I can't remember, and I did. And I'll show you where I was alerting it. But the same thing, I wanted to pull back here. I like this little kind of sandwich area. 735 was the best area, but I figured 750 was about as good as I was going to get there. So I was waiting for a pullback to the 750 area, 735 for an entry. And of course, just waiting, and I set a limit order in, just waiting for it to get filled. With a move, back up, and that's fine with me. Get filled at 750, back up to 875, which we get, as you can see, we get this immediately. We halt down right here. We open up pretty much right beside it, but we get this immediately nasty pullback, and it actually came all the way back down to 7, right? Came all the way down to 7 on the dot, I think. So my entry easily got filled on the limit order. And then here is the alert at 48 after. As you can see, this is halted up, or down, I should say, at 42, 43 after. But I'm going long out of this halt if it opens at 7.5, right here at 7.5. It opens at 7, which it opens right above it, but shot straight down. And that's what I wanted. I was like, I know if I get in at 7.5, that's good enough for me. It may not hit far, that far down, even though it did. I wanted that 7.5 fill, and I got it. It's exactly what I wanted. And again, just so you can see it a little clearly without maybe words and a bunch of stuff in the way. We have the halt areas where we halted up or halted down. So halt down, we have a halt up, and here's your halt up again. But then your support lines, and that's where people, a lot of traders are having. They'll have a ton of these lines, these blue lines in as support. I colored them on. Like I said, you can color them on Thinkorswim after you put them in. I'll show you how, like I said in the setup tutorial video. But just that's essentially where I'm reading these plays at. Where I went, okay, I don't care. It's halted down. I know this move, this nasty. It's beautiful, but it's just nasty. Like I'm gonna get you type U shape. Beautiful. It has the volume, has the momentum. As you can see, ended up running to 14. Wanted to just get in quick, and this was a quick trade. I was in and out of this trade. I think I don't know if I was still in it. I can't remember into this halt because I knew it was going to do the same thing. I think I was out before this halt up because I know I got back in on this trade. But that's my point. I'm in and out of these trades, knowing that they can tumble it over at any time. But I'm taking those quick rips. I'm in. Quick dip to 7.5. I'm in, and I was in right here, even though it dipped below. That was fine with me. We shot straight back up to that 875 roll, right? 880 essentially. Halted up again. And then now when we do the same thing, we open up beside, we know what team. If we open up usually like this as we do, or in this situation we did, you're probably going to have a pullback. So if we open up beside it like this and you see a quick little spike, that's what Deck is just, like I said, chomping at the bit to get his bounce play in. And boom, then you're in on this quick pullback to what? this little support area, where we're finding nice areas where we're going to pull back to, get in on these, the next push up, the next leg up, essentially. Again, finally halts up again here. We finally get a halt up. Opens up beside it. You look the immediate dip back down, what deck loves, but then this is the thing we love so much, then the push back through. We don't like to get in. We love the quick dips, but then we want the push back up to do the same. We want this to dip down fast and then push back up fast. Those are the best. Obviously, it makes sense, right? Because you're immediately profiting. Boom, you're immediately down on that quick dip, and then it's shooting up $1 from your entry. Who wouldn't love that? But again, what we're looking for in the deck halt strategy here, we're pushing up into a halt. We open up right beside it, and we pull back to support. Buying in support, as this now is obviously and usually does when these momentum plays, these mob plays, does bounce super quickly. Be a stock sniper. Again, here's another one. There's another recent example. This was still some September. I was trying to find as many as I could through different alerts. But PEC, here's PECK. Again, waiting for plays on the way down. This play was a little bit more sketchy on the halt up area, but here we go. We're halting up. Still waiting, which we did here, and I didn't want to put an arrow in. But here's your first, and I forgot to put the pricing in. I think it was like 3 cents away. Halts up right here around the 970 area, I think it was, and this pulled back right to like 973. Beautiful. So if you would have gotten in there, I know it's super quick, and they are a lot of the time, whammy up into a new halt. And then here's your halt down. You're waiting for what? Bounces off the old halt area. So here's your first one. Would have had to been a quick play, but you easily would have gotten a good, probably even 50-cent bounce if you would have got filled here at 970. Probably really hit about 1050. But I'm saying, as far as your fills would have been, because you're probably market ordering in, market ordering out, you would have got a good, 30, maybe 50-cent play to that. But the true one I would have waited for, because it's a double whammy in the VWAPs there, is this old halt up area right here that we didn't get a lower shadow and pullback to yet. We still haven't bounced off this halt yet, is my point. It still is waiting for its bounce, just sitting here patiently saying, come on, bounce off me, come on. You want to. And then we do. Beautifully. And the VWAPs there on top of the fact, so you get an 8.10 fill essentially, $8 fill, and we push back up to 10 eventually. I mean, you almost, the next 3 candles really essentially got that push back to $10. And then when I didn't even kind of just really noticing right here, the deck halt strategy. We open up, as you can see, we halted right here. You can tell that's a halt up right here. Look where we open up. We open up with a quick pullback. We open right here, we pull back. That would have been probably deck trying to get filled here at the 650 area, right there. A small sandwich. I know the sandwich isn't fully connected because of the gap up right here, but you can tell that's where deck probably would have tried to get in real quick. 500, 1,000 shares, pull the trigger, waiting for open up, and it opened, as you can see, actually a little bit below, came down to a quick little dip area, and then pushed back up into another halt up, and then kept going. So, again, the halt strategy, the 2 different ones. If you're looking for a deck halt strategy, you're looking for it to open up essentially beside the stock or maybe below it, maybe a little above it, but essentially beside the stock, and it pulls back to support. You get on that quick bounce as it shoots back up through new high, creates a new high a day. And of course, my halt strategy that I came up with would be the, on the opposite end. We get a gap up and a spike, or a spike, a no gap up, just a spike up. But this we want this pullback, this lower shadow after we've gapped up or spiked out of the halt to the old halt area that we just halted up from, which, as you can see, many times we hit 2, 3, 4 cents away. Right here, hit 1 cent away right here on this example. The crazy mover. I mean, one time hit on the dot, 5207, came back and pulled to 5207. So, again, use these halt strategies. It's deck, it's mine combined, but essentially the halt strategies, whether we get a gap up or we get, the gap up and go with a little bit of pullback straight to that halt up area where we just halted up from, or the deck halt strategy where we kind of, open up right beside the stock from the halt. It pulls back to support, and then we shoot right through that old resistance and high a day with a good bounce, essentially. So there's the halt strategy combination lesson.
It's very early as we're recording this, 6 a.m. in the Caribbean. It is equally As you're watching this, 5 o'clock in London, midday in New York, midnight in Hong Kong, 4 a.m. in Sydney, 9 a.m. in San Francisco, and 10:30 at night in Mumbai. Greetings, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are in the world today. My name is Patrick L. Young. The IPO Vid live stream, Series 34, Episode 3. In totality, we're now into, the bad BRM numbers for old Formula One fans. Episode 201 starts here. Exciting news on the deal front. CQG have entered into an agreement for their acquisition by Broadridge. That's a remarkably torrid and exciting 2-year period for CQG's management. They completed a buyout at the end of November 2023. Now they're selling to an organization with whom they've had a partnership for even longer. And of course, within the case of Broadridge, they're going to be enjoying the opportunity to have a greater, larger volume of futures and options exchange-traded derivatives execution through the CQG terminal. My, how things have moved on since, good grief, the 1990s, when I can well remember having an original CQG 2-screen terminal in order to manage to see the market profile on screen. In the rest of the exchange world, bonds a big topic of the week. Hong Kong Exchange has been talking about their yield curve ambitions, in particular the bond market. In the US, very, very exciting. Looks like we've got a competitor really coming by stealth against DTCC's monopoly. ICE bond clear approved, therefore encouraging the possibility that we're going to see further competition against DTCC. And while ICE have got their bond clear approved, also over in India, Ashish Chauhan, the CEO of the National Stock Exchange of India, he's been talking about how bonds are now not just a nice to have, it's a financing necessity. Fabulous news to finish off the opening segment from our good friends at NASDAQ. They're going to be supplying the Eclipse system to the Osaka Stock Exchange. That was a very, very hard-won bidding battle, actually. Rather disappointed losers all round there, but the winner of the day was NASDAQ. And indeed, well, NASDAQ, thanks to this sponsored segment, I've got to say, investor appetite is rising for Asia, but post-trade friction is holding markets back. In the new NASDAQ Value Exchange study, 25% of participants plan to grow exposure, yet 46% face artificial trading limits. The biggest pain point, corporate actions. 60% report high error rates, and 39% of platforms are still legacy. The fix is clear. Harmonize rules, standardize workflows, modernize technology in order to unlock efficiencies in settlement and corporate actions. For exchange leaders ready to scale, download Creating Asia's Post-Trade Operating Model of Tomorrow at bit.ly, 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 APAC-Post-Trade, APAC-POST-TRADE. Well, I'm delighted to say that today we're going to be talking to somebody who's very active in the APAC region. Our guest is Gary Norden. The topic, from sim to reality, profiting from floor skills. A wonderful opportunity to journey back into the halcyon days of the 1990s when the floors had their peak. Former life floor trader Gary Norden has over 35 years experience as a trader across investment banks and his own book, as well as managing hedge fund assets. Gary is the creator of the Norden Method, a unique style of futures day trading, and the author of An End to the Bull and Technical Analysis Exposed. Gary Norden, welcome to the show. Where in the world are you today?
Thank you very much, Patrick. I am in Perth, Western Australia.
And that rather explains, ladies and gentlemen, why this show is coming to you as a recording, simply because the curvature of the Earth means that Gary should be aggressively pushing Zs when we're going live at our usual midday New York Eastern, 5 o'clock London slot. So Gary, tell me a little bit about yourself, because I gather from that accent, you didn't originally hail from Perth in Western Australia.
No, I'm originally from the wonderful city of London. So born and bred in London, and traded in the city of London for around 15 years for investment banks on the floor. I was an options market maker on the live floor back in the day. I was a senior derivatives trader for a number of investment banks in London. And then I moved to Australia about 20 odd years ago, 20 something years ago now, it flies by. And, continue to trade and also work in the hedge fund space as well, which is where I am now.
As a matter of interest, how do you find it? I mean, moving from London, which is kind of the epicenter of the trading day in so many ways. I mean, timing wise, Asia has done its thing or is doing its thing as London opens. Then the US opens in the afternoon and carries on into the evening, but nonetheless, London crosses over with a lot of it. I always find Australia to be a little bit of a challenge because you wake up in the morning and there's kind of not a great deal happening.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm finding now, certainly the last few years, I've kind of got more into that stride. But obviously, when I wake up in the morning, I'm up. The US markets are just closing. So I'm getting an idea of what's happened. That early part of Asia trading can be very interesting, though. Like the last few weeks, there's been a number of opportunities here. Then the day gets a bit quiet, which is great for me because I have an early start. I can, in the afternoon, go to the gym and do other things. And then the evening again, it gets busy again as Europe's moving into the US session. I'm here for the start of the US session. And I think one thing that I've really got to understand is, particularly when the Europeans are coming into their day, I've already been watching markets for several hours. And I think that gives me a really good flavor of what sentiment has been like. And, I found some really good opportunities because, as they're sort of just waking up, trying to work out what's going on, I've already been awake for a number of hours and I'm already into the sentiment of the day. So I actually think that now I'm in a much better position. But I agree with you. When I initially came here, I was kind of like scratching my head trying to get into this new situation.
Yeah, I always find it so. I mean, do not get me wrong. Australia is beautiful. Perth and Western Australia, particularly so, absolutely magnificent place. But it is a bit weird from a sort of financial market standpoint because you kind of get up in the morning and there's relatively little happening around you. I mean, and you're also in Perth, pretty much the most remote major city on earth because it's a greater flight to get to the capital city of Canberra than it is to get to the next nearest capital, which would be Singapore, which is half an hour's less flying time or something. It's quite an incredible juxtaposition. So what took you, what made you take the truly great leap forward that took you from London to Western Australia?
It was a family move, really. I think that I just thought I'd had 15 years in London. I kind of thought I'd got to, where I could get to. I had a huge trading book at an investment bank in London, and I just decided to take some time and move to actually moved to a very small town in Western Australia. I think called Dunsborough. I moved there for like 18 years. I think one of the things for me is because I was a floor trader, I was always confident and comfortable that going somewhere else, I could still trade for myself from home. I think a lot of investment bank and hedge fund traders are not so comfortable trading for themselves with their own capital, but I'd done that for so many years that I was always very confident and comfortable that I could come here and find, a way to trade, a market to trade that I could do well with. So really just to take the time to, to spend some time and to, watch the kids grow up and it's quite interesting. I think originally I had plans to move into sort of completely different business. Like a lot of people who leave the city, I'm going to do something else. And I'd actually taken some wine exams. The town that I moved to is near the Margaret River wine region. And I sort of thought of myself as, getting into the vineyard space and whatever. But when I got here, it was very apparent that was a terrible business at the time. Vineyards were closing, left, right, and center. So I was like, well, okay, then I'll still trade and I'll continue just to trade then. And so, I stuck at it and, I've enjoyed it. And now I'm a lot more heavily involved now. My kids are grown up. I'm back in this, like in the thick of things now. And of course now working remotely and et cetera is a lot easier than it was 18 years ago.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I can remember going to Margaret River and actually I found it the other day having a huge bag full of bits and pieces of gizmos in order to connect you to the dial-up internet, which wasn't exactly giving you a lot of latency that was anyway beneficial in those days. But on the other hand, Dunsborough, great place altogether. For some reason, I suddenly remembered one of my favorite obscure wineries there. I think it was called Xanadu, which was very much smaller than the rest, but produced a fabulous dessert wine, amongst other things. Marvelous place to have lived, Margaret River. I'm surprised you're not total alcoholic by the time you finished there. I think I probably would have difficulty not managing to. There's so many great wines. Top tip, if you're looking for a wine trip, try Margaret River, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely phenomenal. And the best thing about it is 80-90% of the wines that are produced there don't even make it pretty much outside of Western Australia, let alone outside of Australia. So you'll drink a lot of things that you just will not be able to drink in the rest of the world, and they are magnificent. Having finished that impromptu advertisement for the tourist board. So tell me that, though, obviously, let's talk about, trading. You mentioned the fact that if you trade an institutional book, you may not necessarily be good at trading your own money, although you've managed to successfully do both: trade institutional books, trade your own money, or to trade your own money, trade institutional books, and trade back to trading your own money. It's a very, very interesting psychology that keeps you going as a trader in your own right. And presumably it's quite difficult when you're doing it more remotely from Western Australia, or do the digital tools help you these days?
Yeah, they do. I think, one of the funny things is that day that we just spoke about how the fact that Asian session to begin with is often reasonably quiet, but that's actually a really good opportunity to be able to sort of sit in a more calm way and watch markets, and watch how they develop during the day as well, and how the sessions change as well. I feel like sometimes if you're in London, it's always busy from the moment you start. It will be busy through the early part of the afternoon when New York comes in as well. And I'm able to sit back a little bit as well, which I actually think really helps me now. And again, you just got to get into these routines, particularly when you trade for yourself. It's really important to get in that kind of sink in that routine where you're in a space where you can make good decisions and you can think clearly as well. So I think, obviously nowadays it is a lot easier. I think 15, 18 years ago, it was a lot more complicated, a lot harder. And that was a constant struggle. I think that whole time difference and looking for different markets to trade was one of the hardest things about moving out to this part of the world.
So I agree with you completely, but it's very interesting also. I mean, certainly from where, say, you and I have been. I mean, we can remember vastly higher commissions than pretty much anybody can manage to pay these days. You've got all sorts of advantages in terms of the ability to get information. The internet has only improved over time. Order entry has only improved over time, and so on. Yet we still have this remarkable position where the vast majority of retail traders do not do very well.
No, I feel that when markets transitioned from from floors to screens, I feel there was a real opportunity for retail traders. Unfortunately, I don't think it's not necessarily that they failed to grab it. I think it's the people that came out of the woodwork to sort of try and teach them had not actually been floor traders. So previously, in the days of the floor, I can understand most people don't want to go down on the floor and spend, thousands a month on a seat lease and et cetera, et cetera. I can understand that. They don't want to do that. They want to trade from home. As you said, they were paying sometimes $50, $60, $70 aside to trade from their home, ring up a broker, phone down to the floor. All that whole process was a very, expensive process. So when you're trading for that kind of commissions in that kind of a way, you've got to hold positions for longer. Of course it is. If you're trading from home, you're going to have to hold, for several hours maybe, or even longer. But of course, once markets went screen-based, there was the opportunity for people trading from home to trade in a way like the floor traders did. And that was the missed opportunity. Instead, most retail traders have continued to trade in the way they did before, just with cheaper commissions. But that style is just, you're not going to win at that game, trying to hold positions, particularly when you're trading for yourself. To go back to, it's different when you're trading for an investment bank or a hedge fund sometimes, but when you're trading for yourself, I think one of the things that floor traders learn very early is get in and out as quickly as you can. Our skill set just is, we're very good at trading the very now, what's happening right now. So let's maximize that as much as possible. And, if we're going to take on, which we did as, local traders trading for ourselves, if we're going to take on Goldman and JP Morgan and Morgan Stanley, we have to take them on our game. And our game is a very short-term one. And, we don't have the capital and, we have the knowledge and the skills to do that, to trade in the short term. So I feel that retail traders, they didn't really get that opportunity. Most floor traders at that point in the first few years after the floor either moved to something else or were trading for themselves from home, or from their brokers, initially from their broker office. And I feel that in that time, a whole bunch of people came up and started continuing on that aspect of position trading over the long term. And that's never worked for retail traders. It's not worked in, 50 years, let alone the last 20, and it won't work. It's an unprofitable business. And, I explained, for example, in my book, Technical Analysis Exposed, why most technical analysis traders will lose. And that's the most prevalent way that retail traders trade futures. and it's a losing game every time. So I think, to some degree, now with commissions so much lower, that was the opportunity to start trading a lot more short term, in and out very quickly. That's the skill set, and that's also what a lot of bank and hedge fund traders, don't want to do necessarily. So retail traders, again, I think partly because of the people that have been teaching them and talking to them, who are very good at marketing, have been essentially playing the wrong game.
So fascinating. I mean, let's pick that apart a little bit. You talk about going very, very short term. What sort of length of time, or is it, what sort of number of ticks or points should we be looking at in terms of what is the sort of plays that you're talking about?
I think really we should be in and out in a few seconds if possible. And of course, that's very possible now. I think on the one hand, you do have obviously HFTs that are playing in the microsecond space. That's a different game completely. And then you have people taking longer term positions. And there's that aspect of just in the middle there that I think you can trade. And so you're holding, trades for just a few seconds. And the idea is you can have just a small amount of capital in your account, but you're just trading it so aggressively a lot. You might only be trading 2 or 3 lots even, or 5 lots of ES, for example, 2 or 3 lots of NASDAQ futures. But you can trade them, dozens of times a day. So you're working a small account. It works much more in your favor that way. And so you're holding for a few seconds. So in the ES, it might be 2 or 3 ticks. In the NQ, it could be between 4 ticks and 10 ticks in a couple of seconds, really, or even less. But the point is, it's good for small account sizes. You can work them hard. You're not running too much risk, because in 2 seconds, what can the market do against you? Not very much. You're picking those opportunities of when there are opportunities. And I think that's really where the space is. As I see it, that's really where the only space is. And for me, it comes down to, if you ask me as a trader, where do I think, NQ could be in a year's time? It could be anywhere, right? Where's it going to be in a month's time? Well, I could narrow it down a little bit. Where's it going to be in 1 hour's time? Yeah, okay, I can get within a reasonable bit. Where's it going to be in 2 seconds? I'll be very good at telling you where it could be in 2 seconds. So my understanding of the risk of my trader every time is a lot stronger as well. So I just feel that style that's how floor traders worked. And what I call it, like in the now, just trade the now. I feel that the quant traders, they're back tested. They have a certain type of trading that works for them. They have the EV over time. If they do a certain thing a lot of time, but their weakness is right now. That's their weakness. And using the order book and the liquidity of the order book to get in and out. That's our strength. That was always the floor trader strength. And I still feel like there's a lot of edge, and there's a lot in trading in that kind of style for people trading for themselves.
Yeah, so fascinating. Okay, I get it. I mean, you're going to move in very quickly. You're going to hold something very short term, etc. What about the risk side of the equation then? First of all, how do you ascertain when it's gone wrong? I mean, is it literally it hasn't worked in a few seconds, so get out of it? And or is there a physical, tick stop base or something?
So both, and some of that will come down to how disciplined you feel as a trader. So some traders will always put a tick stop limit, maybe 4 or 5 ticks. So that should be the majority of it. For me, like when I teach traders, I actually give them a checklist of when the trade is filled. I think that's one of the most powerful things, is that we can actually know when our trade is filled, the entry is filled straight away without a good fill or not a good fill. So even before the market's moved, as soon as we're filled, there's like a checklist. And as you know, and it's just a sort of market making style, as soon as you're filled, if you're going to hold a trade for just a couple of seconds, whether it's going to be good or bad. And if the fill isn't good, then basically you just get out straight away. You don't even have to wait for the market to go against you. You're not sitting there waiting. I'm very much in favor of being proactive. So basically, and again, from a risk perspective, if you're only holding trades for a couple of seconds, you're not going to be, in most situations, going to be looking at a 20, 30, 50 tick loss in that time frame. But, I really do try to trade for myself. When I trade for myself and teach people, is to understand as soon as possible when it's just not a good fill on the entry, and then you just exit straight away.
Fascinating altogether, and I apologize, you may be getting a little bit of telephony in the background because somebody's trying to ring me on the one telephone I have not managed to knock off, and I thought at 6:30 in the morning I'd be okay to record this show. We're talking to the fabulous Gary Norden in Western Australia. We're discussing from sim to reality, profiting from floor skills. So floor skills, I'm interested in one thing, Gary. I understand what you're saying. You end up with a gut feeling of, it took a long time to fill that. Oh, probably it's not going to go my way then. It's going to go the other way. I can see how that evolves in your mind. But one thing I noticed from floor traders leaving the floor and going electronic was there are some skills you kind of have to leave behind. I mean, there are guys who really, really lived on noise and flow, and watching Freddie over there was coming in with a big sell order, and he could obviously see that. And we saw some spectacular blow-ups, let's face it, of people who'd previously been demigods of floor trading. I don't mean to disabuse you, but they were certainly a hell of a lot better than I was ever on the floor by a factor of thousands. How do you there are some things you lose from the floor skills mentality, but there are obviously other things you keep. What's the balance between those?
So, and there are still many really good floor traders, ex-floor traders who are still operating today. Most of the people in sort of my sort of community that I talk to if I need help or, discuss things will be old floor traders. I still think they're the best traders that I know. I think the key thing is that when they moved from the floor to the screens was just the way that the information was presented was different. So they saw the markets different visually. And I actually feel one of the things that helped me was I'm kind of like the first generation of computer game people. So for me, looking at things visually and using a joystick or a mouse or whatever to trade was just a kind of moving on from that. But there were people that were older than me, maybe 5-10 years older. They were probably some of the people you're talking about who were very good floor traders, but that visual environment just did not suit them. They didn't see things well. And I was at that time when the floor first closed down, I was in my broker's office. There were dozens of ex-floor traders in there. So I could see firsthand that some were struggling. And it was really about visualization. Also remember, particularly for those that are new here to trading, the original platforms that existed in 1999, 2000 looked nothing like the DOMs we have now. And the DOMs, for example, which is what we trade on now, the reason why they are like they are is because traders like myself and others, I've consulted to software firms over the decades on building these DOMs and improving them, was because the original platforms just were nothing like that. There were some platforms. And again, when you move from the floor to the screen, this was a decision that a lot of people didn't think much about. So they had a mate who had just set up a company who was, with a futures trading platform. Oh, I'll go with him. I was quite fortunate actually that my son was born actually in that change over time. So I took a month or two off when he was born. When I came back, some of those guys had already struggled, and my mentors and my group of peers that I work with, came and said to me, you have to trade with this platform. Now it was way more expensive than all of the others, but it was also much better. And that decision as well was one of the problems that was a problem for traders. And then over the next few years, I worked with platform developers to try and improve it so that the DOM became more like what we would see in a pit, just in a visual way. But that took time. So I think that was the real struggle. The skill set of being able to get in and out of liquidity, in and out of the order flow, that has always been there. But the original platforms just didn't show it in a way that was really intuitive or made it easy to do. In fact, some of them made it very difficult. So those traders had to trade in a different way. Ironically, many of them ended up with like TA, technical analysis screens in front of them, trying to trade off levels, which was exactly the people they were picking off on the floor. But because they didn't have the DOM as we see it now, they just had literally an order entry. Do you want to buy or sell? They couldn't see the market as we can see it now. So when people today judge those traders, don't judge it from the perspective of the DOMs we have now, which show the liquidity and the way the market order flow is working really well. They didn't exist 23 years ago, 24 years ago.
Yeah, no, it's a very good point. I mean, I can remember working with people, 30 years ago when we were trying to take institutional desks electronic. I mean, just under 25 to 30 years ago. And it was actually quite entertaining because frustrating as well, because every week I'd teach this class, and every week the management would decide to fire a couple of people who were the traders, and they kept keeping the kids because the kids could use
size gap up here. Pop into like the 1875. It could even see that quick surge to 20. So my goal would be sell some at 1875. I know I promise you, we're going to see a touch of 1875 or close to it. So I'll try to rip off half of the shares there, leave it for 18 stop loss. Where we halted up at. It's got to stay support. 1801. It's got to be support. I do feel like you get that real quick tip to 20. We could even get a good size gap up. You think the first gap up we got, first gap up here a couple of minutes ago, we went for the close was 1155. The
bigger expansion means more push to the upside.
Fake halt.
And more push to the upside. Right, so what is this? 458. Last one was only 286. Expansion of candles, right? We're getting expansion. We're not getting contraction.
I'm taking the halt strategy here. I did jump in long there. 1768, I'm long.
I like it.
For the move to 20, 1875 to 20.
God,
I have to like this when I watch these, I tell myself right now, because everything tells me, oh Mitch, but just go trade this one with the funded account. Just go throw a little bit at it. No, Mitch. No.
Yeah, you got that angel and devil on your shoulders.
No. This guy over here, push that guy off, dude. Don't let him distract you. That's not your trade. That's not your trade, right? That's not your trade, right? That's why when you see other traders doing really well on a trade, you don't just jump in it because, those traders are doing well, I need to jump in on this.
Yeah.
But trust me, recipe of disaster, right? So those are the things we need to avoid, right? I'm sure the chat is loving this conversation because I'm sure all these guys are about it.
This is funny. Well, Josh and I hope we can both just kind of piece this trade together, because essentially I'm like in a very slow short scale. And Josh, what are you thinking? Like out of this halt, are you going to be taking some off? It looks like it's opening up 1845.
Yeah, so we'll see if we get that. I'm anticipating one more good size gap up here. Pop into like the 1875. It could even see that quick surge to 20. So my goal would be sell some at 1875. I know I promise you, we're going to see a touch of 1875 or close to it. So I'll try to rip off half of the shares there, leave it for 18 stop loss. Where we halted up at. It's got to stay support. 1801. It's got to be support. I do feel like you get that real quick tip to 20. We could even get a good size gap up. You think the first gap up we got, first gap up here a couple of minutes ago, we went for the close was 1155. The open of the next candle was 1310. So you're talking about $1.60 gap. Then we closed at $14.40 and then opened up at 1606. So we're talking about another $1.50, $1.60 gap. I think we may get one of those again, depending on what I know the LULD sometimes is a little off on these crazy movers that run out of nowhere like this. I see there's no way we don't see 1875. The goal there is to take half there, the other half at 20, and just take a quick little scalpy trade here.
Yeah.
Kind of like the 35 to 50 roll. This is kind of like that 15 to 20 break. I'm just a little late on it here. Of course, it halted up at 1450 anyway. Got the halt strategy. You saw it came down, tipped right up off of it there. Opened up at 16, came right down, hit 1440. And I take that I call it essentially kind of like a gap and go is what you call it. That's usually opening bell thought process. I trade that the same thing here for these halt plays. So gaps up, comes down and go. So as soon as I saw this candle turn green, I got in, but the spread was so bad. I got such a
it's scary. Yeah.
So I was like, well, let's run into another halt here, hopefully. And then that's the strategy there. Get this last gap up, last little bit of like you think, and I as well, trading these for so long, this last little bit of movement up, then you play. Then you get exhausted.
I'll give it I'll give it a couple hundred of risk here. I'm gonna hit it 2 more times likely through 20, slow scale. Give it a couple hundred, and then
Reese. And by the way, Reese doesn't know. Reese, you can trade halt plays now, so it doesn't matter when they halt, how they halt. You can trade them at any time. So you can trade halt plays on Thinkorswim. I mean, on Trade the Pool. When we start that on Trade the Pool, was that back in October, November?
Yeah, it happened with the 5% rule. So the 8% rule was taken off, and the 5%.
November. I think it was November. I think that was November when that happened. Yeah. So since then, I'm in heaven because there for a while because I love trading these. I like I don't have any. My edge is there with them, and I know how to trade them, so to speak. And I was like, I can't trade them, right? So that was the one rule that I love. remember when Katz, if y'all remember that meeting we had that one day. I was like, hold on, what?
You said what? No halt. We're done with that rule. Heck yeah.
I was like, thank you. And I love that too. How we open up, and even to you guys, reach out to the Discord, reach out to us, say, hey, they listen. We are listening to you guys as our customers and clientele, of saying, hey, can we adjust this? Hey, can we adjust that? Hey, I had this thought process. I think we should change this. They're listening. So if you have any advice, anything you want to change, we're always moving forward in the right direction here. So that was one that I loved, was to be able to, and then I said, hey, I can't right now. I want to be able to put limit orders. I want to be able to put things out there while play is halted. So I'm not just kind of stuck. And we're working on that. So that way when a play is halted.
Open up here in 10 seconds. Sorry to interrupt. 1845 is the open.
Yeah, you're good. Another one to watch here, guys, for you penny stock players, DCX.
Yes, that was one earlier too. I was with, yep.
Looks really good. If it's building off of 4s. At some point, it looks like it wants to pop above 450s. It might be like a later in the day run, but I'd definitely keep it on the radar. It looks really like it's developing. What tells me that is the 2 million share buy volume right out the gates that created a bottoming at like 386. As long as 380s hold right now, that stock is still strong. So DCX, we'll see what happens.
DCX, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely
10 or 15 minute halt.
After and another one, GCTS, that's a cup and handle pattern all over that one. GCTS, that's my scanner catching these, right? Those are pushes that are pulling back, right? So I like to catch those all the time. And the one that I mentioned, the real penny stock that's now taking the lead, SGN. I talked about that at like 25 cents. It's already up to 33, up a good like 31%. So what can I see on that? The hourly pattern. The hourly pattern was just really developing on that one. That told me, hey, this one can actually move as penny stock.
It'd be neat if we could get like under $1, maybe 5 cents would be or kind of a rule, because this is going to be very difficult to get 10 cents out of SGN, but definitely volatility volume on that play.
That would be a good rule. That would be a good rule. Under $1, it's a 5-cent roll instead of 10-cent roll.
Yeah, I just want the no rules, but that's just me.
Yeah. Hopefully we can.
That's just me, but that's just me, right? You got to be honest where you can, right? And so to me, like the halt, I don't really usually play halts, right?
Right.
Like that's not my game, but like that's what it's always about, right? Find your cup of tea and stick to it.
Back to J-Nug you mentioned earlier, it's actually literally where it came down to today. Bounced right off. Yeah, it bounced off Tuesday's low of day. If this cracks Tuesday's low of day, watch for gold, J-Nug, other stocks to continue to crack on down. Not a lot to hold it up. We could see J-Nug down to 300 or even sub 300 today. Just again, good shout out for Money Mitch earlier. I just kind of pulled the chart up a little bit ago and been watching it since.
Yeah.
It looks like it can go for more. Love it though. Good alert there. All right, waiting on TCGL. We got 30 or 44:40 resumption time if it's a 10-minute resumption.
Basic materials just went from green today to red, and that's a big sign. And it's of course silver, gold, copper, metals, all just wipeout move. So it might make sense to short names like USAR and names like that, right? Names that are extended on those makes sense, right? So like a UUUU short right now.
This HYMC too. I mean, this was a minerals play that's giving it up today, but this play has been.
This is why I like sectors and industries, right? Because let's just be honest. You look at that and it's a sea of red everywhere, right? You trade short on some of those names. If you don't win on some of those, then we need to talk. We need to have a conversation, right? Because they're all going down and it's like 15-minute candles just straight down. That's really important to catch, because if you could catch that early enough, you can just spread out your money in tons of names and expect some stop outs, but you'll get a lot of that. That's more systematic trading also, right? In another way.
Yeah.
So, hey man, I like AU on the long-term short. So I love AU when it finally breaks. I'll be watching to see what happens in the next couple of days, because it's not going to be easy, right? They always make it a little difficult.
AU.
TCGL. Well, yeah, we'll see 1040, 440, about 50 seconds. Yeah.
I like how it's almost like we're sitting back waiting for it to open.
Dude, I'd be shaking in my boots, trembling if I was in a long up here. But you know how to play these so well.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Yeah,
I'm just like, calm in it. I'm calming my side because I'm like,
it's more.
Yeah.
What would be the pop that you would take the sell? All right, that's what where's the pop where you take the sell? Because sometimes you'll get these instant pops, right? And if you are fast enough, you can cash out on them.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So you got to be ready though, right? Order's active, order form ready to go.
That's me right now.
Getting out. Right?
Ready to scale out. I'm only in 100 shares. I just went small, but yeah, I'm ready to scale out instantaneously. It's like playing a video game. You got those first person shooters, bro. You got to be ready anymore.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Let's go.
Like I talked about,
Right.
you go and what are you getting now?
I'm
Another expansion.
just halting up again. Make halt, real halt. Good work, Mr. Josh.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
All right.
That was a monster move right there. I was not anticipating that.
No, I saw the 1850s. Didn't hit it again yet. Good work.
That's why you got to be ready to cash out, right? How long did it really take there to give you the ability to try to cash out, right? And so there's nothing wrong also of selling pieces as you go on up on a name like this, right? Maybe Josh says, oh, well, I'll take out half.
Yeah.
Right. And see what happens and put a break even immediately. Right. And so things like that you need to be thinking about. But great trade there. And I'm glad I brought it up. We brought this thing up now at 12s and it's now 20s.
Thank you. That's why I tell people all the time. They're like, I love using scanners, but sometimes I may miss it on the scanners. And that's why I love listening to other people. I'm like, you never know. You may run across something you like. Right. So don't ever, throw your nose, put your nose up to something. I'm always like, when someone says something, oh, okay. Literally, like, again, back to J Nug. Money Mitch like, J, okay. Oh, shoot. Okay.
Yeah, dude. It's just, and sometimes it's about knowing the trend, right? Because then not on shorting that one, you have the herd actually helping you. The herd is just pushing down on it. It is just like every time it pumps back, it's like the big bully's just punching it back down. He's just get back down, get back down.
2109
bounces back up, get back down, buddy. Because that's exactly what's going on. And you know what's happening too, right? All the longs are like this. Oh no.
Yeah.
I was thinking about selling yesterday. Oh no. Oh no. And I can tell you because I was starting to see shorts of people buying a ton of gold, like physical gold, and then going 3 days later and then being like, hey dude, cash in and give me more gold. I don't want the profits. I want more gold.
The gold. I love gold.
That tells you something, man. That tells you something. When the Uber guy is driving around with gold, that's not a sign of a bottom.
Yeah.
That's a sign of a top, man. That's a sign of a top. So this could be it. This could be it. And what I talked about earlier today, remember, the show was talking about silver, right? And how there was that big short in silver and how potentially people were thinking that he was getting run over. I talked about how he's probably getting ready to juice up.
Yeah.
He's like, you guys just helped me out. You guys just gave me better pricing. Now I'm going to take my real money. It was a 20 something or 30 something mil bet. I threw another 30 at it, or another 60 at it, right? Ready to go, saying, pop this back to me. This is how I play. I get my trade. I take a tiny bit off, probably. He probably cashed a little bit, right? Just to pay himself for some risk, opportunity. And when it pops back, he's juicing up and ready to go.
Yeah. Juice her up, baby.
Yeah, it's just the over.
Here's a trade right now. They could be making a move here, guys. So there's a lot of energy talk today because of Iran conversations. People are expecting a U.S. to be attacking in the next couple of days. So you're starting to see Gush get a little bit of a bid here on an hourly pullback. I play this all the time. If I play oil, it's hourly long pullbacks. So what is this? Hourly support right here, 26.25. Could play right back into Gush here. So might take a Gush trade here. I don't take Gush too often here, but if we're really going to attack, this could really be a takeoff today. So we could take a little bit here. It's not my cup of tea because it's not a swing vehicle, right? Gush is not really your swing vehicle. It's kind of a day trade leverage vehicle, but I think Gush is definitely a trade to watch here as it starts to push off the 15-minute bottoms, right? So you look at the hourly, look at those hourlies, you look at the levels right there, holds really well, and now could get back up to 2750s. We'll see what happens. Oil trade.
A little Gush. I've mentioned time frame before and sizing. So I think that's where, and I know some of you in chat were mentioning liquidation events happening, especially like with crypto being down, even just like 5% today. But it's always the over leverage. Sizing is so important. Sizing, and your time frame. Like what are you
It'll
trading?
determine the trade.
Yes, it determines the whole trade. The whole trade.
And what you really need to realize is that what you're thinking of what's good size is probably a tenth of that, dude.
Right.
It's probably a tenth of that, bro.
Yeah.
It's where the real question needs to be is when you take the trade, do you feel the emotions? You want to be at a size that when you take the trade, you don't get sweaty palms.
Yeah.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Right. That was one for me too. My pits would get immediately just like swamped.
Dude,
And I'm like,
if you smell like the fifth grade locker gym at the end of the day, you're doing something wrong, dude.
you smell like a bunch of onions.
Dude, it was just Axe. That Axe. Everybody had that. They just spraying it.
Yeah,
everywhere.
if you're needing Axe, dude, there's a problem. So ask yourself those questions, right? Am I sweating at the desk, right? And if it is, just go down in size and see the difference, man. Because if you're gonna do this every day, you can't do that either. You're gonna literally get a heart attack from trading, and no one wants that. We're all wishing you the best of your health and your mental, physical, and pocket, right? We all wish you the best, but we're always going to tell you about the stories because there's plenty of those traders that watch so many ticks, so much sizing. By the time they get to 12 o'clock, they're literally burnt. They're literally like you it's like a waffle you just forgot about and left on high, bro. You're just like, you're donezo, bro. That thing's a brick, dude.
That waffle you forgot about.
Yeah.
With a hot pocket you left in the oven.
We're all traders. We all forget about those sometimes, and they do cost us. But hey, don't be that guy, man. Try to find a size that works for you. Realize that, hey, money can be made with small size. Let's say on that small one, TCGL, if you had 100 shares and you just held it from down at 12, you're up $8. What is that? That's $800. Stop risking and risking, like, let's say if you're risking only with 100 shares, 20, 30, 40 bucks at a time, but when you win, you make 800. I promise you, those little $20, $30 losses are going to seem so small. The emotions will stop mattering so much when you lose. And that's what you need to kind of adjust, right?
Yeah, real quick story about that. The locker room, no lie, it was eighth grade for me. Eighth grade football. I had a locker right next to a guy named Philip Nestler, and this guy, you always had like that you wore like shirts underneath your pads, and you put whatever you had. It was a white shirt. He didn't take it. One day we had to falling out. Like we were like, Phil, we got it out. We're like, you got to take this home, man. It's like yellow and brown now. You haven't washed it in months, bro. I had the locker right next to him, and I'm like, it was the most.
Good Lord, dude. I'll buy him some shorts or buy him some clothes, dude.
It was the worst.
I would have brought him some shorts of my own and I'd be like, yo, dude, please, just put these on, dude. For the love of God.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it was the worst, though. But yeah, I've had to deal with that
Don't be that traitor, dude. Don't be that traitor. No one wants to sit next to you, dude.
No one. And we love everybody here, and we would force ourselves to do that.
You're gonna have to hang an air freshener from your nose.
Smash the like. This is what happens when Michael Noss is not here.
Keep us on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
No systematic talk. We're over here dip buying TCGL, baby. Let's go, you degenerates out there. Hit the like. We cover it all here at Trade the Pool. We give you guys theme conversations. We talk about small
Deodorant
caps
talk.
rallying. You get what deodorant to use, baby. and and you'll catch the small and the big, right? That's what we're here for, guys. That's what we do best, man.
No paid product placement, I promise.
And I'm always
Get
good
tracked.
at catching these small names and not really trading them. So when you hear me mention them, right, you go looking. Doesn't mean trade them, but you go looking. Because I know Kevin and Josh have seen me bring up some names already. They're like, dude, what the hell, dude? And then you're probably like, dude, Mitch, just not sell. Dude, don't sell. Remember that last one?
Yeah. That's all I'm going to hold. If this does this, I'm going to hold like 5 shares just in case we do some crazy SPHL BNAI
dude.
move.
Especially, you know what happens, right? Kevin told me there was one that was like this yesterday. That's a telling sign.
Yeah.
KXIN Chinese went from 8 to 20 back down to 8. So I mean that's in the realm of possibility. So just keep that in mind, traders. You know, keep your peace in case it does BNAI, but always keep things in perspective. KXIN was a beauty midday doing exactly this. The thing is, once everybody starts profit taking, it's like a bloodbath. So just make sure
This day is turning into a bloodbath. Michael isn't here to tell me this isn't a bloodbath, but dude, this is a bloodbath. Look at this SPY. Guys,
is it halting up again?
Yes, sir. Let's go. I just sold some shares, but I'm holding, baby. I'm holding. Let's go.
I heard that, Sal. I heard it through the stream. That was a good one. Look at that. 23.10 now, dude. This is why I also told you, Kevin, wait to slow down, right? Wait for slowdown. Wait for slowdown.
I like the approach of, I mean, obviously it's not liking it. I mean, we'll come to reality at some point, right? And we may even halt lower. We may halt lower, but that's why I start these slow. But I'm saying I like this.
You know what happened on this one though? Smaller 15-minute candle. We're getting close, Kevin. We're getting close. The candle got smaller this time. I'll show you it. I'll show you it here. I have to pull in another screen. I don't know why. The charting is a little bit off on that one. You see here, guys, like you see how the 15-minute candles were expanding, right? So that's called expansion, right? Now you're getting contraction. Some sellers are starting to hit the out buttons, right? So now we need to look for a pop and quick sweep back, right? So we're going to look for another pop, but let's look for that quick sweep back after. That's when you can really start to align yourself with a ladder based on the high of the first spike approach to short. But I'm not telling you that's going to give you success, but that's how I would
just
approach
know
it.
your risk, traders. I mean, I've been a part of rooms that are telling their guys what to do in these trades, and they end up losing. We're just telling you what our approach is, and
and the approach if
risk.
you wanted to take that, right? It's not necessarily the trade for everybody. The key there, though, is understanding how these plays work in the past, right? I'm telling you how they've worked in the past. Kind of a history approach, right? So Trump expected to participate in a cabinet meeting after 11 a.m. Eastern. So keep that in mind. Guys, it's 10:57. I'm getting out of here. My bets today were Beam and CRISPR. So I went back to the therapeutic game into the genomics trade. We'll see what happens on that. ARCG is an ETF to kind of look into that. We'll see if this can maybe bottom out, start coming back to the upside. Solar down 8% today. They came after solar, dude.
Yeah, you're right.
After tech.
Yeah, I just looked at the big plays. We're bloody today with SPY.
We are bloody, dude. We said, you know what? We're gonna flush gold. We're gonna flush it all.
Yeah.
It seems like a flush all type of day. Tomorrow is going to be very important, or even better, tonight on the earnings stream. Don't miss it. My boy Kevin will be there, and Apple might bring back the market. So I will see you guys there at the earnings stream. If you didn't catch us already, we had one yesterday. Don't miss it. It'll be back today. Wish you boys the best of luck. Go get after it. And like everyone in the chat, I hope you guys have a great day. Keep doing what you're doing, guys. Make that money. And always focus on that, right? At the end of the day, is how we can make money here, because that's what we're all trying to do. We're all trying to trade, improve, learn from our habits, and cash a little bit, baby. So stay focused out there. See you next time.
Get that money, Mitch.
Thank you, Money Mitch. Have a good one. Have a good weekend, brother.
Your GCTS, I believe, Crow, was that you who mentioned that one? That one's approaching highs right now. That was the cup and handle Money Mitch was talking about, GCTS. Be mindful of that. The SGN, that play's still working its way up too. So Josh, I don't know if you saw TIRX. That was the breadwinner of the day so far over here.
Nice. You got you a good short on that one, right?
Unfortunately, a little too heavy for the max account. So, but yeah, she worked out really well. Really well.
Love it, brother. That's been was sitting back on feed earlier, and now you guys brought up TCGL, so now this is my breadwinner for the day and just full concentration on this. So this has been nice. So I appreciate you guys bringing this up. I wasn't even looking at it, and I was like, whoa.
I have a slight suspicion we're both going to make money here. It's just it may take. I'm gonna give it 200 risk. That's what I'm giving at TCGL. But the thing is, once this thing starts profit taking, and we halt down, we could open up many points lower. That's how I see it.
Oh yeah.
Kind of thing. So if it's just going to green candle for the rest of the day up, which is highly unlikely, I'll stop out here in a little bit. But yeah, but the idea is if you're approaching it from like the shorting euphoria side, you've got to be small, because the oversize over leverage, like you guys were talking about in chat with the crypto. I mean, I even talked to a trader this morning that was oversized on a play and almost blew up. It's always that oversizing, over leveraging. That, and TCGL has 16% short. And okay, we just opened up and we're going up to 25. I mean, it's just halt after halt. I'm not even going
to sell here. I'm still in 50 shares, but I'm not even going to sell any of them because we're about to halt up again. Wow. Here we go. I'll show my screen real quickly, then we can get to it, and then boom. Here we go. So you can see the entry price right there. Blue line got in there, and I was going to sell some here at the top. I probably should have, maybe, because we don't know if we're going to get a gap down here. It'd be nice to sell some, but I think we get one more pop up here. I'm going to sell. I'm going to probably sell after this open. I'm going to probably get down to, I'm going to go ahead and just put it in now. I'm going to go from 10 to 25. I was going to scale out 10 at a time. I'm going to go immediately as this opens up. I'm going to get 25 out and be down to 25 shares, but just shows you I'm still in 50 shares. I'm on the 50 shares at 386.
That's amazing. Good work. I hit it right there for the short. Let me see where we're going to open up. But the next leg up, I'm just going to be done with it.
Yeah, you got the power, by the way, today to get rid of Money Mitch's, which we love Money Mitch, but his little his offline.
Okay. I got the power today.
You got the power today, my friend. You've got the touch. You've got the power.
Yeah, good. I watched some of you and Steve's earnings yesterday. Good work. That was
good. That was fun.
Fun with that.
Oh God! Well, it helps when you have. Well, at first it's all over the place, but then when you have Meta going that bonkers run, so it makes it even more fun to sit there and watch this play completely go parabolic. And yeah, love earnings today. I think we'll be a little bit slower, but you guys, of course, will conversate and have a great time. For it's just Apple, Visa, MasterCard. But yeah, yesterday we even had IBM going a crazy run. Of course, Meta was the big after hours runner there yesterday. So, and then I didn't get back to Crow. Crow did mention me earlier, said he likes to play with the Zelda theme song in the background, talking about video games.
Oh, nice.
I like that. Yeah, I love the 80s and 90s, like Contras, like music or background, even Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all the different games back in the day, how they had that. You would hear Mario, of course, all the Mario games, but yeah, I love the music, in those games for sure. And I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
But once I stop streaming and yapping it up all the time, and it's just back to me when I get a little bit older and I'm done doing this, because I know at some point I'll hang up the boots to streaming and kind of just want to get to, get back to just trading, have my, 10, 15 year journey of doing this. And eventually I get a little bit older and just say, hey, I'm 50 plus. I don't want to be streaming anymore. I'm making good enough money from trading stocks. And I can trade more. I noticed I was a little bit more fluid and better trading when I didn't have to stream all the time, like my days off when I wasn't streaming and having to do a lot of work. But yeah, then I could see with all these arcades, just throwing an arcade on and just turning the music up and just having it on the background. But
you guys stick around. I'll miss you, man. We have too much fun.
Oh yeah. I'll be doing this for because I can't wait for the next house. That's why I want to show it up for, show it off for a few years. Yeah. This, which yesterday I did a little something for Wolf Trading. We did a little podcast, interview thing. And that's the first thing you mentioned. A lot of people, I love your background. Like, oh man, I can't wait for the next house. The next house's background is just going to be glorious. Of course, huge office we'll have at the next house. And
My whole watch list, dude, is pretty much red outside TCGL. Like
Yeah,
everything's reading today, and especially for somebody who likes to short everything. It's I took the feed short, that didn't work, but the TIRX worked out real well. And again, I've been red. I think I'm red 3 out of 4, but still really green because of the TIRX. So
That's awesome.
you gotta have proper risk reward set. Then we'll see TCGL. We'll see what this is going to do. It looks like it's opening up 25.45 into like another halt up. Probably.
Yeah, that's why. Because what it's going to happen, I'll tell you this. What's going to happen? It may go into one more halt up, but I'm going to say at some point, what's going to happen is we're gonna open up like that. We're going to open up right beside it and just fly straight into a halt down, and then that's when the bloodbath comes, and then we're halted for. And that's why that's why I have 25 pulled up now, because if I see that, I'm going to click that sell button twice, because I know if we halt down, guess what's coming? A massive gap down. I promise you that. Or like a 20-minute halt down that leads to a massive gap down. So be ready for that, traders. If you like to, and this is my old halt strategy on the downside. I had D. Sarley, I don't know if he's listening today, talking about the halt down strategy. So when you see these big gaps up from halts up, your very first red candle down that we halt down, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a massive halt down on top of it, or gap down. So say we fly halt down at, let's just call it 2150. We'll probably gap down to like 1750. No lie. Like it'll just be a mass. And then it'll probably run into another halt down. And then you are in the green and loving life. But yeah, it's like I'm right there with these, not really gapping up a lot. It runs into another halt up. That will end, in my opinion, soon. This is a huge move, like you saw yesterday with Kicks and KXIN. It had a top and then it had a bloodbath. And so I have gotten so far literally.
I love hearing that from you. The objectivity. Like I'm just going to take the short, when this thing, you work both sides of it. I love it.
So it's like I'm ready to get out of this long, because it is starting to. It's already like worrying me. Oh, here we go. We're live. We are live here, team. And I just sold 25 more shares at $29.17. I am up $287 on 25 shares. Is this bonkers? I don't know, but I think it is. Let's go! Wow, this is absolutely
congrats.
Real.
Work. I'd close mine, by the way. But I am going to revisit it when it starts going down. I'm getting that money back.
Yeah. There's going to be some blood on this, but like Tack said, or Tack, or if it was smoked tuna, this has that BNAI potential where this could, and that's why I'm going to start saving shares now. Now I'm up so much that I'm in 25 shares, but I'm going to go over here to 5 shares and scale out 5 times with 5 shares. And hope to hold 5 of those shares if we do see somehow 35 to 50 break. And I'm not re-entering this trade. Anyone out there listening at this point, if you're looking to trade this, you better be waiting for the short, like myself, even when we start crazy going down. And you know what? I would be 2 for 2 right now. I'm so worried about this. I just canceled my feed orders. Did anyone take the feed trade? I had orders at 345. Where's reset? Where's my chat at? No, I'll have to show you. I'll show you my field or canceled orders. I had orders right through here to get filled. Let me show you the sandwich area team that I had orders all day long to get filled. I'm working TCGL, so I don't care about it. I'll show you where I got filled yesterday on SLGB. So right here, old resistance right here, team, right there at 345 becomes new support at 340. This play went from $2 up to $4.50. Let me freaking show you SLGB yesterday, team, and you are going to freak the F out. Look at SLGB yesterday. Let me zoom out here so you can see this play yesterday. Oh, come on, Joshua. I thought it was SLGB. Oh, it's SLG. I didn't put the B in. Let me put the B in. SLGB. Why SLGB? There we go. Why is this not coming in?
BNAI is selling off under the previous close, by the way. I'm going to revisit BNAI. I like it on the bottom trend.
All right, let me just show you this. Now look at SLGB yesterday. Bro, Kevin, check it out. Old resistance at 340. New support at 340. Goes flying up. This play is going from 2 to 4. Just like feed today. I called this out on my live stream. Literally, I said, watch feed do the same exact thing SLGB did yesterday. I got filled there at 340 for the pop up to 390. And I said, hey, I like the bounce play below the VWAP. I like old resistance, new support at 340. And we took the bounce play there. And now look today on FE or FEED here, the same move from 2 to 4 plus. And then you got to zoom in to see it a little bit better today. Old resistance, new support right here. And then it's almost the same time as yesterday. About 30 minutes later, we come down, bounce at the same 340 mark. Kevin, how repetitional. Our stocks look at the repetition. That's the same thing day in, day out. This is the same exact ticker essentially from yesterday with SLGB doing the same thing, but it's different letters. It's feed today. This is, and it's going to almost back up to that same 390 support shelf that we saw yesterday. I can't even.
Pattern recognition. And SLGB the last 3 days had a morning spike. So it's, recognizing that too. I mean, how often are we having a morning spike day by day on this particular ticker? And then a very similar pattern on feed. Yeah. Good work.
Brother, what a freaking day. Dun, 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 dun. Man,
it's going to be a sweet, dude, TCGL. It's going to be a really sweet day when this thing, when the blood comes in here, man. I'm going to be hitting it on the short side again. I'm going to revisit it. GCTS at $1.57 right now. All eyes are TCGL. It's top of the leaderboard. Feed is hanging out in there though. 3 7s.
Texas Sega changed my life. I was playing Nintendo and Atari and Super Nintendo before I had my Sega. But yeah, I love some Sega. Yes. I mean, are you kidding me? I played so much Sonic. Dun, 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 dun. And even like yesterday, me and Avery were talking about like just songs. I think I just said thongs on excellent songs that get stuck in your head. And man, it's one of those things where I love those old school, late 80s, early 90s. I don't know if there's a certain game or console that changed my life, but those were the days. Arcades too, how arcades were so cool back in the day. All the noises, that you'd walk in and hear or whatever. Oh yeah, those are the good old days. Good old days. Yep. And then real quickly, trade the pool. I want to talk about this before we forget it goes all the way up. Get ready. Earnings challenge February all through February. If there's a trading day in February, there's a challenge going on with Trade the Pool. Live earnings coverage, challenges, awesome rewards. Be sure to register. There's the link. Go register. Get ready for February. It's going to be fun today, this afternoon. Of course, as always, you'll have my man Money Mitch. We got Money Steve. We'll call him that. He needs to come up with a cool nickname. Steve the Achieve, I think, is one of the TB holdings came up with yesterday. Steve the Achieve. But again, join this afternoon for Power Hour. That'll lead right into After Hour earnings with my man right here beside me, Kevin Avery, or of course maybe above me is right now. I think he was beside me earlier, but he's above me now. He'll be going live with my man Steve the Achieve this afternoon. So get ready for that. Will be some fun. TCGL though, brother. I can't remember the last time I was part of a 10-point mover, but I can't
remember the last time a ticker went up straight hundreds of percent with not even one sell order. I haven't even seen a sell order on this.
Oh gosh, yeah. And so this may come live but we're going to a 10-minute halt 10 minutes. So it'll be 15 after 44 seconds. 15 after 44 seconds.
But of course, there's no there's no news here. Who needs news? It's not like we're collaborating with any companies here, like RR, collaborating with Microsoft and just selling off. It's just no. We don't need news. Fundamentals. GCTS, good work, Crow. Good work, Crow, on that.
Good job. Good job.
Going up there. Now flip short. BNAI, I still like that chart, dude. Guys, the multi-day chart. That I do have a small short on right now. I'll lean into it if we start seeing continual profit taking.
Carlo's loving the TCGL. I mean, it's good.
It's so funny. You're frozen, Josh. You're frozen. Carlo, I'm glad you're having fun with this. I mean, I'm having fun with it. Good and green, so thankfully I'm having fun with it too. And you have to apply the risk. You got to apply the risk here. When we get anomalies like this, you just got to know your risk. Set it. I did that. We did that with Feed, did that with TCGL, and then TIRX was a beauty. So proper risk management will say whenever you get your winners, let them run, and your losers, make sure they're very defined. Like the losers have to be very defined, the winners not so much, because clearly right now this is a perfect example with Josh. This is like you took your profits, but you're letting pieces run that are just keep running irrationally, because sometimes you get these, like this could QMMM and just go to $500, and so,
I'll probably still at this because I have 25 left. As soon as this goes live, and if it does look like it's going to race into another halt, I'm immediately going to sell sell 5 at a time as we run into new halts. If we start ever looking like we're going into a halt down, what I'll probably do is just sell boom, 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 sell 4, so I'm down to 5 shares, because this still could bounce off a 20s area somewheres, and we can halt down once at some, and then go. I've seen that before because we're up so high now. We may get one halt sell-off candle and then immediately fly into more halts up. So just be aware of that too as well for shorters at this point. To me, the good shorts when it comes back under that last pure, I would say resistance area, 2250 area, or even back under 20. So just be careful trying to short this top anytime soon, because this is getting to that crazy parabolic state, in my opinion. Crazy.
Carlo,
Carlo,
are you trading this?
Yeah, right.
Careful over there. I mean, I'm just looking at your chart, Josh. I mean, this is straight up. This is absolutely just straight up.
Yeah, this is
a madness, euphoria. I mean, this just cracks me up. Again, it's not cracking you up if you're not managing risk well. So just make sure you know your risk levels. Let's see, 11:15:46 is the open, 11:15:46, and 29:32 is what I'm showing, which has been slightly inaccurate. Which sometimes if they're Amex, they're not very accurate with those halt resume prices. I'm not sure if this.
Yeah, anymore at this point, when it gets this kind of crazy, I've seen them just not be that accurate once we get these really weird parabolic movers out of nowhere. Yep, hard to trade. Those blow so fast. So stop. You need to go down and set a couple of stops. Triggers the first one good, but not exactly. Yeah, Larry, for sure. And yeah, early good job, Smoke Tuna on the call out there. Good job on the call out.
I didn't mean long, Carlo. I meant short. Come on, the dark side. TCGL. Yeah, this is going to provide a good opportunity once we start seeing, because normally what happens when you get overextended like this, and we should open up here in 15 seconds or so, when everyone profit takes, it's a bloodbath. Typically, everybody takes profits.
Internet went out there for a minute. Sorry, my internet went out there, and I don't know what's going on, but man, the last day or two, the internet's been wacky, wiki weird with the whole. I don't know if it's weather, it has to deal with the weather and the ice and the snow and the sleet stuff. But yeah, so I just lost internet, so that scared the you know what out of me, because I was like, oh no, hold on here, I'm still in 25 shares here. And then you can see
you're in from 18, right?
Yeah, I know I'm good. Yeah, but it doesn't show. That's why I was like, where did, because usually it'll show my exits here as well, but when you reset or restart your TTP, they go away, unfortunately, but you can still see my entry price. But I did like seeing it is cool to see your exits there on the way up, when you see them where you're scaling out at and it shows it. I love that.
Oh yeah, your chart looks beautiful. GCTS straight up, guys, straight up. Still GCTS semiconductor 177 right now. Crow, you were trading this very well. Are you still scaling out, or you took all profits? It looks like it's approaching some levels. Looking left. Let me know if TCGL opens up. I'm just doing a little analysis on this. Yeah, GCTS. It looks like we have some levels. Looking left on the daily chart, 1.8 looks key. They announced an agreement with the leading satellite communication provider to accelerate global 5G connectivity. Was the news this morning? GCTS semiconductor. Okay. But yeah, again, a bit extended off of the trend that's been on. Getting close to that 2 area though. And 1.8 looks like a level to be mindful of. Volume just ramped into the 2 millions though, right there. GCTS.
Yeah, usually we'd already talk about the call-in show. That's still coming up, obviously, in about 40 minutes or 45 minutes. How do you trade earnings reports? That's kind of the good question there from Kevin, since we're getting into that. I was like, that's a great idea. How do you trade them? Do you trade them? Have you traded them in the past? You can give us stories of your earnings reports trades. And if you do still currently trade them, what's your approach? What's your edge? How do you trade them? What are you looking for? Earnings season. What a day to start off earnings yesterday on the show. I mean, Meta setting the bar, Meta and IBM, Meta with the $100 reversal goes down all the way to 637, reverses all the way back up to 637 or 737 plus. So over $100, move yesterday overall from, the range from Meta and the earnings. So some big shoes to fill coming up from the rest of these tickers.
Random volume on RPGL. It's like a 50-cent ticker, but just be mindful of that power company, RPGL.
0546, by the way, 0546 is the halt up time. So if we resume here, that would be what, 2046 for TCGL. And I definitely want to go live here at a 15-minute halt. I don't want to go too much longer than that because I could definitely see some selling big time. Yeah. Which is fine. I've gotten my move. I've gotten my move honor, but I'm just letting everyone know out there what to anticipate for TCGO 0546.
So being the halt expert that you are, if the longer the halt, what does that typically result in, you think? Like
usually if it gets past 15 minutes, that 10, some people say 10, that's here and there. You get to 15 plus. Like if we go to a 20-minute halt here, I guarantee you this turns red. It will 100% turn red and go straight. I say 100%, very high likelihood. When they go to 30 plus minutes or more, that's where things get super scary. And this play could maybe see a massive gain. And you would be like, what? How's it gapping down? I've seen it before where they're halted for a long period of time, 30 plus minutes, and they actually gap down. So we could see that. That's usually where we're actually already halting down. But yeah, if 5 minutes is fine, 10 minutes is fine. It's that 15 plus where it starts to, I get a little worried and a little sketched, like, okay, we need to start to go live here soon. If you are long. Now, of course, I'm already at multiple points, 10 plus points, 12 points, whatever. So I'm good to go. I'm at most of my majority of my shares. But say you are trading a halt and that ever comes into play and you are in a play, if you get past 15 minutes, you definitely, your palms may get sweating and there could be a good reason why. And so you could definitely start seeing some reversal on it after that.
I'm salivating over here for the short. I mean, I'll take 2 L's before I blacklist something, but I'm not really going to scale you for you at this point. I'm looking for what Josh is saying. Once we start getting that profit taken coming in, I'm salivating. My palms are getting sweaty. Knees are heavy. We should, so 30 seconds. We'll see if we open up here. 29.32 is what I'm showing. Hasn't necessarily been accurate. Could be like what Josh is saying. We could see our first gap down. Let's see what we get, traders.
Let's see what we get. Put that back on down here. OBS going there. Get my live stream on this audio here. Forgot to turn it on for him.
Paula, it depends on the strategy. Let's see if we open up. I'll explain in just a second. I think I heard your parrot in the background.
That was
saying, take profit. Take profit. Take profit.
That's my dog. She's probably yelling at the dogs.
We're halted longer.
What's weird is, come on. I figured right here, like, this is not good. That's why I'm glad I got out majority of my share size right here, because now this is where I go, man, come on. And we have seen this from time to time. There are instances where we get random resumption time. So that's why you can see where my mouse is at. It is on the sell button. So if this just randomly comes live, which happens, it's probably 3% of tickers I've seen throughout the hundreds and hundreds of plays that have halted up. 3% to 5%, you'll just be like, oh, it's live now. And it'll be like 11-minute 47 resumption, or it'll be a 18-minute 22-second resumption, just kind of like out of nowhere, right?
Yeah, so we got to keep eyes on it. Oh, Paul, you were asking. So, yeah, Larry had a good point there, referencing laddering the stops, like a few different stops. That's a great approach. Very wise to do that. Because how often do you get top ticked? I mean, there was like weeks straight where I just kept getting top ticked, utilizing like single exits. But if you ladder them, let's say you have 500 shares and you do just like 100 here, 100 here, 100 here, you just break it up into 5 different pieces, then it's allowing some variance, some variability, it just flexibility on that trade. You're still maintaining proper risk management. You're just saying, I don't need to, it's just applying range. I don't need to stop at this exact penny everything. Just let's stop in this range. Because sometimes we've seen in this market how choppy it's been, and that's why I've been doing the slow scale approach anyways on a lot of the setups, which has been working out just fine. But yeah, now, man, okay, yeah, now what is this? 20 minutes? 11, 25, 46.
Thank you there, Ryan. Josh has a beautiful singing voice. He's a mix between Fergie and Jesus. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm telling you, one day we're going to get that stock trading album going. You'll be featured on a song for sure, okay? You're going to be featured on a song. You're going to be, I don't know, we'll figure out what it is, but you're going to be featuring KA47. That'll be your rap name. KA47. K74. K74. AK47 and KA74 present to you the stock trading mix album you've been waiting for.
That's our next live event, Orlando.
Yeah.
Hey, scream at me if that opens up. I'm gonna review a couple tickers.
Yeah, go ahead and show you. You can share your screen if you want to. Yeah, I'm stuck on. I'm glued to this. So if you want to go and show some other stuff, go ahead. I am glued to Mr. TCGL. I said, give it to me, baby. I can't leave you.
Yeah. GCTS still at highs right now. This thing's consolidating nicely, getting bought up on dips. 1.8, it's holding up. Looks like, 2 could be a gravitational pull. So let's monitor the 2 area GCTS where a lot of traders are right now. And you can tell the volume. Look at the volume like ramping on that. Volume ramping on GCTS. So just be mindful of that. Let's see what feed's doing. Feed is likely to hold. It's got so many shorts underwater, in my opinion, that even like any weakness that it looked like it had some decent weakness cracking under levels, and it's just getting bought back up. I think shorts are underwater there. This was a decent looking short play, similar to TIRX this morning. The hangover setups, what I've been trading for a while, and so I know a lot of shorts like this setup, similar to this TIRX I was in, which just which had the halt down, and it's at 11 cents right now. Has had no buying on it. So that's one thing that invalidates that hangover trade. I will say is just volume. If an influx of volume comes in, it's done. Like that's the strategy's not in effect anymore. It's null and void. All right, TCGL. Let's see. That one's about to come back our way.
And what I'm going to do with TCGL is I've now moved it to 10 shares. I got still in 25 shares, 1768 entry. I'm going to scale out 10, and I'm going to leave that 5 like I talked about. So as soon as this goes live, I'm going to take 10. I don't care where this opens up at. As soon as this goes live, I'm taking 10. We'll see if it goes down, then I'll take another 10. If it goes into a halt down, that's fine. I'm still going to leave 5 just in case something crazy happens, later today, because I'm in such a good position at that 1760 mark. I say such a good. It'd be great to be at like 10 or 11 or 12. Holy moly. Yeah. You would see me going bonkers over here.
I know. It's so nice when you're in a position you can just set. Obviously this is going to be probably going from halt to halt. So even setting a stop is kind of tricky, probably because if you set a stop, even break even, it could just open up points below that. I don't know. How would you set a stop, or are you just going to monitor the rest of these shares?
Just monitor
because of the nature. Yeah, just the nature of the trade. It's too tough. Man,
yep. And they're going past 20-minute halt now. So now we're going to that 25-minute halt. And again, just your eyes on it. I'm just glued to this. This could open at any time now. This then again, like I talked about at this point, most likely 100%, whether we gap down or not, it's going to see red out of the gate here. I don't see how it wouldn't. Being halted this long, it's going to scare a lot of long traders, even traders like myself that are in a good position. It doesn't matter. We know we've seen this halt this long. We've traded this before. That's probably why the reason we're in where we're in right now, because I've traded this for a while. Most traders, if they got in at 1760, if anyone got in where I got in, most probably still aren't in. They already got out. But the ones that have traded this long enough know this is probably going to see a sell-off really heavily once we open up here, because traders across the board, especially those that are newer trading this, they're going to immediately, when they see red, they immediately will just jump on and sell too as well. Oh, it's going down. That like I did when I was a newer trader and first started. Red means what? It's going down. So you immediately just take your shares. Even if I was long on a great play like FEEE, FEED.
That's headed up right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Great play, though. Great play. GCTS, a little bit of red right there coming back on down. Feed, beautiful bounce play at 340. Wish I wouldn't have canceled my orders. Of course, here just so concentrated on TCGL. And of course, streaming live at the same time, helping you guys out. But that was money. I had, of course, I just re-alerted what I had over earlier in this stream. And of course, on my own live stream that I have, because I actually did move my orders down to the 340 area. And then TCGL got involved with it. It's like, okay, I'm just going to cancel feed and then really concentrate on this crate, this way, because it's halting. I need my full attention here. Feed, God, beautiful play here. Absolutely gorgeous. This is the best chart of the day, in my opinion, for longs and shorts. Got some, not short so far. You got some good shorts up top, but the best long play. We can definitely say that. GTCS, to me, the second best long play of the day. Feed, but they're both pretty much A1, AB. Those are the two plays I'd be looking at if you're looking for long.
Yeah, so I hate I hate tunneling one ticker. You guys just realized, Josh and I, that with TCGL, this opportunity does not come around often. I mean, this 10 to 30 in the time frame, like the 10 to 30 within like a few minutes within those halts. I mean, there's a huge opportunity here. So that's why we're laser focused on this play, TCGL. BNAI is working. I put a small position in the background, BNAI, if you guys like that setup. I mean, that one's kind of bleeding out too. It's right on trend from the multi-day trend. And if it cracks under that, it's likely just going to continue to bleed lower. This TCGL this thing might be halted into the call-in show. But yeah, traders, let us know.
Yeah, I'm sitting here just like in the call-in show, and I'm not even talking. I'm just sitting here just waiting for it to go like, sorry, guys, y'all just talk it up. I'm waiting for this to go live over here. Good to go, though, now. It does suck that it's been halted for so long, but it is what it is, and you just take that with part of the, the trading. Get this, obviously, like you're saying, there's 1 minute time frame to 20-minute time, or 50-minute, 100-minute. It doesn't matter, hour time for whatever. It's all green on the way up. There's like no red. There's no red here. It is straight green when we moved from the 875 area and moved up through 10. I mean, monster move right here. Absolutely monster. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream today. Giving you a little bit of, I know, one ticker, but boy, this is fun. When you, like you said, you get one ticker.
One ticker madness.
Yeah.
One ticker madness with Josh and Kevin.
Yes. Hey, if I had, like I said, I could have this. I wish I had BNAI every single day, and it'd sprinkle in some TCG. I was like, as in BNAI last Friday, right? BNAI last Friday, great chart throughout the day. Then the after hours explosion, man. If I could have that every day, well, of course, every day, then I'd get, you'd get used to it.
I see what you're seeing with Crow DCX. Yeah, going sideways, a pop over through VWAP through highs 4.5s. Definitely could get some attention there. So DCX, yeah, it's in that price range, has that float that a lot of those gurus look for. So
I've got a forever line in on the SPY at 84.50. Low of days 84.83. So nice. I don't keep too many lines. I call them forever lines. Your horizontal support resistance lines. You kind of go back to those pivot points, almost right down to it on the dot, and now bouncing off of that. Of course, now back up in the 688s. But nice move there. I love just kind of going back through. Oh wow! I just now realized that actually bounced at one of my forever lines pretty much. So nice, good move there. Big crack today on the SPY and sell off. Bloody as we were talking about earlier across the board. And boy, just so you know, we're heading into that 30-minute halt here for TCGL. So TCGL now past the 25-minute halt, moving into a 30-minute halt here. I wish I would have sold maybe more shares there at 29. I don't know where this is going to open up now. I have no idea where this is going to open up at for sure. Well, we talked about it earlier, what could happen. And I said, hey, we moved to that 30-minute halt. And I don't really see too many plays that are halted up this high, halted up more than 30 minutes, unless it's pending news or we go into a T12. Which say at least I've locked up most shares. It doesn't ruin my account being but it's not a lot that I'll have sitting out there, but yeah, here we go.
T12s are not fun unless you're short. I have been, so this trader I know, he took a heavy short on a ticker that went T12, and if any day it opens, he's going to be up like 50K. He was that heavy on it. But the thing is, it's like you're stuck without that capital for months. I mean, those T12s go for months. So I was doing a little digging. TCGL October 15th did an offering, 2.55 million shares at $4 a share. At $4 a share. That was back in October. Can you imagine this company just like coming out of a meeting right now and they're like, hey, you're the market capitalization of your company, you're like, you guys right now are worth like whatever.
Yeah.
3x. You're worth 3x. We're like, wait, we're worth
I can't imagine.
Hundreds of millions of dollars.
Do we have another offering we can put out?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Yeah, because this is out of nowhere. I mean, this is absolutely out. The companies that they see this, they're going to be just like, wow, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Resumption time, if we get it. Again, just we don't know when this is going live. They don't have an actual resumption time on it. So TCGL halted up at 0546. 0546. So that would put a 30-minute resumption at 3546. So let's see what we get here. Like you said, this could stay halted all the way into the call-in show. Nuts, so bro. And it has, I would say, you have your other small cap movers, but you can tell there's a lot of a small movement. But it kind of, when you have these, it sucks a lot of the life out of the other tickers that are out there. But GCTS, if I can talk, and feed 2 nice, decent spikes. So while this play's halted, that helps. Why you have a play halted for so long, traders start to move back over, and that's why again I think this play is going to have a sell-off because this has been halted forever. So traders start moving away if they haven't traded it. Right. They're all looking at it, they're like, okay, whatever. And so they start moving back over to feed. They move over to DCX. They move over to GCTS. They move over to different tickers instead of just sitting here waiting for TCGL to come live again.
We've traded small caps for long enough to know that it just feels like traders are waiting for TCGL. Like a lot of the other plays are not necessarily getting the volume they need right now in small cap land.
All right, everyone start chanting, please go live. Please go. I'm like, just go live. I want this play to continue. It's just fun when it goes live. This halt is just like the dead time. It's just like I just love seeing it spike, and then it halts up, and then you're waiting for it to go live again. I just love seeing the movement. These halts kill me. I'm like, come on, go. I want to see a move already. Do something. I think I would ask. I bet I'm the only person here in chat, or however people that are watching in TCGL. I might be the only person actively trading this.
Yeah, we're like the one ticker show this morning that Mr. Josh is riding the wave. No, there's great opportunity. But the thing is, this is going to provide a huge opportunity, even for those that are not in it. But trade at your own risk. So yeah, speaking of which, I know you were just talking about chanting. Do you have any like superstitions or anything? So before you ever get to your desk, is there anything Josh has to do before you start trading? If you don't do it, you may not have the best trading day.
Nope. There's not one thing, my man.
You're like, I got to shower, I got to brush my teeth, I got to eat breakfast, No,
I did have that for the Broncos playoff run. So so what I do was before the Broncos would play, and I'd wear the same thing. So before the Broncos game, I'd go shower. I had the shampoo that literally, dude, is almost out. I've had this shampoo. It's like really nice shampoo.
You just keep filling it with water.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do that. I couldn't ruin it. So
Okay.
All the droplets would come down, and I would only shampoo my hair with that shampoo on game day. And then I had a certain like shirt, or of course I had my certain underwear I had to wear, with certain shorts with a certain top, or whichever way it was. If it was a home game or if it was a road game. So yeah, for the Broncos, yeah, I did. For the Broncos, I did for sure, but not for trading. Yeah, I just jump in and break. Because I get to those morning alerts, and I think that's a lot of the reason why anymore I don't have a lot of time to think about that, because I get in and I got to get straight to what's hot and what's not. I got to start getting my levels out to traders, and so I think that's a lot of the reason why I don't have But do you have one? Do you have a little routine you got to do every day?
Oh, not as far as like, okay, if I don't do this, trading's not going to go well. But yeah, I got to shower in the mornings. That's the thing I got to do to get the day going. I'm a morning shower dude.
Yeah, depends on how, because I usually work out at night. I did shower this morning, but it depends on how heavy I work out and how much I sweat. So if I don't sweat too bad, then I'll usually like, oh, I'm fine. I'm not that stinky. I'll shower in the morning. And then if there are some day, obviously, if you just, you get pretty sweaty. It's like, I'm not going to go to bed like this. And so, yeah, I'll shower. I don't wake up and shower those mornings. I don't want to double do it. I'm a little prissy boy. I don't want to dry out my beautiful skin over here. So I don't want to double duty on the, I guess I could just wake up and shower and not put chemicals and soaps on my body, so to speak. But I just have so much energy, but I like the shower. I will say that is a nice thing. Like this morning, when you get that and it wakes you up and it gets you going and rolling. Yeah, I do like some showers in the morning for sure. That's definitely a good thing. I like it. You go cold or you go hot? Because I got some people that take cold showers to get them up and going in the morning, really get them up.
I'm sure that would get you going. Yeah, like caffeine does. I don't know. I need to try it, because the ice baths are just real popular. Anybody in chat on the ice baths? Give us some insight into what we need. Maybe that needs to be the morning routine.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I did those when I was in football, and I remember back in two-a-days, and back in the point being, I'll never forget how sore I was, because we did two-a-days. It would be practice and then weights a lot of the time on both those days, and my body just wasn't used to that. Back in high school days, and I'll never forget doing the eye, hey, and I tried the eye, and it definitely works. Definitely, it's you have to get used to it for sure. You can't just
hyper aware. You're hyper alert aware. Okay.
Yeah. But it helps. Yeah, it helps replenish your body. For sure. You know, 'cause a lot of time when you're bruised up, especially from football and stuff, it definitely helps. I can see why football players, and I can see other sports athletes too. But yeah, I've seen it for a while in football. But oh yeah, the beating they take, it definitely helps that body. You know, I always tell Avery's the worst at it. Like she'll get hit by the dog. Something will happen, and you know there's going to be a bruise there. She'll run into something, and, you know, like, and she's like, oh, you know, I'm like, go get some. She won't put ice on it, and sure enough, next day there's a shine or bruise. You know, big old bruise. I'm all about, like, the other day, bro. This is hilarious. So the other day, I just, you know, this is hilarious. So the other day this is about 2 weeks ago. We're in the kitchen. I forgot what I knocked off. I think it was a water bottle. I think that was on the counter. So I knocked the water bottle off and I tried to catch it. Well, I couldn't catch it in the time and it hit the floor. And by the time it hit the floor, the water went everywhere. And then I'm trying to catch it so fast, I then slip on it. It's like a Final Destination moment, bro. Bottle falls off, water goes everywhere, and at that same time, my foot hits it, and I slip, and I go flying. And I slide into the stand that our turtle tank is you know, the stand that the turtle tank is on. And I mean, it stops me. And I mean, I hit it with my shin. And I'm like, oh, I put ice on it, iced it for a good hour. Bro, the next day, no bruise at all. You know, Avery wouldn't have, you know, put ice on it. And the next day it would have just been like, and throbbing and hurting. But I showed her the next day. I'm like, see, look what ice does. Cause it was flat. I was down there on the ground. I started laughing too. Cause she was like, what just happened? She kind of came walking in her like Shrek essentially stumble. I was like, oh, I just slid it up. So yeah, it was pretty funny. And I just started laughing. I was like, I can't believe that just happened. Like, what are the odds that I knocked the bottle off, try to catch it, I don't, and water hits the ground. I slipped so hard that it's funny. I'm just down on the ground laughing, holding my shin like, oh, it hurt. But I put ice on it. I was like, see what ice can do? And there you go. Just even that example right there. Where, yeah, I mean, I'm like, I nailed that thing. And I still have a huge scratch. I mean, it looks like a scar on my shin about that long. I mean, we're talking like 4 inches long, but no bruise formed. I was like, see, the power of ice. So yeah, those ice baths definitely, besides, getting you more alert and aware. My gosh, if you ever, your body's hurt, you run a 5K or 10K and you're just like, oh my God, my body's so sore. I should have prepared more. I didn't stretch yesterday. Yeah, take you an ice bath, my man. It'll help you out. There we go. Let's see. King Lion says, I'll take a shower regularly, but the last 2 to 5 minutes I'll put in on all full cold, and it's good for your body. Oh, it is. Yeah, it is good for your body too. When you go from hot to cold, cold to hot, when you get that right, that's huge for your body.
Feed parabolic. Feed going parabolic through the hives.
Oh no! Hey, woo! It's all right though. I to know that I had orders at $3.40 and I canceled them, and now we're hitting $1.40 bounce play from it. Hey, I'm getting 12 points here out of TCGL, so I can't complain too much. But man, I love it. That's what I'm saying. These longs.
Yeah, Trey, it's big upper wick there. Let's see if it holds. 4.2 is the level you want to see hold now on the long side. I like the 4.2 from here, but 5's approaching. But this is something that's going to take volume off of TCGL as well. So we got to be mindful of that for whenever TCGL opens. How, dude?
Yeah, it's at 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Don't go into the call-in show, TCGL. We've been sitting here for an hour with you. TCGL, yeah, we're going to be very, very alert to this price action out of this halt in TCGL.
Smoke to it, give me cancel orders does not count. It counts in my book, brother. I called it out well ahead of time, and it bounced perfectly there. So I love it. It counts in my head. It counts in my head for sure. I didn't take the trade, but if I would have left the orders in, I'm trading TCGL. Are you trading TCGL? Are you trading a play that's halting up and parabolic and up $12? You know, yada yada yada. There's a reason why my attention wants to go over to TCGL and cancel my order. So the fact that I can go back to, and I tell traders this all the time, maybe you just hypothetical trade it. You're like, hey, I like this. The fact that you go back through and it actually worked out, it's a win in my book every day of the week when I see that. You know, I didn't take the trade, but that was my trade idea, or I've canceled orders there. Money. Just lets me know I know what I'm doing. You know, knows that like yesterday, SLGB bounced with the same spot, right? I called it out well ahead of time, an hour before it ever happened. That just builds the confidence up in my book. No, did it count? No, but to me, it does, you know, because that's what traders don't do. They have that. What do traders most do? Smoke tunas, Kevin, anyone else in chat? What do? Oh, man, and then they go in and chase that spike right there, and then they lose. And then they're like, oh, this is great. They so many, and
we need sound effects. Record that sound effect. I need that. Every time I miss a trade. Yeah. I'll just have the Josh SFX going, looping in the background.
Yeah. That's it though. I did that at first and I was like, that's not going to be an effective way to trade because it just ruins it does ruin your, all of the things I talk about, your discipline, your patience, your confidence, your mental awareness, and boy, oh boy, I would do that so much. I'd see that happen and I was like, yeah, I like it there, but no, I don't know. Yeah. I knew there, I just canceled my order. So I'm worried about this dang play. But you'd go back through and you'd get so mad and it would be so frustrated. And then you would chase and you lose and you get even more frustrated. And that just set off usually a chain of events for bad trades for X amount of days until somehow you can find yourself to talk to yourself essentially because it's so mental and you don't talk to any, like that's why I do these one-on-ones. You don't have someone like me to talk to or stream live like Kevin and myself or whatever. You're just out there all alone, to really know when to talk to. You can't because what you usually wouldn't bring that up even on a live stream or someone chat like, hey, I just lost. Let me. I'm frustrated. Let's talk about it.
KXIN taking off. Sorry, KXIN getting.
No, it's not. Is it getting some love now, huh? Oh my god!
I shoot. Yeah. Just flipping through everything, guys. KXIN trying to halt up again. This is insane, insanity. I can't. So TCGL, dude. If I miss this, I'm gonna be so mad because I've been waiting for it for so long. TCGL.
Hey, patience. Well, watch it come in the money or the call-in show. I'm gonna keep watching it, but I know. Yeah, I could see that happening where we're done with the money show and it's now halted down multiple times and at like 12:50 and you're like, no, I knew it was gonna happen. I should have, but that's we could do the call-in show. Call in and talk about TCGL. We'll switch it up today. That's it. Just call in and that's all we're gonna look at.
I think the email and everything's already been sent out on the earnings.
T-Web missed it. That's all good, brother. It's all good. Because my order in on TCG on feed was at I wouldn't have got fully filled. It probably would have been like 750 shares, something like that, but still would have been good. I had a little over 1,000 shares there to get filled, but it's all good, bro. We're gonna get one tomorrow. I'm glad I got TCGL. If TCGL wouldn't have come around, I just would have stayed on feed. So that's where I'm like, again, I just go back and forth between what do I want to trade. I don't like streaming live and being at being in twice or two tickers at the same time, especially when one of them is like a TCGL. It's different when you have like a bouncy or slow and steady Eddie type of play. I can manage two at the same time, but when you have a TCGL type of play, just completely hone in on it.
Well, think about XHLD this morning. I mean, that was the leading play, and that thing's been fading pretty much all morning. XHLD. A great fader, but again, pattern recognition, like Josh was talking about with his SGBD, one of those tickers that was yesterday that just had 3 morning spikes right out of the gate. Take a look at this XHLD with the leading gapper fade, and then yesterday was PHG. It was PH something, PHG maybe. It was SLGB, the one you were referencing.
PHGE actually saw a spike in pre-market today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the leading gapper on Monday, and just fade. She's been fading, got a little spike this morning.
Opening bell, it was opening bell. Yeah, there it is. I was like, when was that? Yeah.
TCGL, dude, this thing's gonna be dead out of this. I don't know. I like your analysis on it. I mean, after this long, and now feed has gotten all the hype. Volume's likely just gonna. I looked up TCGL. They have 8 employees, and they're based in Singapore. So these 8 people are probably. I mean, if they've opened up their computer today, they're probably jumping for joy.
Yeah, this halt though. It's just weird how this happens. And then all of a sudden now you get this extremely long halt. My gosh, goshos, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, it could. SEC could certainly investigate this price action. It could go into a T12.
Hey, GCTS too. Crow's play is looking really good. So I'd say GCTS again and feed your top movers. Feed if you're looking for a bounce play, it's going to try to hold 420. I like the 380 area more. So if you're looking for a bounce play, 380. And to me, the safe area is still at 340. That's the best area in my opinion for the bounce play is at 340. But I do like 380 VWAPs there as well. So if you're looking for play feed, looking sexy, I like it. It's my favorite play of the day, at least for small caps. And again, GCTS not bad as well. 155 support, 185 resistance could come into a channel and start to channel up there like we saw earlier from feed. But I've got my eyes glued here to TCGL, waiting any moment now. And this is where that random resumption time to me kind of comes in, could come in at any point. Anytime now, just sitting here waiting.
it's likely going to resume at a surprising price. Whether
And
that's
time,
up-
I'm thinking too. I think at this
Yeah.
time it might be one of those like, oh, it's live, kind of one of things.
Just random,
Smoke.
yeah,
Yeah.
just a random open.
Well, the comments today, though, Team Smoke Tuna, Tack, T-Web, Mr. Will, you guys having a good day? Reese as well. Mostly my girlfriend worked at Icebox for a while, and they have a shower where they pump liquid nitrogen in. Max is like 2.5 minutes or so, but it's great for athletes to heal. Yeah, exactly. Cold work chat does. Yeah, I've seen that so much for years for athletes, for sure. A lot of the athletes I follow, they do that a lot, guys and the girls. I follow a few girls that are in track, and that's what they're definitely, they love that. Ice bath, or when, like, what's this? One of the traders said in chat too, it's the first 3 to 5 minutes are the worst. It's like every time I do a cold shower or even a really hot bath or shower, or cold, whatever. Yeah, you get it. Woo! It takes you about 2, 3, 4 minutes to get used to it. And then it's like getting into the ocean or a pool when
Do
it's
you
cold.
mainly do the cold showers consistently?
Oh, nah, honestly, not that often. It's like a back and forth. When I feel it, when I want it, I'll do it. Because that's what I do is I do it a lot in the summer. During the winter, I don't do it as much. I'll just step outside usually, which I did the other day. I'm like, I'm hot. I want to go outside and cool off. That's kind of the thing. But like in the summer when I work out so much and I get hot, or, after I've mowed the lawn, or even if it's just like after it's in the afternoon, it's just a hot day. It's not hard for me to do them, at least in the summer, so what I'll do is, of course, it gets really hot here, probably more so than you guys in Carolina, but it still gets, I know, spicy where you guys are at. But yeah, generally what I'll do is I'll start it at warm and just right out of the gate, warmish, and then move it over to cool, right? And then move to cold, and then just get to like just blatant cold. So I don't start off with just like, I don't do that. I start it with like warmish. I'm like, okay, this is cool-ish. And then I slowly just keep moving the knob down to cold and colder and colder. And I do this over about a 2-minute period. And then about 3 minutes in, I'm just full on I say freezing, but it's cold. I mean, I've gotten used to it though. But yeah, that helps you out too. So if you do it, don't just put it on. Don't do an ice bath. Don't put it, start your way with that. Go to like get in the shower, put it on, like, oh, it's pretty cold. Then just slowly get used to it and turn it down and then turn it down and then turn it down.
I got a whole library of Josh SFX.
Yeah, back in the day, I was definitely not as obviously as exuberant, but the Adam Sandlers and the Jim Carreys of the world I've been compared to, just my favorite expressions and how all the different sounds and words I come up with. So yeah, because they're usually out of nowhere, like the one a little bit ago with the me crying or whatever I was doing with the bad trades. So those just come out of nowhere. Improvisation. Now, I talked about that actually early on my live stream. I was like, man, I wish my mom asked me forever ago. I think, Mom, if you're listening, I'm pretty sure I remember this. When I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, because I was just an outgoing, goofy child. I remember her asking if I want to take acting classes. I had no interest in it at the time. But now I look back, I'm like, God, I would have been so good because I'm just so goofy and outgoing and I improvise. Just stuff kind of comes out of my mouth out of nowhere. And you're like, what was that? I like to have fun. I like to be goofy. And again, everyone, be yourself. Don't be scared or ashamed to be who you are. Be you. Do you. Do what makes you happy, as long as it's abiding the laws. Oh, you got to really go hot then cold for the last 7. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like that though too. Like what he just said, or even what King Lion is doing. Where you go hot and you can turn it to really cold, vice versa, or whatever.
GCTS approaching its highs, TCGL still halted, and then feed after that liquidity kind of move. It's struggling here, but four's a level to be mindful of. Yeah, did that liquidity move up through the highs, big upper wick, and now pulling back on in just a little bit. We're gonna Mr. Florida Joe's gonna run a poll in the background, guys, to see how you did today. There's certainly been, like, across the board, there's been good opportunity, whether you were trading large caps and on the short side, like some of the gold and silver plays that have been pulling on back. A lot of the market's been red today. So some good opportunities out there, good volatility. That's what we are as traders. We are hunters of that volatility, managers of risk. That's who we are. Managers of risk, hunters of that volatility. The range is what we're looking for. Range is where the money's made. That's why Josh and I are so laser focused on TCGL. The range is where the money is made. And there's a ton of range on TCGL. There's a ton of range everywhere. But that's where the opportunity lies. If a ticker is going sideways, there's no money to be made. So you need that action, whether it's up or down. Florida Joe's going to run that poll. Let us know if you're green or red. The call-in show today is going to be on your strategy for trading News. Your strategy for trading news. There's the poll. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Are you green or red today? Let us know. Cast your vote.
There's your 4 bounce too, by the way, on feed. Feed was your 4 bounce if you're looking at a bounce play. Like I said, 4 is that nice area into 380, so 4 is starting to bounce a little bit. So feed still got the love. GCTS, again, like I talked about, that 180-ish or 185, I think that's going to start to channel up a little bit here. Nice little pop from Kickson. Still sitting back here, my man. Geez, feed didn't dip the loan up there too long yet.
Yeah, we're going to have to. So we'll do the call-in show, your strategy for trading earnings, which is very relevant, of course, with this week. And TCGL is going to be in the background because when that opens, I'm going to have to monitor it very carefully. So just be mindful of that. TCGL, we gotta make sure present when that thing opens up. But yeah, we'll get that going here in a second.
Fine.
The call-in show.
Merlin wants to keep coming out, so we let Merlin out and you can put him back in a minute. Merlin, please.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, baby.
Faulted.
Gotta do some. I feel like I've got like a hockey team over here. All right, you're out, you're in. Letting the dogs in and out of the office over here.
70% so far green. Good work today, guys. Really, really good work. Man. All right, yell at me if it opens up. I'm gonna grab a water real quick before we start the call-in show.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting. Waiting. Good. Hey, good move here today, team. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream. I know we've really been stuck on TCGL. Feed has been amazing. If you took feed for the long, not that great of shorts today. Like I was saying earlier, your shorts are up top here, right around that 450 area. You can see resistance from earlier, right around 450, 460. We just got another one. Other than that, not too great on the short side. More of a long play, breaking out continuously to start the day, forming a nice consolidation channel, cracking it, coming down. There's your other short potential, which was only about 25 cents or so, 30 cents for bouncing off this 340 area was feed. So that's about it. Feed was your main one. Sorry, I'm looking at feed on my side. I cannot not look at TCG on the live stream, but feed was good today. Here comes GCTS bouncing off that 160 area. So I think GCTS starts to channel around from 160, 150. We'll call it 155 to 180, 185. Yeah, brother, I'm telling you, I'll get a water here in a second too, but I'm going to have to do a quick water break. I'm going to run out of here and run, but I'll probably stumble over a dog. I got to get water. I got to
We're at war here.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, this is just unusual, guys, to have this thing. I mean, unusual to have it halted this long. So apologies in advance. TCGL has been the laser focus.
And if I wasn't in it, then we would be looking elsewhere for sure. But I didn't think this would come. I thought we would maybe go to 20, like we talked about when that thing opened up. When I'm in this plane, we open up all the way at 1975, 1985. Whatever. Would we open up 1981 and just race straight into a halt up? I know we're going parabolic at that point. I was like, we got a huge gap up. I wasn't anticipating to gap up $1. Probably the biggest gap up of the day so far was the one I was in right here. Of course, I'm still in, but yeah, that usually leads to more movement up, and that's really all we've got here. Like we've said, it's just been green. Still showing M for volatility on TCGL. They haven't changed that. They haven't T12 that. They haven't moved it over to they're investigating this company. So that's a good. Now again, it's only 25 shares that I'm in, but boy, I would really like to lock up $250, $300 here. Halted up again. I don't think that really matters anymore, but it was 5 after in 46 seconds. So we've essentially been halted this whole hour, bro. Is that not nuts? I've never been in a halt this long, and I'll say that. I have never in my life, and here I go on a live stream, I've never been in a halt this long. Never have I been in a halt this long.
Well, it's probably halted for suspicious activity right now. I mean, you seeing this move is so irregular. It's irregular moves create suspicious activity, which probably triggers suspicion and an investigation.
Come on, don't investigate this yet, SEC. Well, what about BNA on Friday? What about SM?
what about BNA?
Even though I was long on that one too.
Oh, man. Yeah, Crow getting called on a trade and it got delisted. I mean, God, that's the scary nature with halts. You never know. And imagine. Look, okay, so I see that like 20,000 shares went in or more to buy at 29, like 46, 29.17 right there. How much volume went through it? Yeah, like probably about 40,000 shares went into that. Can you imagine how scared those guys are? 40,000 shares of people that just bought at 29.17.
Yeah. Whew. Yowzas. Yeah, I can't just add that. Oh, it's going to go up more now. Let's get in. Yeah, that high up. Wow. I think even Larry said it earlier. Just, because I'm in so low. It's just really hard to trade this at this point. Definitely so. But I can't imagine being in at 29, 28 area. Anyone that bought in on that last halt up, they right now have got to have the sweatiest palms and armpits, and they're probably throwing up over there. They are. Oh, man.
Oh,
scary.
Yeah, scary. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, QM. I forgot about the QMs. Forgot about that. QM. Yeah, I forgot about that too as well. Yeah. Now that is a good thing. I locked up 75 of the 100 shares, so that is definitely good profit taking. But yeah, it's one of those things. That's why, especially on these plays, you have to take profit. There is no holding hope for the moon. We see our plays like that go forever, and this is going to be the next this. This is going to be the next that. Just take most of your profit as it climbs up. Be lucky if you, like myself, somehow are still in small shares. That way, if something like this does happen, you've already locked up profit. This won't be much against you, or if it is your own capital, you won't have a lot that's, stuck out there. You're like, okay, cool. It's only 25 shares, blah, 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 blah. It's not going to hurt you. That's why you lock up profit on these plays. Even like me on Friday with BNAI, I wasn't trying to hold that play for 50, 20, 30 points or anything like that. It's like a quick 3, 5, 7 points, get in, get out.
Larry stopped out a feed twice. Yeah, it's become the overcrowd ticker. It's been a little choppy. I mean, you gotta again. So Larry, start sizing down and utilizing. I mean, those ladder stops you talked about, but maybe ladder entries too. That laddering stops and entries that provides a lot of.
Heading over to the call-in show. Forgot about that. I'm so stuck on.
I know. I sent you the link, and then
I got it. Yeah.
And then scream at me if TCGL opens up. Are you going to have like at least an eye on it? You're in it, so you'll probably have one eye on it. Okay.
Looking at other movers that are moving to my left, but to the right, I may not even move my mouse for in a minute once we get the call-in show going. But yeah, and I've got plenty to talk about too as well on, earnings, at least my journey with them, which is not too long, but it's enough to talk about. So yeah, if you guys call in, don't forget, Trade the Pool put it out there a second ago. Today, the call-in show. The question is, what is your strategy for trading earnings? What is your strategy? Or maybe your strategy is not to trade them. You sit back and eat popcorn and just watch. If you've ever traded them throughout the years, what is your strategy? Is it more of a swing term approach? Is it more of a, kind of an in and out day trade where you're in for a certain move up and out the next day? Well, that's kind of what I did. What is it? What do you do? What do you like to trade? Is there certain earnings tickers and that you go after, or certain stocks you go after? Or is it you just wait for the chart to build like I do and say, I like this. These levels are hitting. I like the way this is moving. This is the stock I want to trade on earnings.
Crow, call in easy. Let's get it. Yeah, let's get it. I'm very interested as far as the earnings go. Now, personally, this is just real quick. Like I've always been mainly short euphoria by fear. So I'd like to just take advantage of the behavior, human behavior and trading never really changes. But earnings I've traditionally avoided, Josh, like, because that's more reputability behind the company. I mean, it goes back to Warren Buffett's quotes, like, tickers will trend towards their intrinsic value over time. So if earnings are good and I'm mainly taking advantage of human behavior and emotions, I'm going to tend to stick more in small cap land and more based on these euphoric moves, such that we're seeing right now with this ticker TCGL. TCGL that was going bananas, euphoric, which can't last forever. And oftentimes these tickers will come back down to earth eventually. Not always, but high percentage of the time, and that's where there's edge found in that. So earnings I've typically avoided, mainly because I'm a short seller, and good earnings. We do see euphoric moves there, but we see a lot of investors coming into play, not just day traders looking for an intraday scalp. But I'm very curious for you, Josh, like with earnings plays, how do you handle those? What are you looking for? Like, let's say, is it real defined for you? Like, okay, we beat earning expectations. Now this is a long look for a dip buy. Is it something like that? How do you go about it?
Usually when I trade them, typically if I traded them and it's only, I'm right there with you most of the time I sit them out. It's kind of popcorn material for me. Not really getting a feel for direction, but those would be two ways in my opinion. Yeah. Bounce plays is one forte or for one area I'd be looking for. So kind of like yesterday with Meta, the way Meta went really far down. I said, watch for move down around, sub 640. So somewhere in the 630s, we should see, Meta stop out and finish its move. And it literally went to 637. So you could put orders in the low 640s, high 630s, whatever through there to look for a dip buy. And I would be doing shares. If you haven't traded this before, I would not be doing options. Oh my gosh, unless it's a swing play for you, then you're usually in ahead of time, in the charting setup there, and you're already in green most likely for the position, not just, hey, I'm about to trade this with options. Let's see what happens. And then there's the other way to trade this, in my opinion. It's finding the edge of the trend. And like I know I've talked about this before, but back in 23 into 24, it was 4 straight earnings reports that I noticed. It happened with October, November earnings reports of 2023 that I've noticed the first big set of Mag 7 and other tickers that if they were down and below the VWAP for the day, they would just continue to crack and go after. It didn't matter if the earnings reports were good, they would still just dump. Or if they were above the VWAP, and Tesla was one of the main ones that actually first traded in that earnings report session because it was one of the last ones. I'm like, man, guys, the trend is if it's up above the VWAP and it's bullish for the day, it's going to go up in after hours as the earnings comes out. I just watch. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened with Tesla. And I'll never forget, it was bad earnings too. And everyone's like, well, it's bad. Why is it going up? Oh, it's parabolic. What's going on here? It's terrible earnings. A lot of the time it doesn't matter. Like we even see with Meta yesterday, Meta last earnings report were good, but the play tanked. Meta tanked last time around. This time earnings reports were bad and it went up. I think it was good. I think both times they were good. I think both times they were good. Both times they were good. And last earnings report last year, it went down and this time it went up. So it's really hard to say the direction a lot of the time and what do earnings really mean anything a lot of the time. I think a lot of it's already built into the chart. So point being, back to the dips, find an area on the chart, wait for it to come down to it and get filled. Or B, if you find the trend like I did, and then point being, I carry that over to the next earnings report. So the ones that came out like right now in January 2024, I said, okay, guys, let me wait for the first 2 or 3 that come out. If we're doing the same thing, we're up and away, it goes up in after hours, we're down, and we go down, I'm going to trade the next slew of them. So I'd kind of wait for the first like this week, I'd wait for the first guys to come through. And if that trend was still there, and man, I traded SMCI, I traded NVDA, I traded Google, I know those are the 3 bigger ones. And Tesla at one, but obviously the first one I did. I traded their earnings reports, bro. Google was when I was full tuned in. I literally did options and I did shares because I was so dead set on this is the trend. And sure enough, Google was up above the V, and it was the same setup and went flying from like 160 to 180, 188, 85 in after hours. And that was one of my bigger ones that I did that actually did options and shares. And so A, try to find the trend if you can, if there is a trend to find, and then B, just use technical analysis and find your levels on the chart and wait for those big jolty moves. Because you see yesterday, if you would have had orders in for Meta at the 630s, 640s, the thing ripped up $100 from there. So that was my journey with them. I'm leaving them alone now. I don't find the trend in them, and I'm not really big on let's trust in this level because, well, we can see how whipsawy those can be. They can go up and down in $50, $30, $20 in a hurry. So I like finding the trend. If the trend is there, then I look for that trend and I start to trade that trend. And so I had real good success over 3 earnings reports from 23 into 24, and then that trend ended. And when it ended, I had noticed it and I stopped trading it, And so it's one of those things that I think those would be advantages for yourself if you could find a trend to trade that. Because a lot of the time like we said, or I was just saying, earnings could be terrible when it goes up. Earnings could be great when it goes down.
Because I'm looking at Meta you mentioned yesterday. Now I'm seeing after hours it shoot down and then straight up. So unless these are misticks.
No, that's it. No, it's true. No, we watched it live yesterday. It was down. Everything was down at first. Microsoft, Tesla, everything was down to begin with. Even SPY went down a little bit, and then boom, red to green move. Tesla, or I should say Tesla, but Meta just went bam crazy all the way back up. And that's why we're like, oh yeah, we were just kind of in awe yesterday watching that make that huge move. And that just lets you know, that can show you the whipsaw reaction of where, it's down 20 points, 30 points, and then boom, goes for $100 ripper. So yeah, it's that can happen. That's the thing too about trading those earnings. There's a lot of risk involved there, in my opinion, for sure. And that's why I think most traders do sit them out.
Yeah, just increased volatility. So would you say with earnings, just kind of be right or right out with them? Don't just play the ad game or scaling in. Just be on the right side of the volatility, because you just have so much influx of volume and increased volatility on those names. Yeah. So pick your levels, like you're saying with the dips. But yeah, there's very experienced earnings traders I know in chat. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know how you trade those. Because this week, we have tons of plays this week. We want to know how you're trading them, how you approach those plays, how you approach your entries, exits. So give us a call. Let us know. Now, one of the traders in chat, Josh, mentioned TCGL is being investigated. So I'm trying to find that, but if you have a link, let us know. It's in the background, one of the tickers we've been monitoring. But
let's find it. Hey, hey, listen. That's why I lock up 75 of the 100 shares. That's why you do that. You take care of yourself 100%. If you don't take care of yourself in your own trade, then that's exactly what can happen to you for sure. So
you're gonna
out of it.
Look, I'm doing some trader analysis on it right now, and a lot of names are saying, you're going to owe your broker money. Like, let's say you bought this thing up here at 30, and of course, all you can lose when you're going long on something is pretty much your account size. But okay, so let's flip that. Let's say you go short this thing just indefinitely goes higher and higher and higher. It keeps opening up. Like, that's the danger in halts when you open up many points higher. Is sometimes, and I've heard this story from many, where you get to a point where you may even owe your broker money because it opens up beyond your risk levels on the trade on the short side. So this has been halted for a long time, guys. It's probably going to be investigated.
Oh, let's not say that. Come on, it's going to open up 40 points higher. Got to give myself some high hope. Love it though. It's one of those things where this is where you have to understand the stock trades, how these things move, what you have to be aware of, certain things to be aware of, etc.
Liquidation play that trapped shorts. Yeah. Well, there was 16.5%. Just reviewing some trader analysis on it. There were 16.5% short. You just can't be on the short side. You can't just be passive. You gotta always you can't be passive with your trades because you're going to get hunted. That's what we saw with GME. We see that oftentimes when anyone's heavy on the short side, it gets overcrowded. Yeah, Paula, T12 is not good. Could be halted for months. And I did stop out right at the top. So
it would suck now. I'm gonna have to keep TCG on my watch list every day because of that. When can I get out of my 25 shares? Just let me know. I appreciate it. Yeah, my watch list today. It's crazy how the former runners today. There's nothing. It's you have GCTS and Feed are your main two movers. That I see up today for the most part. Everything other former runner stuff this morning just not up. CADX not bad. That's another one too. Over from my Discord. They had CADX alerted there. That was a really good alert too. CADX slow and steady, Eddie. Slow and steady, Eddie. Tack in chat said, "Not calling. Why are you not calling in, Tack? You can't be like, I'm not calling in, but I trade him." Oh, come on. Why can't you call in? You can't be doing this like that. What a tease. That's like saying, hey, I've got a good way to trade stocks, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it.
Sign up for my course.
Sign up for my course. $9.99.
Yeah, exactly. $19.99. Now, as far as the earnings go, I'm excited to hear from people like you, Tack, because I personally, I've just mainly avoided them. So I'm excited to hear about an edge. An edge as far as they go. Now, some traders will. I think one of you was saying in chat, the news gets vexed in ahead of time on these earnings. Like oftentimes you'll see that. So the earnings drops with good news, but the ticker sells off, and then you have people scratching their head. You have people
Right.
scratching their head like, what is going on here? Well, what does the saying go? What does the old adage, the quote say? It says, buy the rumor, sell the news. So
Yeah.
buy the rumor, sell the news. That's why, I've seen so many.
Oh, we're live and look at this gap up. Look
Oh.
at this gap up. Oh my God, we're at 53, baby. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my God. What? Oh wow. What a barn burner, baby.
Come on, let's.
Oh man. Wow. How about that, brother? Man, what a move, huh?
I'm speechless. I mean, you think I'm frozen? I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. I feel like I'm gonna get fired. We've been tunneling TCGL so much this morning. I'm like, I can't take my eyes off of this. How do you take your eyes off of this thing? How do you take your eyes off of this thing?
Oh, this is the biggest. This is the biggest small cap play I've ever been a part of. I've never been in this big. I mean,
my God.
I can't even. I mean, I get the explosion out right there, but bro, I can't even. I'm like you. I can't even hardly talk right now. I've never seen anything like this before.
Let's just traders.
Hardly
traders. And I know you guys are probably trading TCGL. That's why we're not having many calls coming in right now. Let's take a moment of silence for the over ambitious shorts out there. Okay. All right. There's our moment of silence. There are accounts getting absolutely wiped right now. Now, of course, they're depositing their money into Josh's account right now. We have accounts getting absolutely wiped. And that is why we teach in here, know your risk. I mean, Josh, this thing, oh God, if you shorted, 20 points, a 20-point gap. Like, honestly, I feel bad for the shorts, because it's almost like, how do you even manage? You can't manage that. You can't manage it. No, do you guys? Well, I could be. I went off the call-in show, so.
We're good.
There we go. We good. Yep.
Now we're better. There we go.
TCGL. How are you processing this? We were frozen there for a second, guys. I mean, this had a 20-point gap up. Shorts are getting annihilated. Crow, congrats. Yeah, anybody long on this? Congrats. I'm still itching for that short. That short's coming. I'm itching for it. So can we not go back to an hour-long haul? Oh, this thing's resuming at $47.
Is that what it's showing you on? Maybe a gap down, possibly?
Yeah. I'm seeing down towards 47. 46.94 is the resume price. Paul, I had an entry at 35 short. Glad you canceled. It depends if you're slow scaling this, because likely there's going to be a really good opportunity. I mean, that was the mass liquidation event right there. I mean, Okay, we might be. Dude, this is awesome.
20-point gap up is nuts, and then you race from literally 49 to 54 like a blink of an eye. I mean, I thought with that gap up, it was instantaneously going to see some red. The fact that ran into another gap up. I mean, I know the guys are. I don't know if they're joking, but maybe somewhat of like next HKD. This could go QMs. I mean, at this point, traders just keep pushing it and pushing it. There, like you said, there is going to be a crazy, nasty sell-off at some point, 100%. But my point is, this could still continue to get some mumbo jumbo and continue to go here. We halted up at 13 after.
We might open if it's 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes, we might be opening up here soon.
Yeah. Could be less than 10 seconds here. I doubt it, but I've got my hand on the trigger to get rid of 10 more shares. I'm only in 15 shares. But with 15 shares, I'm up 543. That's nuts. That just blows my mind. Okay, we're going into it to 10-minute here. But yeah, man, I feel like I'm almost living in a dream right now, man. This doesn't almost feel real. This is crazy how much this has moved. This is bonkers.
Pinch yourself.
Hold on, ready? Oh yeah.
I felt it. Oh man.
My dreams are so deep and real, no lie. There will be times where I'm in a bad dream that I don't like, and I'm like, I will do the whole like, I'm like, get up, get out, and I will literally do that. It's my mom's like, how do you? I'm like, I don't know. It's just like I'll be in dreams that I don't like it, and I feel like I'm trying to like get through this like, get me out of this thing, you know.
Look like you're swimming. You're swimming your way out of the dream.
But I feel like Jim Carrey.
You look like you're being bored. Yeah.
Yes, you remember Jim Carrey on Ace Ventura, the second one where he's trying to get out of the rhino.
Yeah.
Get out of it. Like, I'm stuck in here. I'm so hot. Why is it so hot in here? Oh man. God. This is awesome. Hey, rolling this out. This is why you hold the shares in case this happens. Because imagine even Money Mitch holding, like I said, 5, 10, 15 shares for SPHE, right? I mean, here I am, 1768 entry, 15 shares at 543. That's just bonkers on such small share size. So, hey, we called it. Boy, this is fun. And that halt was too long. Now, why we do an hour-long halt just for that? I mean, come on now.
All right. So, yeah, if anyone does want to call in, we want to provide you the opportunity because I know they posted that in the Discord and on email blast. But we're in unprecedented moments right now. That's why it's hard to process anything else. TCGL from $8, whatever it was, at 54 right now, and it's just gone from halt to halt to halt to halt. It looks like
not a red candle. Not a red candle.
Not one person has sold one share.
they're all right there with me, or they're like, let's keep going with this thing. Yeah, they're just gonna hold. This is unprecedented. This is definitely different. We see plays go parabolic, but not with this straight green gap up, and this massive gap up after an hour-long halt. Again, now I get to remember this one because I'm actually in the trade, but when I was saying to you earlier, Kevin, I don't remember too many plays that are halted to the top side, up, green, then get the 30-plus minute hour-long halt. So I was kind of, usually it's the ones that are already coming down. They're on their second or their first or their third halt down. Then they'll get this really elongated halt, and that kills. And I mean, kills the play. So I haven't seen too many that are halted to the top side, fully new high, at high of day. What do they do when they go to the long halt? So now I remember, well, there is this possibility that you could get a $20, $30 gap up, which is huge.
We're getting the massive gap down's incoming. It's just a matter of patience. Patience spelled with a PAY. So we got to be patient with our entry. Thank God I took my $200 loss and waiting.
Yeah, because that's too. Imagine that. I mean, of course, that's a good thing about TTP. It just would have stopped you out and said, "Hey," but imagine those traders that do have brokers that are goofy enough that went and located shares, so they lost money there, and then are still short at 18, at 19, at 30, or 20, or I say at 30.
Yeah. So I mean, there's your pitch for TTP right there. Look, for shorters out there, you're gonna have you got to pay to locate these shorts that you're just gonna blow up on. So if you're gonna blow up, don't pay for the locates. just blow up. No, with TCGL, I mean, who's thinking that this is at a bargain price and buying this thing up? Right. Oh, it's only up from $8 to $53. Like, this is a steal. This is just momentum. It's purely momentum right now. It looks like we're opening 46.94, 12:23. Maybe if it's 10 minutes, within a minute here. Octo, I remember that, Larry. Octo, I remember that. You go ahead and share your chart again if you want to. We can bring it back over, or I can share mine. Get back to it.
Get back to off of this or whatever. Yeah, I can share my screen again. Sure, yeah, share screen and entire one and this guy and call in though. If y'all want to call in, we're right here rocking and rolling. Of course, we'd love to talk. We can move this over to next week because of TCGL today. So if we don't get too many people to call today, we can talk about this next week. You know, how you're trading earnings, and we'd love to hear in because that's the big thing right now for traders. You know, of course, we're running into massive crazy territory here from TCGL, but you know, we are in earnings season, so we definitely want to hear from you guys on how you.
All right, it's back on you. Okay, so I have the call-in show pulled up. If somebody wants to call, I'll pull it back up. But right now, TCGL. I don't know how we don't look at this thing. TCGL.
Nope. Going to 15 again. Going to 15 again. Going to 15. And this is going to be the ones just like last time where I'm going to keep my eyes glued to the screen. Glued. Could come out at any time now. So yeah, Charlie, TCGL, how did you pull the trigger so quick when the resumption time was unknown? So Charlie, I'm already in at 1768. So I've been in way down here. So I don't know where, if you're talking to me, Charlie, I got in way down here in the Chattahoochee. I try to play my halt strategy. When the play is halted up and we get a good gap up, when it comes down, I didn't have orders filled or orders out there. So I couldn't have traded my true halt strategy. And so what my other halt strategy is, if I get the tip, I get the tip and rip, as I call it. So we come down, tip off of this, the old halt up area. And as soon as this turned green, I was trying to get into the trade. And I was just trying to get in 100 shares. The spread was so bad, I got filled at 1768. Then eventually it was kind of all over the place and got halted up at 18 plus. So that's where I got in. I went in for my halt strategy, literally, truly just for a move to 20. This thing gapped up, though, essentially to 20. I couldn't even sell shares as soon as it went flying on up. I think I did sell. Here are my orders. Here are my exits right here for the day. So I sold the first 25 at 2090, sold another 25 at 2310, sold another 25 at 2917, and I just sold 10 more at 5390.
Dude, you got to print that chart out. I'd print that out and put it on your refrigerator. That's a beautiful chart. I mean, it's a beautiful chart to just showcase letting pieces run, because we go over that every single day. I preach it every day, guys. The irrational pieces, let them run. And Josh is just showcasing how that works today with even a few shares. What is that from you got that thing at what was your entry price on this thing?
1768.
Okay, so 1768 to 53. I mean, you're up what, 30 points on 5 shares. 5 shares, an extra $150.
Yeah.
I mean, just leaving an irrational piece to let run. CATX Alyssa is still moving up as well. CATX, yeah, that was a really nice trend. Oh, that really went parabolic. Okay, so CATX actually, had a nice.
I don't want to leave my chart, so if you want to show yours, you can show your screen. I was just like, I can't leave my. I about started typing in CATX, like, don't. As soon as you do it, you're going to see TCGL go live. Oh, so yeah,
scream again at TCL. Yeah, if it goes CATX live, scream again.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely I will, because that one, God, bro, I don't know if I've ever had that feeling before in my life, seeing a $20-$30 gap up and race into 53.90 like that. So yeah, that was I got to go back and record the stream today, or bits of it. Hopefully, maybe Trade the Pool will make a little clip it out of today's TCGL trade. But yeah, that was a good alert from my Discord from CATX. So I don't know if you got that list. Anyone else? Beautiful move there from CATX today. Thank you to K Clausen over on my Discord for alerting that, and I kind of got that on the board here. Smoke Tune, appreciated, brother. Yeah, this is don't get too many of these, so that's why I'm glued to it. I know we talked about love feed. Any of these battles been good. GCTS has been good. CATX has been good. You guys have had great alerts out there. But yeah, when you have this kind of mover, I am glued to it. It's a once a month now. At least recently, it's about a once a month mover. Now this month I got 2 of them. I got BNAI last Friday, and here we are on Thursday getting TCGL. And I'm talking about just ripping TCGL from 1750 area up to 54 almost. What a day. Bro, I'm so happy about today. I like how Reset. Imagine being one of those 8 employees. Yeah, Kevin was talking about that earlier. Like, yeah, all of a sudden you're like, hold on, we're up. How? What's the what? Like, geez.
So CATX, I'm taking a short against like 4 3s 4s. Just FYI, getting a little extended there. but it keeps getting bought up. I mean, it's on a steep trend line, right? So if you're all long on CATX, just make sure you're respecting the trend levels that are set. But it's just getting a little steep, and an influx of volume coming in there on that name. But yeah, Reese, imagine being one of those 8 employees.
Yeah.
Dude, I would be so curious to know what those employees are doing right now. Like, are they?
They're doing what I just did when I saw it. If they're going, yeah, woo!
Are they like popping open bottles of champagne right now, or are they prepping for an offering? You know.
Yeah, and hey, it's like probably Wolves of Wall Street over there. They're bringing out the drugs. They're bringing out the alcohol. They're just having a.
Finally, everybody recognizes our company for who we truly are.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Smoked tuna. Well, good job there, Reese, today with the chatting. Joe says, by the way, thanks Josh and Kevin for the watch. Yeah, we'll try to keep you guys in tune all day, every day from what we're trading. You know, he's going to be trading a little different tickers more than I am. I'm going to be trading different tickers than he is, and we're both going to be trading the same tickers at times as well. So you're going to have all ins covered with me and Kevin for sure. I bet they're buying office supplies. Yeah, I bet Giovanni for sure. Charlie, but in the last resumption, it was live for only a split second. You can't set a fill price on the chart. Just amaze you. Oh, market order, bro. So I'm just using market orders. Yep. I've traded these for so long. Yeah, that's where you're like, dude, these are, you can ask Kevin. These are I traded BNAI and after hours with limit orders. Go look what it did. I don't want to leave my chart. But if you want to pull it up, Kevin, if you do have yours up still, if you want to pull that back up.
What is that one?
BNAI went from 20 to 70 in after hours on Friday, and I traded that on the 35 to 50 break. And you're going, you traded that 35 and it's already up. And yeah, because these are my forte. These are my go-to. I traded these so often in 2020 and 2021 because of how parabolic we got. I could develop my strategy, which to me is called the halt strategy. I've had so many traders use it. I had one trader back in the day. Oh, I forgot her name. Oh, no. What's her name? Anyway, she had about an 85-90% win rate with it back in 2021 because of how easy it was. I say easy, but it's a very easy strategy. And again, you want the gap ups. And what you're looking for here, like I was showing you earlier, if you get a gap up, I don't know if you're still on my chart. Yeah, just making sure we're still on my chart. So if you get the gap up here, and it's a good size gap up. And so we got the gap up here. We got another one here. What I'm looking for is to get filled here. And if I don't, when this candle engulfs and turns green, jump in because they're gonna fly into new high of day. Love it. Feed just lost the celebrity status. I think a lot of people are still. I think CADX got some mob. Battle BATL's got some mob. TCGL is where a lot of people, especially after that gap up, I think it's got a lot of people just glued to the screen. I don't think there's a lot of people actually trading it, obviously, because it's hard. Like literally, just like Charlie was saying. You got it, boss. And it's just one of those things where they're doing this. Just wow, this, they're just glued to the screen watching TCGL. But you got it, Charlie. I've been trading since 2016, 2017. 2020 was crazy because of COVID. I mean, you could have put out, hey, we came up with a new cough medicine that will make you get sick. And they'd be like, oh, cool, and to the moon. I'm like, hold on. You read that? It said cough medicine that makes you get sick. You could put out any PR in 2020 after COVID and it went to the moon. And so you got to trade a lot of halt plays in 2020, get you used to it. And so like me, I'm always trying to find the theme, the trend. What is it? How can you trade it? And that's what I did earlier. I was like, this is going to go into another halt up, magnetizing, the 35 to 50 rule. We haven't been in 35 in forever. Back to BNAI. You go back to the past chart history. We haven't been to 35 in forever. So when we make that explosive move like we did on Friday, when it gets to 35, it's going to see 50. And so the same thing here. If I see over 7, well, of course, I was already trying to trade the halt strategy, but when we make this move up like we did, as I was telling Kevin earlier, 1875 is a magnet and most likely 20. 20 is my target. Well, when you open up pretty much at 20, you're already at the target. So of course, now you're at chef kisses after a big gap up here and you just let it run. You start scaling out along the way as you saw me doing. You have your trigger ready on market order and you just get out. There's just you don't hesitate. You pull that trigger ASAP. I've gotten really good at that. Some people hesitate. I think, again, another thing I would have loved to talk about being an F1 driver, right? You can't hesitate being driving 150, 180, 200 miles an hour on those roads we're driving on. But I always talk about as a kid, I want to be a fighter pilot. And now I can manage things real quickly and I don't hesitate. And this has to be done. I look back now and like, dang, I probably would have been a really good fighter pilot, because you can't hesitate. You've got immediately what your brain processes and thinks, it has to react right away. And you can't have that little 1 second, half second hesitation. It's what you think, it happens. And it helps you become very disciplined trader when you can do that day in, day out.
Yeah.
Smoke Tuna. Where's the Smoke Tuna? You want the link? Smoke Tuna, you want the link? Is that what I think he maybe wants the link for the Google Meet if you want to give it to Tuna. Toon Dog, is that what you're asking for, Smoke Tuna? The link to the Google Meet?
Okay, we can head back over to let me I need to you still got the link for it?
Yep, I'll pull it back up. I got out of it, but I'll pull it back up and go to it right now. Let's go to the halt there. We halted up. TCGO halted up at 1337. So we are right now already moving into a 20-minute halt. That just shows you how time flies. Gee golly. All right, here we go. And there's the call and show link. If you got it, Charlie, yes, sir. Appreciate it, boss. Now go to my live right here. Follow me if you can. Click on my YouTube page. Let me get the. Okay, here we go. Cool. Let me get rid of EV Mux.
We got the tuna himself getting fed on the feed today. Good call on feed. Got paid. How's your trading day? No sound. James James said no sound. Try it again.
Right.
Ah. Okay. I see. Okay. So you're taking a company that's doing well. How do you how do you go about taking a look at the company, the financials? Oh sorry, hang on.
The reality is
There you go, Tim.
seen, right? But it's all about the hype. So you buy the hype and you sell before the earning.
So
That's it.
paraphrase
But I mean,
everything you just said because
Yeah.
we brought it back up, so I had to reshare that screen. So yeah, go ahead and paraphrase what you were saying as far as what you're looking for the guys in chat.
So I mean, this is not my strategy. It's from pre-market prep from Dennis, but the strategy is that you have to buy in early, like a week or 2 weeks early, and then sell before the call, right? Because if there's a hype regarding the company, it will still go up before the earning. There's no way it's gonna go down because everyone is expecting it to be positive, right? So everyone is gonna be buying in, but don't be in for the call. That's it.
Right.
Because you have no one can predict what's gonna be the call, right? Like, and even sometimes there's times where positive news is negative for the market, right? So like that's how you can play. I mean, I think it's a very good strategy. It will for sure work. It works for Dennis for many years. So
Kind of comes in with that saying, buy the room or sell the news. You know, that's why you get in, take the move up before the chaos comes, take your profit.
Yeah.
Echo, I think.
Oh, it's me. That's coming from me. That's me. That's my bad. Boom, shakalaka. We're good. We're back to normal now. We're good to go. Yeah, I love that. That's I think it's earlier what Tack was kind of talking about as well. I think that's kind of, he was saying he buys beforehand and then you sell before the chaos comes. And I like that strategy. It's definitely one of those things where you got to learn what's working, right? And that's what works the majority of the time, especially for those institute, right? The big name players you're talking about. Well, if that's working for them, you need to be looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, because I mean, it's hard to play the earning, right? You have to have something outside the box, because like if you expect it to be like it will always be positive and it will always go up, don't take that position.
You're on the side of the majority. Be cautious,
because it's always a 50-50.
So when you normally liquidate the position, is it just right prior, the day of?
I mean, right. I think right before the day, I guess. Okay. Right before the day you liquidate, because anyway, like imagine you took an entry like 2 weeks, a week or 2 weeks before. It's gonna go up, right? You at least could take 5-10%. So I think that's good enough, right?
Right.
Oh
yeah.
I mean, otherwise you get a good surprise.
Right. Yeah.
Don't expect a surprise like going from 29 to 50, man. That's Josh. I saw you jump, man. I saw you jump. So, man, yeah.
I don't know if we have the audio on that. I'm not sure, but that was excellent.
No, but longest hold, but
paid off there. And that's the patience and discipline, scaling out. You're not, ripping out there with what I had left. And then you get, that's what I say. You get in with you go in for like, you're just trying to get this move. Every once in a while you get those big home run moves. It's one of those things where you're just looking to get on base and maybe the third baseman overthrows the first baseman. Now you're the second. And then it becomes one of those like funny films where then the outfielder throws at the third, but it throws away over the third baseman. Now you're around in third and coming home. And you were just expecting to get a little base hit, and wow, next thing you know, I'm at home and everyone's freaking out. Like you just saw me do with TCGL, and that's it. And I love that theory right there, an analogy. Sure, 100% smoke tuna.
I mean, this thing can turn anywhere, right? I mean, like it can go either way. Like me and Crow, what Crow was saying, we were on a stock for halted forever, like long time, and completely liquidated, So yeah,
love it, man. Thank you for calling in again.
All right, all right. Ciao, guys.
Thank you, Tuna. I appreciate
love it.
It's always man. It's always added value to the chat.
And put your link out there, Smoke Tuna, again for your Tuna AI. Put that out there every day if you want to. While you're in here, and it's good information.
Cult feed.
I still look at it. It didn't give me any good help on TCGL. Obviously, we know that, Tuna, but I love it when it comes to plays like Battle and plays like Cat X. You can use Smoke Tuna's AI system, which is really good and beneficial. He was actually on a dual stream Friday of mine a couple of Fridays ago, talking about it and breaking it down and how to use it. And I'll get that posted soon and tag you. Another one there here coming out of nowhere, ELE. Pull it up on your charts out there, team. ELE, kind of getting some of that sympathetic hype run from TCGL, going from 2019s now up to 27. So getting a big move there from ELEL there. So nice, good move there. Alerts across the board today. And earlier, Andrew, KS3NS. I am Josh Smith. I go by AK-47. Don't really know why I came up with that name. I don't have a gun in the house, but it has nothing to do with the guns. But that's me with the albums in the back. We got Journey. We've got Duran Duran. We've got Bryan Adams and the Gold album in the corners of Hooters. Why? Those albums, you might ask. My dad was a morning show host in radio. I always have had the Journey album over here. Of course, Journey, the platinum album, thought it'd be cool to have. And then one day I was like, y'all have any more of those albums? I wouldn't mind taking a few of them, in the back, making my background look a little bit cooler. And they're like, yeah, sure, take what you want. So my dad was a morning show host in radio in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and a rock station for a very long time. And they would send those, hey, commemorative for helping us blah, blah, sell 1 million albums. And they would send those to those rock stations. And, of course, certain DJs would take which ones they wanted, kind of pick of the mill. And some, it's my turn. It's your, I didn't know really how it worked. Never asked Dad. But that's the reasons for the yeah. I know I have the speakers and I do like having some fun, a little DJ setup back there. But it's not like I made any real true professional music at all. But anyway, so there you go, Andrew. That is me, though. I'm Josh Smith, and of course, look me up.
Blueprint. It's TCGL is Amex, AMEX, and so the halt resume price hasn't really been accurate from what I've been doing.
Yeah. I mean, heck, the last one, which I'm obviously still in the trade there, Blueprints. I'm still in 15 shares. I don't know if you rewind the stream and watch me freak out about the last time it resumed. I'm still in at 1768. 1768 is I'm still in on this play. 15 shares up $543. I only got in at 100 shares at 1768. Scaled out along the way up here. Of course, it was in that about an hour-long halt. Yeah, that was a natural, true reaction. Me getting out of the chair there, brother. That was and even you speechless. I thought you were muted or something at first. I was like, hello, Kevin, you there?
I was sincerely speechless. I really was absolutely speechless. And probably about to be speechless again. We'll see where this thing opens up.
We'll watch this open up at like 85.
I'm probably going to be speechless either way. This thing opens up at 30 or opens up at 80. Those 8 guys, man. Those 8 guys.
Yeah, right now I'm up total on the play 896 total what I've got locked in so far. And yeah, on the 15 shares, I'm up 543. Like when I sold 10 shares at 53.90. That's an earlier I was getting asked there from who was it? Charlie. Charlie was asking me how I got out so quick. Of course, you know Blueprints. You've been around for a while. This is my go-to. I love trading these halt plays, and I'm very quick at what I do. Back to that AK-47, I guess. I'm very quick at it. But yeah, I had got in at 1768, out 25 shares at 2090, out 25 shares at 2310, out 25 shares at 2917, and out 10 shares at 5390. And on those 10 shares at 5390, 361 buckaroonies. I mean, God, what a play. Yeah, and CADX Smoke Tuna. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. CADX was good. That's what I was saying. That was on the board. It was just re-alerted from my Discord, but that was on there earlier from his Smoke Tuna AI. So yeah, need to use that. It's really good stuff for sure, and it breaks things down really easy.
If you guys like seeing Josh and I live on these small caps, let us know because we might be doing this more together here soon for you guys.
Yeah,
let us know. Breaking
I'll
it
put
down,
that link
having fun. TCGL. Let's see where she opens up.
There you go for Smoke Tuna. He helps us out so much. So I'll put that out there for him right there. So there you go. Go take a look at his AI system. Appreciate you always being here, Smoke Tuna. He's here Monday through Thursday from opening bell to close, trying to help out traders across the globe. So he's very, very good guy. I love everyone in chat. Don't make him I'm putting certain people on pedestals, but love Tuna. He definitely is here all day, every day, and deserves some love for sure. Oops, I'm sleeping on the. You're good, Joe. You're good, Joe. And Joe, you have the links out there for us. So while we're kind of getting toward the end of the call-in show, which again, thank you for Tuna for calling in. I know it's more of the TCGL show today instead of the call-in show. Call in if you want to. Last 10, 15 minutes here. We'll take another call or two. How do you trade earnings reports? How do you trade them? How are you effective with them? Or you just stay away and stay to the sidelines? But what's your strategy and edge to trading trading earnings reports? Big time here. And of course, later this afternoon, we'll have Steve coming back for Power Hour. Right after that, he will stay around. And Kevin will be back and really do some after hours commentary for earnings report. We got Visa, Apple today. We got some big names out there again. So these guys will have it covered for you. And Joe, you have our links as well. Saying if you want to go ahead and start throwing those out there, Joe, like my Instagram, my YouTube, the Discord, same with Kevin Avery. Get those links out there so they know where traders can find us. James, yeah, here for Driver, love it. But yeah, I love that. I love you guys coming back.
I'm gonna go back to you. Someone said Smoke Tuna lost audio. You guys can hear Josh, right? Is it just Tuna? Let us know if not. We can switch back over.
Yeah. Risa said, "Hey Kevin, I won one of the 5K accounts. However, I didn't put my real info on the free test account. How do I switch that funded one to my real account? Is that something that he needs to hit up Discord maybe? Or Joe, possibly, or someone that can help him in the background?" Can everyone hear me? Am I good?
Yeah, let us know if you can hear Josh. And then Reese, reach out to support. There's a very good support team at Trade the Pool that they'll certainly take care of you as far as that goes.
Real quickly, what's my opinion on SNDK? Is that SanDisk for earnings tonight? I'll look at SanDisk real quickly. That was on mine. I think Nath knows he's kind of on both. I got one of my guys in my chat. So SanDisk has earnings tonight. let's see, DK. That's probably SanDisk, isn't it? It is. I'll take a look at that for you guys real quickly. Any other earnings you guys want me to break down or charts you guys want to break down? Let's go ahead. We'll do that real quickly over the next 15 minutes. SanDisk, watch this over. Honestly, in my opinion, we had that liquidation sweep down. If you're listening to me right now, Nath, anyone else, down to that 507 mark. When I see that sweep back on up, I would say watch for that. That's already set in for the earnings, right? So watch for this. In my opinion, earnings to squeeze and go up. I would watch for SanDisk here. It's at all-time highs. Good gosh, bro. Okay, SanDisk right now. Don't pull it up, Kevin. SanDisk is at, we'll just call it 550. Where was SanDisk at in August? Just give me a guess.
300.
45, $50.
Oh God.
$500, bro, in the last 5 months. We were at 50 in August after an earnings report that didn't do anything.
Are we just
Come
mega
November-
squeeze? What's going on here?
Yeah, come November, we're almost at 300, and now we're at 550. So I would still say, back to that, Nath, anyone else, watch it to squeeze through 550 plus, going to 5. We haven't had big moves on earnings, though, from SanDisk, though yesterday could set the precedent for this and have a bigger move, honestly, from what Meta did, Tesla, Microsoft, IBM had big moves yesterday. So watch for move over 555, minimum to 560, 565.
You know,
this
one
could
that
see a
gets
scare
me-
ball. What's
Sorry.
that?
The move that gets me is Carvana.
That was another one.
Yeah, that was at $3 in the middle of
That's
2023. And it's
I go back and look at these, bro, and I'm like, wow, it's hard to go. Unless you get into that insider, you start diving into the financials, this, out of the other, and why exactly. But yeah, you go back to August, and I'm like, this play was in the 40s and 50s, and now we're at 500, bro. I would be a retired trader just going 100 shares right there at 50. Oh my gosh, you're talking about massive return right there.
Well,
so
Nas always says day trading's for just for income, and swing trading's for wealth. And I think that's a wise statement. Some of those swing traders.
Yeah, I have to get into that. 100% going to have to get into some swing trading because, wow, you see that and how big the moves are, and you just go, man, yeah. TCGL is great. It's a great day trade. But imagine, you throw in like a Carvana once a year. You throw in, which I'm still in Amazon, but it's not crazy moves. Yeah, you throw in one of those once a year that moves up 100, 300 points in a year. Oh, bro, man, yeah, you can just be, all right, there goes, pad that into the savings wallet, so to speak. Love it, Reese. Are you in the TTP Discord? There you go. So yeah, Reese, go over to the TTP Discord. Put that link out there. I'm sure you may have already. Yeah, Joe did. There you go. Yeah, get over on the TTP Discord. Go talk to Joe. Go find Joe Angelo. You're gonna love him. Florida Joe, One-Eyed Joe. He's a great guy. He's not. Well, he's one-eyed for now. He had, surgery.
Gosh.
I love it. I just love all the different names.
That has a
Joe's
ring
got.
to it. You're just rolling all of Joe's names off your tongue. It has a ring to it.
And like I said, I go back to the Florida because Florida Joe met him in Florida. So then he has now the patch, and so I just think of him as a pirate. He lives in Florida. One-Eyed Joe. It's like a good pirate name, Oh, I love it. All right. Any last calls? We'll kind of close up shop here. If not, no worries. I don't think a lot of people probably in here, honestly, in my opinion, too, trade a lot of earnings. A lot of people, at least that are on the stream right now, maybe have some like on X that out there that are on different platforms that aren't chiming in here on YouTube that may trade earnings. But I could bet about a bunch of people in here, more day traders, more small cap traders, don't do a lot of earnings, kind of like us. We trade it here and there, but not nearly that much. More, in, if anything, like you were just saying, investing. You're in SanDisk from earlier. You're in Carvana. You're in these plays for a long-term investment. And that's the key, like you were saying, to wealth. That's where you, like those guys at the Money Show, that's when you start rubbing shoulders with those guys because that's what they're doing.
And looked like from the poll today we ran with Florida Joe that 70% plus were green today. So excellent work today, because in large caps, very, very heavy, very weak, bearish, and then small caps has been, there's been a few good plays. I know Crow caught a couple of them too, had a couple good alerts, and then of course Tuna with feed, and and then obviously some just flyers, some random flyers. TIRX was my paid day today on that trade. Thankfully, that winner outsized the losers. That's how we want it to be. But outside of that, just been kicking back with this halt on TCGL.
Yeah. Because now we've been halted up. We got one halt up. We halted up at 05 after 46. We resumed at actually a random time, just so you do know, it was a random time like we called it. It resumed at 13:21. So a very random. So this one halted up at 13:37. We were literally live for 6 seconds there before we halted up again, which is crazy. I guess that's why Charlie was like, how'd you get out? I'm just, as soon as I saw we open, I mean, I have literally like right now have my mouse on the sell button. So if it comes live at any moment, I can sell. We now halted up at 13:37. It's going to be a random resumption time again. I am going to have to stay glued to TCGL. Luckily, it doesn't seem like or appear that they are getting investigated, which is key and huge. It's going to resume at some point. And I'm going to stay on this play. So let's do this. We're going to get out of the Google real quickly, Bob.
Okay. Then let's head over to...
Yeah, you're good. Back over to just EV Mux, because then I was going to do this. Yeah, so I can show the chart off again. But here's all the remaining shares. I'm in 15 shares, 1768, 543, just from those alone. Here are my scale outs from earlier in the day. Of course, my NAM trade that didn't work out that well is a very, very small win. Didn't like it a lot. Didn't work out. Should have shorted it. I actually called like, hey, let's look at it in reverse. Boy, did it dump, and so did gold. Regardless, now I come over to TCGL. 100 shares at 1768, and you can see my scale out prices right there. And boy, oh boy, I don't think I've ever had a scale out price at 29.17, Kevin, and the next one's at 53.90. I mean, literally a $24 gap in between me scaling out. That is absolutely bonkers right there. And yeah, still in 15 shares. My goal for this, so you see I'm in 15 shares. I'm gonna scale out 5 at a time. Obviously, I am up. I've never been in a single small cap day trade where I've gotten, let's just do the math, 20, that's 10, that's 20, that's 30 plus almost $35, $40 worth of a move. I've never been a part of that in a small cap ticker ever. Only time I've ever done this big of, no, my bad. The biggest one ever was QMs. I told you about this. I got in at 225. My exit was 290. So can I beat that here with TCGL? So I got in around 225 on the QMs. If you remember that, I got in, and I only got in 10 shares, bro. And then the 10 shares, I banked like $600. Got in 10 shares, 225 here, got in around 290 as it hit 300. So what are we talking there? What's that? 50, 65? What's that? 90 minus 20 is 70. So $65. 65 points was the most I've ever gotten out of a single day trade. I forgot about that.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Record accomplishment. Yeah, point wise to get that in a single day too, mind you. Yeah, like a day trade. Single. Is that what you're saying? So on a swing trade, you've gotten more, or
yeah, well, Amazon, because I'm still on Amazon right now at 93, so that's 200s, right? So yes, you definitely. Yeah, that's got the cake, and I don't know what will ever take that, but well, I mean, I could have. You see the Carvanas of the world, so but yeah, the small for me as a day trade trading. Yeah, I've never been in a trade from that was the biggest one. QM. I was on a one-on-one too. I never get in a one-on-one. I'm like, oh my god, just had a huge gap up. There's no way. Kind of like what I just saw. Like I get that instantaneous. I have to get in. I got in 10 shares, gapped up from 225 to 250, 60 area. Immediately raced into another halt up, and then it gapped up close to 300. And I said, watch, it's going to hit 300. I'm getting out. It literally hit pretty much 300 on the dot. I got out in the 280, high 280s, low 290s, and 10 shares, and that's all it was. And yeah, that was the biggest day trade. Because again, it's just gap ups. Gapped up $25, raced for another. So when you get these gap ups, that's how you end up getting these. It's not like I watched a play go literally from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to and watched every single number get hit. We literally skipped here. We skipped 20. What was it called? 30. From 30 to 48, we skipped. So I didn't have to be, even sit there and watch it go through 32, 33, 34, 37, 38.
I'm curious how that works. Like I imagine, okay, if you have, let's say 50,000 shares coming in at 28.88, they just clear through orders, I guess, right? Like during the halt, that would be my guess. They like, what are the orders that are between here and where it opened? And there's probably, and they probably just fill those. I don't, but if you bought in at that halt price, like the 29, it's fairly interesting. I'd love to get somebody on the show one of these days to discuss like what is going on in these halts to determine exactly like what the opening price is going to be of the ticker.
Yeah. And I've thought about that too before. How do you get that big of a gap up? I get some gap ups in the 3 or the 4 or the 2s, but yeah, when you're halted for over an hour, random resumption time, and you get a essentially $30 gap up, how you make the math for me, market makers. That's where I love to talk to a market maker or one that has been around that business and world, or even like Michael Nosses of the world that may have any kind of clue, like how did it just gap up after an hour, $30, but.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere either. TCG, I'm gonna be sitting here for a while. Gonna lose brain power without any lunch. As soon as we go get some lunch, this thing's gonna open up.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna open my office door in a minute and tell Avery, hey, I'm gonna be here a couple more minutes, just so you know. But I'll be out there.
As in like end of day.
And that's how it always is. When she hears me say that, she's gonna roll her eyes over on because I won't see her. I'm just gonna kind of hey. She's gonna do this on the couch. She's gonna go, yeah, okay, sure,
yeah, okay.
I'll see it sometime after closing bell or something. Who knows? I'll see it at some point.
See it tonight.
It's kind of like, well, I'm out with the boys. I'll be back around 10. And she's like, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow sometime.
I need to get the DoorDash delivered like straight to my rooms. What it needs to happen.
yeah. You do like construction on the house. Just put a door on your room. Like there's no door, but you get an outside door just to come. You get like a different mailing address just for your room alone. Oh, that's funny. I remember that back in the day. Some of my friends, like and that was kind of like a dream for me as a kid. Was you'd see those houses or friends that had like they'd have a house, but then they had that cool like guest house, or they had 2 addresses essentially. And you're like, oh, you spoiled little man having 2 addresses in one house essentially. Yeah, that'd be you. Wife's like, so what's this other mailbox doing out here? Oh, don't worry about that, honey. That's for me and my room in there. She's like, what? We have 2 addresses now? Yeah. That's for my room. That's my office. That's what we call the man cave.
Yeah, I mean, I got a 16 by 20 like shed that I really would love to convert into like a living space for an office. It'd be sweet.
Yeah.
Put a different mailbox out there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's definitely doable. I mean, ours is like that where it's got an air conditioner in it, little portable AC unit out there.
Yeah.
And then it's got a window, it's got light. Of course, ours literally is a shed. We've stored stuff in it, but yeah, I was like, man, this would be, because it's got a table out there. You could tell whoever built it originally, because we moved in after the first people and then got it. So whoever bought this house, had it the first time around, that shed's awesome. You could tell they worked out in it. You could tell like by the lighting and then the shelving they had in it that he definitely was out. That was like his man cave. Like he was out there doing stuff, in his shed. He was doing real man stuff, not trading stocks. He was out there, doing some woodwork. I don't know. He had saws out. Who knows? You could tell he was doing some good work in there. I'd be cutting my finger off. Don't give me no saws. Electric saws. Yep, and don't forget, like I said, Trade the Bulls talking about challenge coming up, earnings challenge, all of February, team, all of February, earnings challenges. We're gonna have giveaways, special prizes for you guys. So come on over and sign up for that, all of February. And of course, my man Kevin will be back this afternoon. That is Mr. Steve. So Steve, as always, in Power Hour, going live with these tickers, going over his stocks for the day, large caps generally, and then of course talking about large caps, going to earnings with after hours. Kevin got Apple, Visa today. What if that's what we did that to make it more interesting? We had to pick, like you guys had to pick, and we would do it on like on a demo account, or we'd do it on the eval. We had to pick a ticker that we liked the most, and we had to trade the earnings live on the stream.
That'd be a fun competition. Yeah.
Maybe we can do that in February. Maybe that could be a possible part of the, the afternoon, because I know we talked about that earlier, and making sure that we always have someone with Steve every day to go live in the afternoon for that'd be kind of cool. I love the competitions and small little things like that. Of course, coming up with March Madness, you know what I mean? Where the bracket, I was talking about this yesterday. I think it would be a cool idea on the call-in show. I talked about this. Will you sit down, Merlin? Having like a Sweet 16 bracket. We can't go full 64, but point being, you could have like number 1 seed Michael Katz versus number 4 seed AK-47 Josh Schmidt. Number 2 seed Michael Noss versus number 3 seed Money Mitch, or whatever, or we'd have to get all the different traders on trade. I don't know how many traders we have in the office, because first it was Steve was saying office challenge. All right, all those challenges. He's like, let's see who can do the best, and talk to him. And then Trade the Pool showed up yesterday and said challenge, etc. Challenge in the office or herd or something like that. I was like, well, another good challenge, honestly, would be that you just bracket us up and say, hey, here's number 1 seed versus 4 seed. They get kind of like we did at the Money Show. You get X amount of time to trade, longer than the Money Show, longer than 3 minutes. Say we get 10 minutes, we get 15 minutes. All right, boom, go. And you get 15 minutes to make trades, 30 minutes to make trades, and whoever has the most profit after 30 minutes is the winner. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Love the challenges,
including halt time.
Yeah. I'm screwed out of that one. If it was a trade like today, I'd get some profit in, but I don't know if I'd get enough. Oh man.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about some ideas, because we got a lot of ideas, a lot of new things coming over to Trade the Pool, guys. It's going to be a big year. Trade the Pool. You guys are certainly in the right place. We're going to grow together substantially.
Larry's bringing up literally what I was talking about earlier on SanDisk. He's like, 6 months ago it was 40. I was like, yeah, I know. I just saw that earlier. It's like, God, that's at 5. It literally from 40 to 540, 50 to 550. What a crazy move. Crazy move. Speaking of, TCGL still halted. I think it's going to be a random resumption time again if we want to go by logistics. 3 after and 13 after 37 seconds was a halt up time. So we just missed the 50-minute resumption time. I think this is going to be just like the last one. It goes over an hour. It resumes at a random time.
We got a lot in here for this, so we're sticking here for it. I mean, again, Josh and I will be here till.
There's debt mark going in 5. All right, I'll throw them in there. Well, whatever the closest is, we'll figure that out once it actually happens here. And you got all the time in the world. There's no cutoff time. The cutoff time is when we finally see this thing open up live, which we have no idea when that's going to be. Oh, yeah, this is how memories are made. Yeah, I'll never forget this, Smoke Tuna, for sure. And I'll have to make a post on this. Hopefully you too Trade the Pool. Joe, anyone else out there that does all that in the background, Carlo, all you guys, come on. We got to snip this up to a trade. Watch Trade the Pool, small cap analysts, bank freak out, and whatever, and go bananas as, TGLC, go TCGL, whatever. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm not gonna film this girl. We gotta do something there. Oh my! Oh my! Oh my! What? 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 Oh my! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! This is the biggest move ever. I've got my biggest move ever. 100-point mover. I don't know what he says on Lion King, but wow. Oh, my heart is racing. I'll tell you what, I thought about not selling it because we may get another one, but you know what? I could not take it. That ends up being high of day there.
Oh my God.
Hey, so who was the closest? I think it was Green at 89.43. I think Green won that. Because my closest was 87 on my lobby. 87 was my lobby with KD. We open at 1. I just sold at 104. Look at my time. I sold. Look where I'm selling at. Is this a dream? Like, this feels like a dream to me. Oh my God. This is nuts though. This is fun right here.
GRM machine. Go ahead and email me, callinshow@tradethepool.com. Give me your email for your Trade the Pool account, so that way it can be credited to your account, and we'll get the credits in there. Wow. Josh, dude, this stream is for the books, traders. Let's go. This is awesome.
Oh! Wow. We talk about this all the time about leaving runners on. I'm in 5 shares and up $486 on 5 shares. Like, oh God, this is great. This is the most shares per site. I've never made this. This is wow. This is not the most money in a trade, but for point wise, I've never been in 100 points. 17 to 140. That is man, I gotta calm down now. I'm not kidding you. When I'm out of this trade fully, bro, I'm gonna be like worn out. I am going to be worn out.